What's going on, my dudes? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion, episode 96. How's everyone doing? Back again after yesterday's stream. We're here again with another SNC, another long 5-hour long stream. So let's do it. Oh boy, let's get some music going. Let's cue the music up. Let's adjust the volume on that music real quick. It's not too loud. Put that down a little bit. There we go. Yeah, we're live, dude. We are in fact live. Let's see. We got some comments to read here. We got some comments to go. Oh yeah, I saw this article. I might read this article on stream, I guess. Might be something interesting to read. Euro news about the falling sperm counts going on, which is pretty crazy. My god. At least there will be less inkwells. Yeah. Or maybe just as many, who fucking knows. Still not enough for Pyramid. Oh yeah, the autism medication. Oh boy. Se acabo, amigo. Sudo americano. I'm sorry, sweetie, but you're not entitled to segs. Teehee. Yeah, that's the way it always goes. Drinking some wine, got some water, ready to go. Over for Dr. Phil self. Dr. Phil. Dude's so fucking weird, really. Dr. fucking Phil. What a weird name. Dr. Phil. Like, I don't know. Running through the Coomer zone. Hello. What's up, Casey? Mystery taught Dr. Phil everything he knew, but he was talked out of suing because it would upset his German immigrant girlfriend. Oh boy. If only that were true. If I taught fucking Dr. Phil everything he fucking knew, dude, I'd be a rich man. Can Dr. Phil teach me to be 6'3" like him? No way, dude. No way. You gotta fucking break your kneecaps or break your fucking femur for that shit, dude. Yeah, what to do is they break your fucking femur. I think it's your femur, I believe, and then they fucking let it grow or some shit. It's just ridiculous, dude. It's a ridiculous leg unlacing knee surgery, dude. You can get that tall if you have the money for it. Hey, what's up? You look happy. Top Gun was fucking amazing. It was an amazing movie. I told you, dude. I fucking told you. It was a great movie. It was a great fucking movie. I loved it. We are live. What's up, Imrios? We are in fact live. SNC, dude. We're here for another SNC, my man. My friend crashed his car into the track wall. As I did, we duct taped and welded his shit back together. Guys learn to weld and keep duct tape on you. Fun times. Dang. You be racing cars, doing MMA, man. You got a lot of shit going on in your life. After Top Gun Maverick, expect to see a bunch of 80s and 90s movie reboots. Yeah, it's really. Yeah, you're right here. You're right. Yeah, they're gonna fucking just milk this fucking content for as much as they can fucking milk it for. So yeah, they're gonna fucking keep making remakes and a bunch of reboots and shit like that. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. It's the way things typically go on. Nobody has a single like creative bone in their body anymore. It's all about fucking like milking content for as much as you can make money off it for. So nobody cares about actually making anything new. It's all about fucking just regurgitating what already made, which is kind of sad, really. These gas prices have been cutting into my race car money. Yeah, dude. Dude, it's outrageous out here, dude. Gas prices, in my opinion, they're gonna hit $10 nationwide. That's my prediction. In my opinion, they're gonna hit at least $10 at least. It has to. It's gonna hit $10 in my opinion. There was already a I think that this year's harvest might be kind of low for the fall. So I mean, like, I don't know, like, who knows what's gonna happen? You could have food shortages. You already have food shortages now. Who knows what you're gonna have in the future? Shit's insane out there. Shit's insane right now, dude. Shit is just unbelievably fucking insane. Just get into crypto, bro. It can't get any lower. Huh? Sarcasm. Just came back from out west. Saw $7 a gallon. Yeah, dude. All of Zoomer culture is 80s and 90s throwbacks. I brought this up at work and everyone had an oh shit moment. Oh yeah. I believe you. Hey guys, thought there wasn't a stream today. Nice surprise. Oh yeah, there was a stream. I said I would have a streaming at 4 today. Typical 4 o'clock to 4 to 8, 4 to 9. So yeah, we're gonna do a stream today. Figured why not. Oh boy. In terms of movies, it's hard to come up with a concept that hasn't been done already. Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about the concept, but it's just like new stories. Like you can take a revenge story and make it interesting by just putting in new characters or new archetypes in there. But like nobody does that shit anymore. No, people just take a literal same franchise and just keep milking them over and over and over again. And it's like, okay, I get it. It's easy money, and I get it. These concepts work and these movies work, but damn, dog, like this is fucking insane, dude. They just the same shit over and over again. And when I say same shit, I mean like the literal same shit. Like I don't mean like the same like concepts. Like the concepts are always gonna be the same. Like a revenge story or a romance story or a an action adventure tropes. All those tropes exist and they're successful for a reason. But yeah, my bank guy got me already. Movies and video games suffer from the same problem. The masses just want the same thing over and over. Oh yeah. There's a reason why Madden and Call of Duty and FIFA all sell gangbusters, while some obscure game that has like that's pretty unique sells like nothing, because those things sell well because they're marketed to the masses. The masses love the same shit over and over again, dude. They love the same shit over and over and over again. They just buy it every time, and I'm like, why do you keep buying this shit, dog? They need to do a Back to the Future 4 and play it off as if all the time travel made Michael J. Fox a little shaky. Every year, millions buy the new COD and complain about it. Yeah, that's true. It's true shit, dude. True shit. You're not lying there. I remember being one of those guys who used to buy Call of Duty every fucking year and like buy. I never bought Madden. I was never a Madden fan. I used to buy COD every fucking year. And then one year I was like, why the fuck am I buying COD every fucking year, dog? What the fuck's the point? Like they're not doing anything new. It's the same shit. Kill streaks. You got your kill streak, you got your fucking your gun, and you run around the map and you kill people with that gun. Okay, and you get kill streaks. Okay, like at some point that it kind of loses its luster. At some point, like okay, they added zombies, that was kind of fun. Even that kind of got boring after a certain point. Like at some point, you just kind of stop like giving a fuck about it. Like Madden 200. Hopefully, COD Modern Warfare 2 is good. Modern Warfare 2 was a pretty good game, actually. That was a really fun game. Martin Goldberg just came at Hellboy Death for Light Hard. TFL Inkwell at war. Oh, really? Is there a video on that? What do you say? Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. I also have the pineapple video that Blackboy J was talking about as well. I have that up ready to go as well. Where's that at? Martin Goldberg. Debunking Oofy Doofy. The Oofy Doofy delusion. Oh shit, here we go. Welcome back. You're here with Goldberg. I love Goldberg, dude. Dude had such a good videos. Pause the music. I want to see what he has to say here. I want to see what I actually if I actually believe what he's about to say here. Let's see. All right, let's do this scene here. This is Goldberg's screen, not my screen, so let's do it.
Here at Goldberg today.
You guys hear that pretty well? Is that loud enough? Let me know if that's too quiet. I can put the volume up all the way high. Put it up here, I guess. We'll put it up to middle. I don't want it to be too quiet for you guys so you guys can hear it. I hear it fine. Okay, good shit.
Today we'll be talking about the infamous Oofy Doofy theory, which is typically proffered by those attempting to push back against the black pill and its assumptions about human behavior when it comes to mating. I just want to start with the fact this is a cringe term. You sound like...
Yeah, it's a pretty cringe term in my opinion. Oofy Doofy. Yeah, even the term itself sounds fucking horrible, but I agree with him here.
like some suburbanite mom where the kid's skinned his knee, and you're like, "Oh, you got an oofy doofy? Here's a band-aid and a lollipop and a sex change. It'll all be fine." Yet you got these grown-ass dudes who have tied up their whole sense of self-worth with oofy doofy being correct because I guess it's ego projection. They want to believe they're going to have a chance in the dating market when you just need to take a step back, remove your emotions, and look at human behavior and how ultimately most relationships have some transactional elements. This is not terribly controversial unless you're stuck in a fantasy world of Cinderella, whatever that might be. Ostensibly, the oofy doofy proponents are saying ugly, really subpar men are getting attractive women, and some will even claim that Chad is viewed as this pervert and sexual predator, so he has to stay at home and beat off all day. But oofy doofies are winning the future. Uh, this is something that I just don't see. Admittedly, I live in a rural area, but I work in a
Yeah, I've never seen it. The only time I ever see an oofy, quote unquote, oofy doofy, if you can even call it that, would be older couples where it's like where it's like not an ugly guy, but a guy who's kind of like fat, a guy who got overweight, maybe in their late 40s to early 50s, and this dude's overweight and he's with a pretty attractive wife. But you don't know the nature of that relationship though. That dude could have started off as a Chad and then he got fat and got lazy as he aged. Like you don't know how that relationship started. So like at the very beginning of that relationship, that dude he could have been Chad, and then he just got fat and lazy and doesn't gain a bunch of weight, and then became a quote unquote oofy doofy. I guess they would call that schlubby hubby, I guess, but either way, they would call it schlubby hubby or oofy doofy. So so like when you're walking around, like when you see these videos of people walking around with a camera saying, "Look at all these oofy doofies," and then you're looking around and then you're wondering like, okay, but like when you actually look at the couples though, the couples are they're looks matched. They're not oofy doofy in the sense of like the woman's really attractive and the dude's really subpar. Like that's not true. I never see it.
more densely populated zone and I occasionally go out to the city. I don't see this like the way they're saying. Maybe we have different opinions of what constitutes an oofy doofy male. I'll give you what I think is a decent composite. The audio is off because it would just be needlessly distracting. Talking about this guy right here. So, fat face, oversized nose, big glasses, man beeves, not hugely tall in this case. I guess he's okay. I don't see guys like that or even the white equivalent getting attractive women or getting many women at all. Now, what I do see is dudes who are like slightly below or average, slightly above, who will be with a looks match. Or in the case of white dudes, it's more common. It might be 1 or 2 points higher with an ethnic chick, but
Yeah. I feel like even Blackpool Jay said this too. On the Infomatic stream where he talked about how like, hey, if you're a white dude, just go for a black woman, dude. You can easily get a woman who's like superior to you by at least 2 points. Like there's no way, but rather it's very I see that that's more common to me than like the whole oofy doofy where it's like, oh, you're just some dumb fuck dude slapped in his fucking chest like a fucking idiot, fucking looking like an artard and looking like a retard basically, and you're just some fucking goofy motherfucker, and you look fucking ugly as fuck, and you're with some Stacy. Like, I've never seen that before. But what I do typically see is that when you see an ethnic chick and she's with a white guy, oftentimes that there's a a mismatch there, but she values that white skin more than she values, I guess, the looks at some point. At least that's my opinion anyway. Black women harbor a lot of self hatred for sure. So that's very true.
there's reasons for that. And in no way, shape, or form does it eliminate a lot of the arguments behind the black pill, because the black pill is multifaceted. And this is where all these clowns who promote oofy doofy, they don't actually want to pay attention to what's going on because it's too complicated. They went to public school, outcome based education. We're all used to this uh, from them, but it's not helpful if you're trying to learn. So let me just talk about some of the examples that could potentially endorse this from what I've seen. There's a couple that I know. The guy is
Hold on, someone asked for the link to the video. Let me pull the link up real quick, and then I'll start the video again. Give me one sec. This is Martin Goldberg, Oofy Doofy Delusion. Let me post that in the chat. People can look at it on their own time, I guess. They don't want to watch this video on my stream. Let me give Martin Goldberg a shout out for his video here. There you go. There's the link in the chat. That way I'm not fair use, right? No, you gotta say fair use. I think I'm doing enough over talking to compensate for the video playing. So, all right, let's keep going.
Caucasian. He's got the kind of Colin Hanks ears, nose juts out a bit. He's not a complete chin cell, but he doesn't have a square jaw. I did see a legit female chin cell about a month ago. I was in the store. She was working there. She had like no chin at all, really round, chubby cheeks, and then like a long beak. So I kind of felt bad. I was like, I should have brought some bird seed. No, that's terrible. She was actually really cool. She saw the price on one of the items I got. She said, "Man, us consumers were just getting ripped off." And she works there, which was awesome. So she's a cool person. But he's not the best looking dude. His wife is this very white Hispanic chick. Like besides the eyes, she would essentially be white or Italian passing. It's let's say, uh, not an amazing figure, but a cute girl next door type, right? No one's gonna ignore her if she's in a room. She say, that disproves the black pill, Goldberg. How do you feel? Actually, I feel great. I've been having a fantastic day. What I haven't told you is that she's between 5'3" by my estimates. This guy has blue eyes, by the way, is at least 6'3", if not 6'4".
Wow.
And I have a pretty good sense of that because I'm 6'2" myself. So, I can make comparisons. Um, Guys are, oh, height doesn't matter. I know a guy who's tall and doesn't get women. Sure, you can be a guy who's tall and you don't wear fitted clothes and you're really awkward and you can come off as creepy. But height does matter because most women, unless they're into powerlifting, most women want a guy who's bigger than them so they can feel vulnerable. They want a guy who can easily pick them up. Sorry, I know you guys date land whales. It's hard to do, but they like that sense that they can actually be vulnerable and feminine. Okay. Matters a great deal. Also, the fact that the dude is Caucasian. I mean, let's be real. From the perspective of migrant communities, if your kid ends up with a white person, means that the offspring, if they have, let's say, grandkids, are going to be lighter tone, might have blue eyes, which the assumption is they'll be better treated in society. This is why you see even so many black people obsessed with companionship with whites, because they probably recognize at some level their offspring will have a better chance. Whether you agree with that or not, it's something that seems to be fairly prominent in society. Another example that I've come across is you got this pretty tall, nerdy blonde. She's roughly the same looks as this Hispanic chick. Not much of a figure, but cute. And she's with this not jacked or ripped, anything like that. Short, glasses wearing, incel looking dude, probably of Taiwanese or Chinese descent. And you say, oh, yeah, that's really disproving it. Well, you have to understand, both of these people, if you interact with them, are severely on the spectrum, big time, like weird people. Okay. That's probably one of those context examples I discussed in the Exceptions to the Black Pill, the book I wrote, Understanding Overcoming the Black Pill, where maybe they were childhood friends, sweethearts going to Autism University, or they worked together in the STEM lab, and there were only two people that were that age, whatever it could be. So they're together and they might end up maybe marrying, having some socially awkward kids. That's fine. That doesn't necessarily disprove the black pill, however, because what occurs, let's say, if Changtism or Chadsburgers steals a girl away from this dude and you put him on a dating app or you put him, out at a night venue running clown game, is he going to be able to get a chick anywhere near that? Is he going to be able to get a chick at all? You see, this is what you don't want to face because you're all wrapped up in your own fragile ego. That's why we'll have guys that have been like with their high school girlfriend or they're, 22, 23. Oh, yeah, I got a girl. That means the black pill's untrue. Well, what happens if she leaves you, even abruptly? Because women will do this. Women sometimes will marry. I mean, I knew a guy, he was married to a woman for about 10 years, had multiple kids. They had just gone on vacation, had a good time.
Speaking of which, yeah, like these the women will just flat out just leave your ass, dude. They will like ghost you like nobody's business, dude. It's happened to me multiple times. Where like you'll go on a date with a chick, go on 2 dates with a chick, go on 3 dates with a chick, have the sex, and then all of a sudden you get ghosted or something like that, and it's like what? And sometimes they were just there for the sex, sometimes they were just there because like they were feeling it. It's a matter of like you can go through the whole rigmarole. This is we had this conversation we had this conversation before, but basically like like there is really is no escaping this fucking shit, dog. There's no escaping. Like the reality is that it's never enough. What you give is never fucking enough, and what you're doing is never fucking enough, and that women are just very flaky. They're especially in today's day and age, they're very flaky. They'll leave your ass like nobody like your last night's fucking last night's fucking garbage or some shit, dude. This is unbelievable how fast they'll leave you for the next big thing, you know.
He banged her a few times, everything's kosher, and then they get back and she says, I'm leaving you. And
Yep.
this happens in relationships as well.
Yep.
Now take the dude, put him out in the dating market. This particular guy I know ended up with a really old woman. He was able to get someone. But take a guy who's short, awkward, bad social skills, who has just been kind of, cruising because of this relationship that was formed in specific circumstances. What's going to happen? Not to mention all the guys who haven't even had that contextual relationship. So when you deny the black pill and you say, why do we have all these problems? And you just deny it and say, I saw some exceptions because this guy, that guy in a relationship are married, you're missing the point.
Well, even beyond that, you also don't know the context in which those relationships were formed. You don't know how the relationship actually got formed at all. For all you know, it could have been a just be first. It could have been like what's it called, propinquity, where it's like you're just around the person long enough and they're just gonna like you. There could be a multitude of factors why the quote unquote oofy doofy relationship exists. But they always just jump to, well, no, women are obviously attracted to these men. It's like you don't know how they even met up. Like you don't know what's going on in that relationship at all. You don't even know the nature of the current relationship at all. You don't know if that dude's being cucked. You don't know if that dude's just like the emotional tampon and she's just out there banging every dude in the street. You don't know what's going on. Like you're making a lot of assumptions about those relationships when you just say, oh, oofy doofy, she's into him and everything's going peachy keen in those relationships. That's really weird. It's a really weird thing to do.
It's a lot larger than that. Okay. And unfortunately, as long as people are trying to defend their egos and their own sense of self worth ahead of trying to look at reality in something of a neutral way, this is going to continue. Now, still, you might say, Goldberg, how do you explain these, people who don't have resources that they're in a relationship? Well, David Buss tells us that sometimes a guy can compensate for a lack of looks or maybe money by making over the top declarations of commitment to a woman. Oh, I love you till the end of time. Together or not, you're always in my bank account. You can make those things even as a younger man. And she might say, well, I'll stick with him because for the long haul, I can rely on him to do things. I can shape him to be my mule. But if you think about what are you doing? What are you having to put forward in order to have access to this woman, right? The relationship thing. I'll give you an example from my own life. The girl that I recently broke up with. When I met her, she was a virgin, fairly conservative background. Things worked out okay, but it was always a heightened need to reach another threshold of commitment demonstration. So, even though I think it's cringe, I'll give some ground on holding hands, giving her hugs, that kind of stuff I think is a little bit silly when it's required almost like a routine as opposed to when it's really genuine. But I'm like, okay, that stuff's fine. But they want something more. Oh, we have to take a lot of selfies. We have to be Facebook official, which I don't have Facebook, thank God. Um, they want you to go out. Oh, you have to come and meet my friends. They have to approve of you. And by the way, guys, her friends will always ruin a relationship.
Yep.
Guaranteed.
Yeah, guaranteed, dog. Girlfriends literally exist to ruin your relationship, dog. They'll either tell her that she's too good for you or some shit, or they'll fucking they'll insult you behind your back. They'll fucking always, dog, always. always ruin your relationships, dog. They always do, because those girls are bitter as fuck, dog. Like, they're bitter as fuck. Oh, she got him. Oh shit. Well, I gotta ruin this relationship because like she can't have that a man better than the one I got or some shit like that. Or like they'll come with a bunch of mental fucking reasons, dog, to fucking get rid of your ass, dog. Dude, it's unbelievable how girls friends ruin your fucking relationship, dog. Easily happens fucking at least 80% of the time, dude. It's true. It's fucking true. Oh man, you can do better, girl. Yeah, that's what they always say. You can do better, girl. Teehee, yeah, always, dog. You can do better than him. Friend of a girl that's dating a millionaire athlete. Yep. And I think in my next channel to binge, this guy, yeah, I like Goldberg. I don't watch his stuff a lot, but I do. I think I'm subscribed to him. At least I think I am. Been a while since I watched his stuff though, but yeah, her friends ruin everything. Yep, always do. They always fucking do, dog. She can love the shit out of you, but her friends say one bad thing and it's yep. Her friends don't approve of you, dude, or if their friends don't like you, you're done. You're out of the fucking game, dog. You're out of the fucking game, dog. It makes you wonder how many dudes would have a good GF if it wasn't for the GF friend. Oh yeah. Plenty of fucking dudes would have girlfriends if it wasn't for the fucking GF for the friends, dude. In my opinion, I think it's true. You can do better than him. Teehee, yeah, always, dude. One decent chick I was dating ghosted me because her friend said I was weird. Yep. Yeah, shit happens all the time, dude. All the fucking time. She could, yeah. Oh man, girl, you too good for him. The nail polish, nice. The nail painting. Dude, it's true. It's true. He's not wrong here.
To you, I've never met friends who weren't toxic in that regard. Or they will suggest that she stays over or that she moves in because that's a way for her to say, now I'm in your life on a regular basis. You have to put up with my bad behavior and, sloppiness, lack of hygiene. I can also keep track of what you're doing and I can start reorganizing your life from the bottom up. She may start talking about wanting to have a baby. I mean, even this chick who was somewhat careerist in the sense that she wanted to be a doctor would still push that a lot. Why? A kid is a way they can kind of lock you down because they figure you're going to stay if you guys have a kid together. And I've actually theorized, tell me what you guys think about this. Peter Hitchens was talking in The Abolition of Britain that, the old fertility cults, people would worship phallus or worship the valley of life, if you will. But obviously back then you would reproduce. Unless you couldn't afford to keep the kid, you would reproduce. We have a modern culture that worships sex, but there's not really the outcome, which is life. So we're almost worshiping sterile, sterile, purposeless activity, pure pleasure, I suppose. If a girl has an IU or you're using rubber johnnies and you are in a relationship for a while, I wonder if she sort of subconsciously starts feeling that you're impotent and that she has to find someone else because you're not making her pregnant. In fact, in the old country, like where my family's from some days in the past, when you married a girl, it was an expectation that you would make her pregnant within the first year. Otherwise, people would start whispering, oh, he maybe has a problem. So these signs of commitment and whatnot they're very significant. You think you're in a relationship, it's no big deal. Well, she's going to keep demanding stuff of you to show that you're doing all this, and you are going to have to give ground or she's going to walk away. And a lot of these dudes, they're terrified of her walking away because they know that they will be an incel. They don't want to deal with this current dating market.
Once again, this is what I was talking about earlier, where it's like the nature of the relationship, dude. You have no clue the amount of like mental torture that dude's probably under to maintain that relationship, dude. He might be an oofy doofy. He might be the quote unquote oofy doofy schlubby hubby, or whatever you want to call the guy. But he probably has to do so much more to keep her than Chad will ever have to do. Chad has to just exist. He has to do fucking backflips, hopping over a fucking a shark tank while going over a fucking a ring of fire or some shit, dude, to maintain a relationship. While Chad does have to fucking exist. Like this is not, it's not the same nature of the relationship that you think is what's going on there. You don't know what's going on in the bedroom. You don't know what's going on in the relationship. You have no clue. But we just assume that, oh well, it's oofy doofy. She's into him because she's with him. It's like, I don't know, dude. Like if you actually ask that dude what was going on in that entire fucking relationship, dude, you'd probably be really fucking surprised. You'd be like, whoa, that doesn't make any sense. Like that's not a relationship I'd want to be in. Like. And in a dead bedroom or open relationship for all we don't know. We don't fucking know. Basically, Will Smith he could be getting abused. Yeah, it could be anything. High IQ take, yeah, that was a pretty. I think he's was the impotent thing where it's like, yeah, that's a pretty high IQ too. One more mistake. Recreation versus procreation. Yeah, this is a big, obviously a big difference here. So it's weird. If the girl's friends like you, then it will mean that they will want to bone you as well. That will cause drama. Yeah. Every girl that I dated had at least one friend that didn't like me. It's unavoidable. Yep. Jester maxing relationship basically. Yeah. You have to jester max. You have to like, overly commit. You have to like, you basically have to be the emotional. You're basically the walking you're the walking wallet. This is just beta bucks at the end of the day. You're an emotional tampon beta bucks at the end of the day. You're trying to fill in all these roles. So you're trying to be the perfect boyfriend to her. But the reality of that, if you have to do like the reality of any relationship is that if you have to do so much to keep her, then why even bother keeping her? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point? Like you're doing so much more to maintain this relationship, but that another man can just like exist and keep her, and it doesn't have to do nearly as much as you're doing. Like she obviously doesn't value you truly. She values you for like what you can do for her, not for you rather. So yeah, it's like the gotta game your wife shit. Yeah, we talked about that before in the stream, but yeah, you got to game your fucking wife, dude. If you have to constantly have to game your fucking wife, dog, I mean, that means you're failing as not failing as a man. She's just not attracted to you, in my opinion. She just doesn't like you as much as you think she does. You're constantly having to play games with her, like it's just really shitty. It's common for chicks under 30 to do nothing but smoke, party, and fuck around while in relationships. Yep. I don't see a lot of ethnic oofy doofy couples. Neither do I. He gets cucked now or cucked later. Shows the polygynous human relationships are even when it's monogamous relationships. It is still the females around her dictating how the relationship goes. Yep. Oh, shows how. That's what I figured you meant. Yeah. I know, right? What the fuck's the point of marriage then? Yep. You got to game your wife. Like, what the fuck's what's the point then? Yeah, as Jack said, what the fuck's the point? You got to do all this fucking work to maintain relationships, and like that's too much. Like you basically have to work like a second fucking job to maintain your fucking relationship, dog. Like that's bullshit. Too much fucking work. You might as well stay fucking single and die alone. Like I don't know. Is it worth the mental torture to have a kid? I don't know if it's worth it for that.
The apps, the difficulty of finding women who are even approachable. Why do you think the MGTOWs, remember the bald cells? Why do you think they exist? Those dudes weren't angry about feminism. They were upset because they came out of a marriage, had very low SMV, and the only thing they could get was a fat single mom. And they were angry for those reasons, not the fact that some women are crazy or, some women are on welfare fundamentally. Now, moving on to marriage, Bus tells us that you can gather a lot of resources, be good at making money, and someone will say, okay, I'll go with him. Although there is documentation where women will find a guy who makes good money but cheat with a guy who's got better looks for the genes for the baby. Not saying that always happens, but you're
Let's see. Pretty good. I guess oofy doofy is more common in whites because a lot of average white guys know that their only hope of getting a decent woman is the beta bucks and jester max. Yeah, I mean that might actually be true. I mean, like when the meme of your race is that you're wealthy, that's gonna attract a lot of beta bucksing, in my opinion. Like in my opinion, like that's the meme of the white race, right? Like that they're extremely wealthy and successful, and they have businesses, and they're powerful, and they're quote unquote white supremacy, if we want to go there or not. They're extremely powerful, and they have all this power and wealth and influence around the world. And it's like, okay, like if that's the meme of your race, then like you're just a beta bucksing on a fucking on a worldwide scale at that point, like.
still having to compensate for not being good looking, right? And she perceives.
Yep, you're compensating. Yeah, he's not wrong there. You're compensating by having to fucking beta bucks at the end of the day. If you're just a max, if you're having the jester max and beta bucks and overcommit and do all these little gestures that can maintain a relationship, you're having to compensate for not being good looking enough for her to maintain a relationship. It's true.
You in a certain light. So a friend of mine, I think I brought up before, he's a decent looking normie. He married an attractive Hispanic single mom. But you ask yourself, would she have been interested in him if she didn't have a 4 or 5 year old kid And now all I need a kind of man who can support me so I don't have to work the rest of my days. Recently, a girl started giving eyes to me, this Latina, pretty cute. You know, Latinas will always do this kind of bedroom eyes and smile thing to make you somewhat put in a trance. So I'm talking with her. Of course, comes out she has a kid. I'm thinking, would you really be interested in Goldberg if you didn't see him as a guy who's got a stable job, a house, a couple of cars, and maybe I can remove you from the misery of having to work full time and then take care of your child? So you're saying, oh, do you really value me, or do you value me for what I can give you beyond companionship or whatever physical stimulation? You're valuing me because I have resources or because I can help you deal with a problem you created with someone else. You don't have to be paranoid, my friends. You just have to be a realist so you don't get used. That's all I'm saying. But many of these anti-black pillars would rather have their head shoved up their ass and
Well, the reality is that these guys don't think they're anti-black pill. They think that the black pill really is like the is oofy doofy. Like, oh, oofy doofy theory is real, and that these men who are successful with women are just oofy doofy maxing by saying, okay, well, you're just as if you're ugly or subpar man, you're winning. Really, it's like, okay, dude, like, yeah, you're fucking winning by having to fucking jester max, be beta bucks, get cucked. There's a whole bunch of shit you probably have to go through that Chad doesn't have to go through in an actual real relationship. Like, these men can probably get women in relationships. The problem, these not these men, I guess, not oofy doofies, I guess, but like an average man can get an average woman, but he has to do so much more to maintain that. Like, people just don't see that part though. They just don't care about that part. They care about the all they care about is that, oh, he has a woman, that means he's successful. It's like, okay, like, but like, would you want to be in that relationship in that relationship too? Like, and beyond that point, dude, like these people don't even have kids oftentimes. Like, oftentimes they're just kind of around, just around to just for her to have a boyfriend around. Just I don't know. I'm just rambling at this point, but fuck, dude. Oh god.
end up, walking off a cliff just to be able to say, yeah, the world's great, peaches and roses, it's all fantastic. Thinking about weddings in particular, this is a good example of a American wedding.
Oh my god. What the fuck is this picture of? It's a man wearing cat ears and a yellow fucking vest with a fat chick. If you can't see what I'm talking about here, my god.
Or right here, this is probably
Oh
the modern
no.
iteration.
Oh man, this is wrong. Fucking furry wedding. Man, that's fucked.
Got the front pouch and the big ass, I suppose. Why do I even have to? Why do I have to be exposed to this? It's really sad. Um, these people who use oofy doofy will say stuff like, "Yeah, oofy doofies get married. Chad ends up being an incel," and you're going, "Okay, let's stop and consider. Do you even know what marriage is in the Western world? Right? We're not living in Wahhabi Islam, Arabia. You're living in the Western world. What is marriage fundamentally? Marriage, as I talked about, I think in the video Banking Mate Points, it's a desperate show, just like we talked about all that trying to demonstrate commitment. It's a desperate sign that you're willing to commit. Look, please don't stop having sex with me. I will put a ring on it. I will write the contract. I will co sign all these assets over to you and let you organize my life as long as you stay and have sex with me. That's not an indication of, oh, yeah, I've beaten the black pill. That means it's very black pilled in reality because you can't just walk away. That's the real truth. And, in sickness and health, you have to support this person and their offspring, even if you split up in most cases,
Yep.
unless she really out earns you, which there's no guarantee of that. And you can't really enforce a prenuptial that says she has to stay having sex with you because she can withdraw affection, she can gain weight. And what are you going to do? Oh, I'm in irreconcilable differences. You're still going to probably end up paying. I hate to tell you that right there. So marriage is very black pill. When people try to claim that a guy got married, therefore the black pill is inaccurate, we'll see what happens to that dude and see what happens. Not that I'm hoping it on anyone. I'm not sadistic, but if your relationship or your marriage fails and you've been together a while and now you have to walk back into the dating market and see how much you're going to be denying the black pill because you're going to see it all over the place. I can say this honestly, like I'm single. I've tried the dating apps. They're still pretty much a graveyard. I see women that I saw like 5 or 6 years ago still on the same app active. It's sad. Um, in person is a little bit better, and I have options at work, but of course, work, you got to be careful because
Yeah, you gotta be real careful at work, dude. You can't just fucking doing whatever you want there for sure. Let's see. In fact, Sandman said a great quote. I said a great quote in a video this week. Women used to control men by giving them sex. Now women control men by not giving them sex. Yep. No oofy doofy in the community, because black folks don't get married. Can't be oofy doofy if there is no relationship. Points to head. Ah, yes, the smart black men. Whites are looked at wealthy, are looked at wealthy and powerful, but if you fall into poverty as a white, you're looked at as a freaking leopard. Yeah, it's true. Oofy doofy is prevalent among Hispanics, not whites. Whites have higher expectations. Then why even bother bring? I don't know. Is this even true? Like, once again, what does oofy doofy really mean? Like, is this dude like is it basically a short, ugly guy with a really hot wife? And in which case, once again, you don't know the nature of the other relationship. You don't know what's going on in that relationship. Like, we have no clue what's going on in those relationships. We don't have anything to back it up with, really. At the end of the day, I don't even know if this is true or not. Where it's like, are like, just because we can see one or two examples, in my opinion, when I see Hispanic couples, I oftentimes see a very, very short man and a very, very short woman together. Very rarely do I see a unattractive Hispanic guy with a very attractive Hispanic woman. Have I seen it before? Maybe like once or twice, but like, is it very common? I would say no. Let's see. A lot of normies don't care about having a Jester Max. This is true. Yeah, a lot of men would rather Jester Max and be beta bucks and basically lose their fucking balls than be Inkwell. It's true. A lot of men would rather would rather fucking once again lose their fucking balls and their manhood. Jester Max, beta bucks, be the fucking emotional tampon, get cheated on, all this shit like that, and then be fucking alone. I think a lot of men are, I'm not going to use the word weak, but maybe mentally weak. I don't know, but they can't stand being alone. They can't stand their own thoughts. They can't stand being by themselves. And I'm not saying like be a monk and be this way. I'm not trying to like I'm not going in that direction either. But like I think a lot of men cannot stand being alone. And yeah, they'd rather go to work, come home, Jester Max, then watch Sports Center and go to bed. It's either Jester Max or be equal for a lot of guys. It's true. Yeah. Maverick went MGTOW. Can't wait until we start seeing videos be a Sigma male like Tom Cruise and Maverick. When furries get more action, it's over. Why is there so much this much crazy? You tell me, dude. It's like you are such a true cell. You force yourself to believe you are an animal just to get something. Jeez. Marriage is a failure because your production is guaranteed by force of law, but not her sex of children. Yep. Marriage in the modern age is one of the two things: either a desperate attempt to hold on to traditions that have long ago been made obsolete, or a means to show others one's own vanity. Snowcella always have an excuse. Snowcella, pretty funny. Is that actually true? Everyone when Pyramid posts something, yeah. I mean, I always have to question this guy because I'm wondering, like, okay, is this actually true? Because like when I see couples out there, like if he can use an anecdote, why can't I? Okay, well, when I see couples out there in public, I see either looks match couples, or it's very rare I see a very unattractive Hispanic guy with a very attractive woman. Now, normally the Hispanic guy is typically kind of short, but so is the woman. So it's not like they're like not looks matched at all. So. Even if you're poor or homeless white cells, the perception is that it's impossible that you could be poor and homeless, especially outside the West. Oofy doofy works in more traditional cultures. Definitely not the West. Yeah. I saw a Hispanic couple on Friday. They were working class, looks matched. She was overweight but good looking in the face. The guy with average had their 5-year very average by all means. Okay. You'll see more Hawaii oofy doofy couples though, because they're a majority of the population. Yeah. Definitely at least in America anyway. Yeah. Men rather date Riley Reid than be alone. Yeah, it's true, dude. Men would rather date Riley Reid or fucking smash Mia Khalifa or be with Mia Khalifa or what's that chick's name? Lana Rhodes or whatever her fucking name was, than fucking be alone, dude. You might summon Pyramid with that comment about Hispanic couples. Lol. Was the guy selling rotten watermelons? The Hispanic male seem a bit alpha. Oh boy. Brothers. This is not the base Pluto. I don't know who the hell this guy is, but Don't marry a bead. She won't carry your seed. Just go for Native Americans, bro. Oh yeah, just do that. Let's keep going with this video.
You got to make sure they actually like you and they're not just being friendly. So these are serious questions. And, are you going to have some exceptions here or there? Absolutely. But usually those exceptions match up with another aspect: looks, money, status, or as I said in my book, contracts, getting married. There's reasoning behind it. And just stop pretending, oh, it doesn't apply to you, because again, it could get you in trouble. And this is about protecting you, not making you paranoid, but just giving you kind of that knowledge to where you don't get taken advantage of, manipulated. I myself am presently employing it to a certain extent because I've been talking to this pretty attractive, I think she's Muslim, but I have to make sure, is she seeing me as someone she's interested in, or maybe she's being banged out by Chad and she's like, oh, he's a good listener, right? Because there are women that'll use that. They'll put you in a category and say, oh, he's like nice to talk to or whatnot.
Yeah, it's true, dude. Like when women are very utilitarian. They'll put you into a bucket. You'll be the tampon. You'll be the talking guy I talk with at work. You'll be the work husband. You'll be the free food in the phone. You'll be the food guy, the guy I can go on dates with. You'll be marked as something in her phone for when you're basically a fucking walking utility at that point. She'll have her guy she goes to for sex. She has a bunch of men she uses for various things. She has a bunch of men on her utility belt that she'll pull out whenever she needs to pull them out. So
this is real. Human beings tend to be brutally, I don't know if utilitarian, or really it's transactional. That's how they tend to be, even with each other. It's sad, but there's much truth to it. When you were 18 and you just wanted to bang a chick, are you thinking about, yeah, love and marriage? No, you're probably just focused on, okay, I want to get laid. So you have that argument. That's your motivation. People tend to be that way. The key is arm yourself with the right knowledge and then go out and experience the world and have a good time, but be smart so you're not just, sending yourself overboard because at least I have a positive mindset. Just saying.
let me see. There we go. That's the end of the video. It's a good video though, for sure. Good on Goldberg for challenging Goofy Doofy. Somebody had to do it. Let's see. I love being alone. I date Riley Reid. No worries. Oh my god. Yeah, he did seem a bit alpha. Furries are right. You are wrong. I don't know about the statistics, but marriage among Hispanics seems much higher than other groups. I rarely meet Hispanic people that aren't married after 25. Yeah, I do wonder, as Jack said here, what about second gen and third gen Latinos, though? I'm not sure. Big as hell. They do be big as hell, dude. The majority of girls that were on GDP are married now. Yeah, guys don't care about her past as long as she can get some peace leave. Yeah, dude, men are just desperate. I mean, people always. I mean, I think I said it before. I'll say it again. Like, men are literally like 70% of the problem, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. Like, we're a large part of the problem. We destroy ourselves sometimes. Like, I don't know why we like are so obsessed with. I know why, because it's a biological thing and it's a sociological thing. But my god, dude, the amount of fucking like stuff we'll do to fucking get some peace leave, dude, is unbelievable sometimes. Like, Hispanic chicks know they don't have all the time in the world, unlike Western white Floyds. Yeah, it's hard to say because most Hispanics I know are first generation. Their parents immigrated at least here in California. This is why I believe Travis Blackwell is coping and capping so much. IT and C-maxing is the only way, fam. It's a hierarchy of needs. I've heard that. Yeah, that matters a lot. Yeah. I actually read that one. Actually, a Hispanic couple I work with are expecting a baby. She's under 30 and they're homeowners. Hispanic couple seem eager to settle down. Yeah, they really are. Black women never fucking settle down. And if they do, it's either with they're single mothers and they have their own house, some shit, dude. They're very careerist, in my opinion. White women don't never settle down at all. There's this guy I watched named Sergeant Willie Pete, and he said the biggest difference that he notices between white women and black women is that white women just flat out won't have kids. They'll adopt doggies. They'll either adopt a dog or adopt a cat, or and whereas black women they'll have kids, but they'll be single mothers. So It's like the exact opposite going on in the races right now, at least between the black and white race. A woman's past no longer matters to most men. Yeah, they don't care at all. They're like, whatever, dude. They don't even ask about the past anymore. Like, really, if you don't want to know, if the reality of that, do you even really want to know what her past is at the end of the day? Like, if you heard what she was doing, dog. If you heard what she was doing, you probably would be turned the fuck off so fucking hardcore you wouldn't even want to be with her anyway. Like, you might smash and dash like the last dude did. So like, if you're, which is probably what you want to do anyway at the end of the day. It's true. So yeah, I think they're the only race that still has their heads on straight when it comes to dating and relations. Yeah, it's hierarchy of needs, history of sexist, isn't it? How is it? Only poor white voids have children in the UK at above replacement levels. White women will settle down faster than black women. They will. It's true. I'm just saying, like, when you do see single white women above age like 30, they're normally alone and they have a bunch of fucking dogs and cats and shit. So this week I went to a pro soccer game and I had no idea it was Pride Night. The amount of female couples I saw was insane. A lot of them were under 25 as well. Yeah, I think Gen Z has one of the highest rates of LGBT, XYZ, alphabet community, not participation, but representation in the right now. It's unbelievable how much of Gen Z identify the LGBT. It's unbelievable. It's crazy. Did some research and found out that 17.8% of Gen Z women identify as non-hetero, aka Chad sexuals. Yeah, I've heard that. She has a past. You do not. Brutal. I think there's no longer a point in knowing. Just expect as high as 3 digits already. Anyways, yeah, that's what I do. I just assume she's a hoe until otherwise proven. Yeah, you have to just assume she's like been ran through. You can't walk into that relationship assuming she's like some virgin or some virgin wife who you're just finding out now. And it's like, nah, dude, someone else got to that before you did, dude. They don't want you to know her past until she starts hoeing to get up again. It's only 18% that admit it. Numbers probably will just higher. Non-hetero pill is way more brutal than a demographic pill, in my opinion. Yeah, because like, well, really they both work in tandem. Because like, you have, not only do you have you have women who are, not women. You have well, yeah, this is a woman problem. So not only do you have women who are not woman problem, this is a people problem, but you have women who are LGBTs who are taken out of the dating market as well. But you just have less women in general. So you have like a lot of women identify as being as lesbian. So you have those women taken out of the dating market. So you have less women in general there, and then the demographic problem also compounds that issue. But it's just being less women in general. So like, you just have less women around to even bother to even date you, so to even try to date. So it's unbelievable how hard it is right now. A woman told me yesterday she fucked 3 guys in one night, back to back in college. None satisfied her. Wow. Told me yesterday that she fucked 3 guys in one night, back to back in high college. Dude, that's so. Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do? Fact: women graduating college with minimum 20 bodies. So at least 20% of Gen Z is basically genetic dead end. So the demographic crisis is even worse than it appears at first. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And then think about the amount of people who identify as a T. They're just flat out removing themselves from the gene pool like voluntarily. So like, so you have the T people who just getting rid of themselves at a pretty high clip. You have the LGBT part don't have kids, and if they do have kids, it's via surrogate. So yeah, there's a bunch of fucking dead ends at the end of the day. It's really weird. My path doesn't matter. 304s, I in late 20s. As they say in the UK, pertaining to women who have more than one man that they fuck, they're stirring another man's porridge. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I think I watched that video actually. Yeah, I watched that video about Sandman. Sandman did a video today called "Where Did All These Lesbians Come From?" Yeah, I watched that video. Unbelievable! Wow, we're already an hour into the stream. Holy shit! Oh boy! All right, let's do some let's do the invite link. Copy clipboard. Next, we're gonna do that pineapple video. So we're gonna do that next. We're gonna do a pinned message. Yeah, let's do an intermission real quick. Let's do a intermission. is this meme? Yeah, we're gonna skip that one for now. Here we go. Intermemtion. All right, guys. Be back in a minute, or maybe like a few minutes. We're back, dudes. We are in fact back. We are here. Let's end the intermission. All right. Since we have no guests so far, let's read some comments real quick. We got a few comments to read. Do you guys think the lower testosterone levels in men these days can be the cause as well? It could, yeah, very well could be actually. Just having less a bite, and you're having less testosterone in your body could probably cause you to be a little bit more docile and willing to accept stuff you wouldn't typically accept if you had higher testosterone levels. They say an average 20-something male these days has the T levels of a 60-something year old back in the 50s or something. Wow. It's a positive feedback loop. Every problem makes every other problem worse. Yeah, that's very true. Very good comment. Hear that a lot as well. In fact, I have an article about that. Somebody posted that one of the first comments in this thread, actually. If I can find it. There we go. Open a new tab. Let me copy it. Copy link address. And let me go over here to do everything in Firefox. Go to site. There we go. Here's the article. I'll read the article first. All right. This article here came from Mr. Last sent me this article, so. Oh, is this Jack Tisson? What's up, Jack Tisson?
Mate? You right, mate?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, it was interesting what you were speaking about earlier.
Oofy doofy.
yeah. Well, I'm still running the oofy doofy tests where I live.
What's up, Drolix?
What's happening, buddy boyos?
What's going on, my dude? But yeah, you were saying, Jack Tisson, you're running a test in your area?
Yeah. Oofy doofy is a reality where I live.
So would you say? So wait. When you say oofy doofy, are you talking about looks match couples? Were you seeing like a dude with a woman with a looks match, or are you seeing like unattractive men with very attractive women? What are you saying?
Oh no, never. You never see guys who are low tier normies with Stacey's, but you do see looks matches all the time, right down to the lowest level and the highest level. But I haven't actually seen, like Stacey's with low tier normies once. I don't think so. Anyway, I'll keep looking.
That's what the theory. That's what the theory used to be, but now the theory appears to be now. They keep changing moving the goalpost now, where it's like, and now the goalpost is, if you see an average guy with a woman, then that's oofy doofy. It's like that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like,
right. I haven't actually looked for the low tier normie Stacey matching. Maybe because I didn't think it was possible to begin with, and I thought it was ludicrous to look for it. But now you've actually mentioned that, I will go into London and I will see if I can document this as evidence. But I don't think it's likely.
Yeah, I think it's extremely unlikely really to see like a a very attractive woman with a very unattractive man, unless once again it could be like a case of like just be first or a different type of theory that explains it, but. This is assigning it to oofy doofy just really like, I don't know, it just seems really dumb.
I think the only times you'd probably see that is in the richer parts of London, when you've got guys who are extremely wealthy. There's certain parts of the West End of London where the average house costs around £6 million. So that tells you people have probably got millions in the bank on average. So these types of guys, you might see asymmetric matchings. But I don't go around these sort of areas often, so I can't run the test. But I will actually do it in the summer to see if that occurs in these high socioeconomic areas. It probably does happen with JBW geomaxing, where you've got the classic, white in Inkwell who will go over to SCA or go over to some other region, and he might manage to go up the look scales when it comes to his matchings that way. But with the competitive Western dating market, I think that's very unlikely. And anyone who actually makes these claims they're either deluded or what do you call a person who's not deluded? Is there another word for a person deluded? A liar? Liar? Are they lying?
Like, I don't know. It could be coping too. That's basically what Goldberg was getting at there. Where basically saying that this is cope, and that the whole idea behind Oofy Doofy is extremely cope. Because like if Oofy Doofy was true, like if it was actually true, or like unattractive men were getting with Stacey's or unattractive men were getting with women in general, then why is it so hard for you yourself to get with a woman? You know what I mean? Like if it worked for him, why the hell wouldn't it work for you?
Right. You do see guys who are sub fives with women all the time where I live, and it probably is down to economics. I think there's a certain case where guys are so stable and they're so normative in their behaviour, and they've got a stake in society. I think they're looked at as a safe choice by some of the females in the local vicinity. But it also could be a case that they're being cucked as well, and they're actually not extending their DNA. They might, the women might be going with other guys and getting the genetic material from them and just using them as a means to bring them up. That could be the case as well.
Like I've even heard people who are proponents of Oofy Doofy claim that, oh well, because I don't have a woman because I'm so alpha, and I'm like, seriously, that's your fucking excuse. You're so alpha that you don't have a woman because you're so alpha. I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds like
I tried the
big cope to me, dude.
I tried the alpha shit last night. I went out for the first time in 2.5 years. Because of my history of alcoholism, I find it very difficult to socialize in general. But I've got a friend who's a professional boxer, and out of courtesy, and I've started up a Facebook page as a bit of social media maxing. And this dude said to me, I'm boxing. Do you want to come watch me? And I was like, oh, I'll come down. And have you ever been to a boxing show, Mystery?
And actually, like a live one? No.
Yeah. Well, I'm echoing.
Yeah, someone tried to join. Let me do the
pyramid.
Yeah, probably. Pyramid's here. How'd you guess? Can't do it today, dude. Can't do it today. Jack Tiffin, Jolix, and 3.
You bring up Oofy Doofy. What the hell do you think was going to happen?
Yeah, of course they're going to show up, yeah.
Right. So, I went to a boxing show. Now, I think the boxing culture is different in Britain than it is in America. In America, the audience, from what I can tell, tends to be a little bit more civilized, a bit more like sports fans, and they tend to be a little less aggressive. In Britain, the boxing culture, when people go to boxing shows, it tends to be synonymous with people who are on the borderlines of sort of gang culture, yeah, and it tends to be white working class gang culture. And I turned up to this show, and I did my best to style max. So I went to what we call a charity shop in England, which is second-hand clothes. When you buy them, the money goes to charity. I bought an expensive shirt, put a tie on, and trousers, and all the rest of it. So I look pretty presentable. Now, without humble bragging, I do mock people when it comes to height and frame. So I walked in there and I thought maybe I can use this as a posture, and I might be able to get some attention from the women. And because I'm so non-NT and I've got these anxieties and I find it very difficult to mix with people, I just stood at the back of the show for the whole event, and I kind of hid in the back in the corner where it was dark. And I actually had a couple of females come and talk to me. One said, "Oh, you're a big guy. Jump on my back, and then you get a better view in the corner there." Another girl came up to me and said, "Why aren't you drinking?" Because I was drinking a bottle of water. But I actually noticed the matchings in this event, they tended to be looks matched people. So
yeah,
you know,
Which is
that's,
basically like it's kind of weird because that's what incels are kind of like clamoring about to begin with, is that people aren't getting their looks matched when now they actually are kind of what they kind of are. But once again, you don't know the nature of the relationship, but what you do know is that hey, it's like they're in a relationship to some extent, so at least they're coupled up. But
yeah, of course. People match up according to their looks match in general. You notice that. But the thing is, my sample size, I walk around a very densely populated working class area where I live. So I'm only really bumping into working class people. I don't go into the richer areas and see how people operate in these types of locations. And this is politically incorrect, sorry. And but it's the truth. People tend to be better looking in richer areas, and so you're probably going to see more of the Chad Stacey matchings in places where there's a high socioeconomic level. Have you noticed this yourself, Mystery, in America?
I'm gonna have to like err on the side of probably saying yeah, because I haven't really been doing a lot of like field work right now when it comes down to like documenting the issue. But sorry, when I definitely when I go to certain areas though, I go to I don't live in like I live like a middle class area, so everybody looks fairly average here. But I'm assuming if I went to a more like ritzy area, I probably would notice it. Yeah.
Just the way it is, mate. You know, it's the way it is. There's I better close my door. I've got new neighbours. There was yeah, so that's the kind of thing when it comes to the looks matching thing. Sorry, the looks matching thing. I do think it's a reality, and I think the black pill exaggerates how bad it is for people in general. I do think they exaggerate it because you do see people matching up all the time.
I mean, the exaggeration, though, what do you mean by exaggerate? Like, are you talking about how, like, there's not really, like, that bad of an issue or something, or what? Because, like, when we look at the data anyway, and obviously the data it's pretty old now, but, like, from the most recent data that we have,
Right.
sexlessness is pretty much higher, and people aren't matching up as much as they used to. People aren't getting married at certain rates anymore. I think the last data that we got was a 1% increase in the birth rate that happened. I read that article last or 2 weeks ago, I believe, or a week ago, talking about the 1% increase in the birth rate, and that one was pretty depressing, really, because that's like not a big enough increase to actually matter at all. So,
Right.
But I mean, I'm not saying people aren't matching up. It's just a matter of like, are people matching up at a level where it's like going to be viable enough to actually maintain a birth rate beyond up to a certain level, and beyond that, are people matching up at a high enough clip to where there's not going to be an incel issue?
I think so. I think socioeconomics is something that is very important when it comes to this topic. A few episodes ago, I spoke about Burundi, which is it's the poorest country in the world.
Yeah.
And these people have no problem matching up. And,
Yeah.
You know, I think there was one guy. He had a wife of 15 years, and two of their children died through starvation during childhood. So that's the level of
poverty they have. Yeah.
Poverty that this guy was living in, and I think that probably correlates with Western countries. I think if you go into the poorer areas, people are less career focused. Because let's be honest, the reason why the birth rate is low in Western countries is because of feminism. But obviously, if you've got a poor socioeconomic level neighborhoods, then the women aren't going so much into their careers, so they're going to have other priorities, perhaps. And one of the ways they're going to
even beyond that, when you're also poorer, like the women don't have the luxury of like of fucking around too much. Like at a certain point, they almost need a man to provide them with some economics of with money effectively, with resources effectively. So like if you're born to a rich family and you're some rich Floyd, you don't really need a man so you can kind of fuck around a little bit longer into your 20s, late 20s, early 30s, and kind of like make it happen, at a later age.
Yeah. Well, there's a saying that when a man gets rich, he seeks a woman, but when a woman gets rich, she realizes she no longer needs a man.
Yeah.
And I notice it because I live in an area which is, it's shameful for me to say it, but it's one of the most deprived parts of the UK. I mean, I live about a mile away from where I live. It's actually the most deprived part of the UK, and the people around here tend to be off a lower socioeconomic level, and the birth rate's pretty high. And I think it's basically because they haven't got a sense of career ambition, and because they haven't got these priorities, what's the logical thing to do? Well, it's to start having kids. So that's the general pattern for what I see around me. But I think it's down to the fact that I'm surrounded by people who have got a lower socioeconomic status. If you're living in a middle class neighborhood in the USA, you're constantly met with females who are careerists, and if they're careerists, then obviously that's their priorities. And good luck, because how are you going to persuade a woman who wants to buy her own house, have several holidays, and get all these material acquisitions?
The biggest problem I have right now, like you said earlier, these women who want to travel and travel and travel here and travel there and travel everywhere. Like these women just don't stop. Like it's like they have no concept of like saving money at all. They have zero concept of ever having to save a single dollar in their pocket. They just want to spend all their money up, and it's like, seriously, like you're just gonna spend all your money? You have like no money, you have no savings. Like what the fuck? Like, how can you be making 6 figures and have no savings? Like what's going on?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
See, the thing is, because since I've got Facebook, I'm getting in my DMs, I'm getting a lot of ethnic voids who are messaging me. I'm not messaging them; they're messaging me.
Okay.
And it's happening on quite a regular basis now, and they're from all around the world.
I told you.
Yeah, and I'm putting photos up on a regular basis, and I'm a sub 5, but what I do is I when I do photos, I kind of I take photos of shorter people, so it makes me look taller. Yeah. Or I stand by a door frame, or I try to mog people. I know it's a bit cynical, but you've got to understand the black pill, haven't you? And you've got to use these cynical observations to your own effect. Now, these voids who message me, they all seem to be keen on meeting up with me, and quite desperate in some cases. And I think to myself, why? And it's obvious what you were sharing earlier, Mystery. The white man has got in outside of the Western world this sometimes false image of being economically successful, and they're thinking, well, if I get with this guy, he's probably going to have a car, we're going to have a boat, we're going to have this nice house, and my standards of living are going to increase immeasurably. But the funny thing about it is they're not actually seeing reality as it is, because say you've got some African void and she's messaging me. Well, I've got nothing, Mystery. She'd be better off messaging you. You're a professional man.
I don't know. Like even just in the States, like at least as far as what I've seen, even a broke white dude can like hit above his weight if he goes ethnic. But
yeah.
Like I think what he's saying is that in an ideal world, that would make sense, but they don't make sense. So women don't make a lot of sense half the damn time. So
like I think like as soon as they saw 6'2" in white, like they just skimmed the rest of your profile.
They're like, oh, what 6'2" in white? Well, this is going on. Like this is happening. Like,
do you know the funny thing? I mean, it's this. I'm actually like a bit of a Facebook Chad. I spoke to one woman. She was.
Is this on Facebook dating app or is this on Facebook? Facebook.
Honestly, Mystery. I'm not lying. I'm getting messages in my DMs. I'm not even messaging these women.
Dang.
They're messaging me.
All right.
Yo, Jack, I gotta ask: is this part of the new Facebook dating app shit that they have?
No. I've got a Facebook page. Yeah.
Oh, it's just set to public.
Yeah, public, and I've got a few friends that I've met throughout my life who are my friends list, and I've got I'm friends with a Chad. I'm friends with a Giga Chad who was a model for a very famous sunglasses company. He was model for a very famous.
No, I got the invite from Facebook when they were trying to do their beta shit for this dating app of their own, but
no.
I JFL'd and just declined or ignored it because
No, so I've just got a public page and I get these DMs.
Okay.
I get these DMs and I've lost track of what was I saying. I've lost track of what I was saying.
You talking about how you get messages from all over?
Right, yeah,
You
I got this message, and oh yeah, and I was speaking to this one. I've got to tell my dog to shut up. Sorry, buddy. If you don't carry on, yeah, you're gonna get kicked out. Yeah, you never come back. Yeah. I told one of these women that I've got mental health problems and I never leave the house, and I was testing the black pill to see if it worked. And she said to me, "Well, if I can come and stay with you, we can work on it together."
oh my god.
Oh no.
All right. And I said to, and I was being honest with her. I said to her, you know, I said to her, I've got demons in me. Yeah. I said, this is the truth. I said, I've got demons in me. You know, one drink and I'm on a park bench. You know, I've been suffering mental health problems my whole life. And she went, I like you. You're real.
Oh no.
All right.
You're real.
That's what it means to be Chad when you have to try to fail and
Yeah.
still fail like shit.
Well, the
If
reason
you watch
it
90
is,
Day Fiance, every woman that comes from a third world country complains about their new living standards. Third world women expect every USA guy to live in a mansion. Yeah, I feel like the media perception of this country is extremely like fucked. Like everybody lives in a mansion and the streets are paved with gold and everybody has $1 million in a liquid in their bank account. Like no, like it's not the way the average American lives, dude.
it's not the average. I mean, I live in an apartment. I've got one bedroom. Because I'm studying at the moment, I've got literally no money. I've got nothing to offer anybody. I mean, I can barely survive, and it's me and my dog. And sometimes me and my dog are so poor that he has to go and get his dog food out of bins. You know, so because it does cost a lot of money to feed a dog. It costs about $100 a month in your money. So me and my dog, we go out every day, and he spots it, and I take it out the bin, and he eats it out the bin. And I think that's it's a dog. I mean, it's not a problem, is it? You know, it saves me $100 a month.
Yeah, why not? Why not, dude? If your dog's gotta eat out the trash can, dude, figure it out. He'll figure it out. He'll live.
He loves it. Come on, mate.
At the same time, it seems like you're like a plane ride away from living like a king. Like I'm just.
Yeah. Well, I've been looking at the. I went off on a tangent when it comes to the geomaxing, and the country that I'm actually looking at the moment that seems to be maybe a gold mine is Egypt. I've been looking at the nightlife, and I think now Egypt might be a place to go to. No one talks about Egypt, but they're very good-looking women out there. Have you noticed it? Egyptians.
I want to go to Ethiopia.
Yeah. Emperor Selassie. Emperor Selassie, yeah.
Let's see. Women don't have to save money because they know they can eventually find a guy to pay off their debt. And I don't know. Like, they might find a beta buck or a simp, so.
So is this a good moment to ponder about the coming spinster crisis in like 5 years? Or
do you watch what's his name, the Business, what's that guy's name? Oh, I forget his name.
Jason Black.
Yeah, he had I think he had a good video talking about how the average black woman's gonna be broke in the next few years and like that because of the inflation crisis right now. So really, everyone's gonna be broke. But
I think I just saw that one.
Maybe. Yeah, I watched part of that video. He has a lot of good data and facts in the video, so it's always really good to watch. Like
$4,000 a month in a New York apartment with like toilets right next to the dresser, literally.
Yeah, unbelievable how much money people spend and to live in these big cities. Like I always ask women because I have land that I can build a house on right now if I wanted to. I just don't, I don't see a reason to right now because prices are so fucking insane. So I just don't. So, but I always ask women like, "Hey, do you want to live in the country or the city? Like, where would you rather live at?" And they all always say city. And I'm like, look at them. I look at them with these eyes like, what? The city's so fucking expensive. But they're like, but we're so close to everything. And it's like, yeah, but you're paying like fucking $4 or $5 grand in rent. Like, you're spending your entire check on fucking rent. You have no money left over. You can't save. Like, I don't know. I just don't get it.
Yo, no, it's funny because I had this discussion with my friend the other day. Like, his rent is going up by $300 a month, And granted, he can afford the blow. Like we're both coder bros, but that's still too much. That's like an extra $3,600 a month or in a year that you would have to spend because he's on a yearly lease. And I'm just like, bruh, you gotta either bite the bullet, live with some roommates, and cut down on the cost and shit. Otherwise, you'll be paying up the yin yang.
Women would rather live with 5 roommates in a 2-bedroom apartment in the city than a house in the country. Yep.
Yeah, that's also fucking stupid. If I can afford a good house in the country, I'd take it.
And separate is like the land I have already paid off. Like the land is paid for, ready to go. All I gotta do is build a house on it. And it's like, oh nope, I want to live in the city. I'm looking at them like, yeah, I'm not living in the fucking city. First, when shit hits the fucking fan, finally, the last place you want to be is the fucking city, in my opinion. Like,
For real, like you live
like
in the
fuck that.
you live in the country. You like a few solar panels and one of those weird fucking algae tanks and I don't know, a few plants from dodging the whole downfall of man and shit. But nah, you gotta go to the city.
Oh, I gotta find this movie, but it was like end of the world kind of shit, and basically the entire globe lost the ability to generate electricity for like a week. And the pun is at the end, it comes back in a week essentially, but then the world goes to shit when electricity no longer works. And so then like it was like based in, I think it was like in New York, probably close to where Todd lives. But then there are these rural areas like in New York, upstate New York or whatever, out in the boonies. And one of the based guy was like, "You guys are idiots. Like you don't understand. All those fuckers from the city are gonna start roaming and coming over here for food. It's like barricade yourself and defend." It's literally true. Like there was a based movie legit just exactly on that.
There's like a 99% chance I never saw it.
Oh yeah, it was obscured. I happened to stumble upon it, watched it, and I was like based, and then moved on. But lesson from there was, yeah, like all the city folk will definitely try to come to the rural area for food and all that resource.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know, I read a book, Drulax, called Collapse Argentina, and it was about the collapse that happened in Argentina in the year 2000. Is anyone on this chat aware of that? What happened in the year
Yeah.
2000?
I
Yeah,
don't know if it's Argentina, but at least the recent one that I read was a Maduro diet, like back in or is it Colombia?
Wait, Maduro, isn't that Venezuela? Or
Oh yeah, the Venezuelan diet basically. And I think yeah, the people are like suffering. It's like if you're living in the city, you're fucked. If you're living in rural, it's like at least you can kind of self-sustain with plants and growing your own garden and shit.
right. See, he disagrees. This guy who lived in Argentina during a collapse situation, it was so bad there that the ATMs weren't working, so there was no money supply. And police were forming gangs and going around robbing people. So if you were getting robbed by someone, it was probably the police, so you couldn't call them. And he argued against the whole go into the country theory on the basis of that there is no such thing as a disconnected region on Earth, because if you can approach a location by car or by road, then that's connected to the big population centres. And what he said was, if you look at the forming of population centres through history, why did people move into these big cities in the first place? Well, it's for two things: it's for trade and it's for protection. Because let's be honest, if you were the victim of a home invasion, where would you rather be? Upper West Side Manhattan or in rural North Carolina? Now we all know the answer. You'd rather be in Manhattan, because at least you can um, have the possibility of alerting others to your predicament and perhaps getting some form of aid. But if you're out in the country, well, let's be honest about this, you're not in a good situation. And that was one of the arguments he actually made about the whole go into the country idea. But he also,
Yeah, but I was gonna say the people that live out in the rural areas, they're like already well prepared, right? Like
right,
they've been living that lifestyle for, let's say, years or if not decades, and like they're self-reliant. Like they're not like thinking like, oh, I'm gonna call 911 and the cops will be at my door in like 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, a lot of people in the countryside kind of operate on like a have what you need kind of basis, where it's like, hey man, like you do what you got to do. Like you don't fuck around, too
Yeah,
much.
and they're like more, prepared, stocked up, ready for this kind of shit.
It's like VR here. What's up, VR?
Sup, guys? It's been a minute.
Been a minute, my dude. How you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, nah, I'm doing actually really well. I got a job and I'm starting in the next like couple of weeks, so I'm excited about that, man.
Good shit, dude. Good shit. Good shit.
What kind of job did you get?
I think I'm just gonna be like, I'm working in like a call center here, so like just to
I was about
save
to say,
some money.
are you gonna be a forklift operator, my dude?
If it paid more, I
You
would
gotta
do
fucking rule the world.
No,
If it paid more, I'd do it.
it's the joke from yesterday.
Yeah, it's a meme.
Oh, is it a joke?
Yeah, you gotta watch yesterday's stream to
Nah.
understand it.
Oh, I think I watched a part of it. That was actually like very good. I saw you guys discussing that video about leftover woman and like how the government's trying to sort
Oh yeah,
that out.
China.
So, yeah, kind of saw it.
China.
S-class leftovers.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Yeah.
F class.
Yeah, watch out for the heavenly leftovers.
Yeah,
Squad
I
zero
saw those
leftovers
super
and shit.
weird.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Now go ahead, VR.
I know I'm going for training soon, so like I'm gonna train for a month and then I'm gonna work on the floor. It's a whole different thing, and there's various like departments I could work in. I'm just excited to save up some money so I can jump finally. Oh my word. And just like move forward and shit. So yeah, I'm just happy about that.
Yeah, man, job's a job. Like income is good than no income.
Yeah, 100%.
Hey, Drog, have you been seeing a lot of? Did you see the article about? I think maybe you posted it about the people on Coinbase who got the job and then they immediately got rescinded or something like that.
Oh yeah, I posted that Joshua Fluke one.
Yeah, I think it's a video or something like that. An article or video. I couldn't remember which one it was, but
Yeah,
that's
it was
very
a video
yeah.
kind of related to yesterday's discussion.
I'd imagine it's probably gonna be very common now where people are gonna have like job offers and have them rescinded because they just can't afford to hire this person. You know what I mean? Like, probably gonna become far more common, especially with the economy kind of on the edge.
Yeah, I forgot where I saw it. It might have been Wealthion, where they said, I forgot who said it, but this situation where they have where there's not enough jobs for everybody is going to flip on its head, and there's not going to be enough job openings soon.
No, like the way I saw it was like, like because I'm also into investing, right? So I'm putting my money right now. I'm just like, fuck the stock markets. I'm still waiting. Like I think it's gonna get even worse. So if I'm gonna buy in, buy at the lowest, I think it's probably gonna be sometime mid 2023. That's gonna it's probably gonna hit the lowest around then, I would say. And then from that point onwards, it's probably gonna, take another 5 years to get back to even where we're at today. And then probably 8 years from now, maybe, just maybe, it'll be like, making a good recovery. So I'm thinking long term, all time. And yeah, right now is not the time to buy in, even if it seems everything is low. But my point is, it's like you could see this shit in terms of jobs, right? A lot of companies are just fucking overextending their bullshit. So I think, like, what was it, Facebook or Amazon was hiring like 2,500 engineers. I'm like, yeah, in theory, that sounds fucking great, but look at the market. You can't keep hiring, in this shit economy. And then what is it?
Yeah.
Coinbase went from like 350 to 70.
I mean, and people keep demanding higher and higher salaries too. At some point, you just can't afford to keep giving higher and higher payout. Like you're like, okay, I can't keep paying you more and more money. Like, I can't keep hiring you over and over and over and hiring you.
That's
rehiring
called
you again.
inflation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and this is one thing I
Transitory,
wanted.
but we were,
transitory.
we were transitioning to a higher state of inflation. That's what they meant.
But of course,
Yeah, so this is actually good too because I wanted to talk about this. Like when I got my raise this year, I got basically a 12% raise, which is fucking unheard of too because usually it's only like, the usual 2 to 3% inflation a raise that you get yearly. But then, I guess my company, I would say they're pretty smart because I know they've been losing a lot of people that, jump ship just because of a better rate, higher pay, which is fine and understandable. But I was counting, like at the time, inflation was like 7%. So I was thinking, if they match 7%, it would be good. But they almost doubled it. So that's one reason I'm probably just sticking around with this company. Like they know what they're doing. And then the point is now it's like Facebook and Amazon, or at least Fang, they can pay that shit, right? Like if they offer you like 300-400K, like it's a company that can comfortably, I should say, for non-Fang company, like that kind of salary is very hard to pay or maintain or justify. But for Fang, they can do it. But then because Fang is like trying to suck up all the engineers, it's like now they're forced to compete. Like all other companies are kind of forced to compete to dish out that high salary. And I think Coinbase was one of them because they were like trying to also compete for engineers, so they were getting like pretty good salary offers, like 200 300K, even some as high as like 500. I'm like, fuck dude, that's just overpaid for no good reason. But yeah, like the overinflation of salary just to get the engineers is like real, but then the bubble has to pop at some point. Like
yep.
you really can't justify that kind of high salary unless you're Fang technically, but yeah.
And then you have to wonder, like, what contract or what work is that guy doing that's going to be worth that type of salary? Like at some point, like you're going to look at the accounting, and the accounting is not going to work out. Like, okay, this doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, we can't keep paying you more and more money. Like, that's the contract only allocated for $100 some odd an hour, and we're giving you like we're giving you more than that. Like, how the fuck is that possible? Like, some crazy ass shit like that, Let's
Yeah.
see.
Half a mil.
Most of us already
lived
lived through the recession. It's going to be brutal for Gen Z. They got degrees in gender studies. Oh boy. Oh, this is what a question he had. Question to the stream. What were you guys? What were your guys' experiences in the 2008 recession? I was not really in the job market at the time, so I don't really have like an experience really. But my family had a hard time making it through it, but we made it through it. So
yeah,
Wait, that was back in 2008, right?
yeah, 2008.
Back in the good times with Obama.
Oh yeah, I got fucked over because I was working in the restaurant business, and fucking every restaurant took a nosedive in terms of profits because everyone passed. I think it was either August 2008 or sometime in October. Yeah, like everyone just literally stopped dead in their tracks coming to restaurants because it's like a luxury cost basically. Everyone started eating at home and cooking and all that shit. And so I actually lost my job. Then that was like my whole catalyst to fucking excel in STEM. Like I was like, yeah, that was around the time I went back to school or decided to go back to school as well.
God, I'd just come out of incarceration. Memory lane. I just come out of being incarcerated, and I spent a whole year going into this apartment block with these drunks. There was a group of them, and all they did was sit around all day and drink, and the place was filthy. And I spent a whole year drinking with these guys, drinking the cheapest alcoholic beverage we can drink in Britain, which is called Frosty Jack, which is it's like a synthetic cider. It's 7.5% alcohol, but it's basically just chemicals with alcohol. It's a really disgusting concoction with a little bit of apple flavoring. And I spent a whole year practicing my writing skills because I thought I was going to make it as a writer, and singing songs with all these drunks. I used to sing Dean Martin quite a bit, Johnny Cash, and all Sammy Davis Jr., all the them singers from the 1950s and 60s. So I was a total loser back in that period. While Drulux was making his moves into STEM.
This is gonna
I
sound
wasn't even
fucked
in
up.
high
That
school.
actually sounds kind of cool, but never mind.
Really? Oh,
I don't know, getting your writing skills, having fucking sing-alongs and shit like, I don't know, Black Flag, like,
yeah, yeah.
Like a sailor.
Yeah, but you gotta remember those were blue pill times, yo. Like I don't think we were. At least I wasn't fully black pilled back then.
No,
Hell
things were
no.
different back then, though.
Yeah, like it wasn't even as bad as it is now. Like comparing 2020 and 2010, it's a decade, but yeah, it wasn't as bad back then.
It was before smartphones really took off.
Yeah,
Yeah. Dude, I remember I had a flip phone, cell phone for like 7 years, and then I finally like upgraded to a smartphone when the flip phone fucking broke, like out of necessity. I need to upgrade. I'm like, oh yeah, let me try these new phones, and I was like, holy shit. I felt like I came out of the cave because I literally use flip phone for texting and literally occasional call here and there. And now you got like fucking everything at your fingertips on your phone.
I think I talk to my phone more than I talk to real people now.
Damn.
Hey Siri, open calculator. Hey Siri, what's the weather? Hey Siri, want to go out tonight? Like all that sort of shit. It's just.
Should I tell you a funny story from back in that period?
Yep.
Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Hit us up, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, there was this apartment block, and it was one of these. In America, do you call them slum houses? You know, one of these apartment blocks where they just put flop houses. You call them flop houses in America, right?
Yeah, projects, all that sort of thing.
Yeah. Well,
Like the hood, basically.
Yeah, this was
Like
a
the hood.
place where the rent was really low, and everywhere around this area the rent was really low, and this property was owned by a slum landlord who put society's worst all into one place, and we all gathered into this guy's apartment, and we used to just sit and get drunk, and as I say, there's sing-alongs and stuff like that, and there was this crazy guy who lived above us, and he was from Scandinavia. He was from Finland. He's dead now. He was really, really crazy, and he would knock on the door of this guy's apartment, and he would say, "You English bastards," in that Scandinavian voice. He goes, "I hate the lot of you," right? Yeah, and he'd go upstairs, and this went on for quite a while, and he at one point, people got sick of his behaviour, so a few of us went up to his apartment, and we knocked on his door, and then we opened it, yeah, and the sight we saw as a group, it's seared into my frontal cortex. I've never seen anything so depraved in my life. Now, do you want to know what I saw?
You primed us up now, like shit.
All right. Now you got to remember, these people are degenerates, yeah, like filthy degenerates, like they don't wash and shit, and don't dress very well, and there was this fat girl, yeah. Oh god, it was terrible. It was so terrible. She was clinically obese, and this Scandinavian guy was doing it from behind, yeah. And there was like a homeless guy behind her, and he was jerking off. Oh, it was disgusting. Oh my god, it was awful.
You know how I could tell
I knew it
him
was something
fucked
like
up?
this.
Yeah, Jack.
I knew it was something like this.
I could tell you.
It was the most despicable, disgusting, depraved act of animalism I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, it was disgusting.
Yeah, now I'm fucked up because my mind did not even move. I heard you say that, and then I'm sitting here waiting for the punchline and shit. Like, that's it.
God, it was,
Like,
I thought he was like sitting in his own shit or
life.
something.
I mean, if I could be a bit more descriptive about how bad it was, this woman was clinically obese. She was the type of woman that would be one of these programs of people that can't leave the house. She was literally just flopped over the front of the bed. This crazy Scandinavian guy was pumping her, and this guy was jerking off behind him. He had a dirty face. He had a scraggly beard. He had these filthy jeans that were over his ankles that hadn't been washed for ages. And you can imagine just coming into this situation, just thinking, this. It kind of makes you wish that human evolution never happened, because
this just sounds like current year dating. I don't see what the big deal is.
Oh shit, man.
Dude might be jerking off like, at least I'm not an incel. Like, I don't know, shit.
Well, the funny thing is, back before 2010, there wasn't such thing as an incel, because even these types of people could get it, before smartphones.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Friday night, man. Sounds like a good Friday night to me.
Oh,
Ain't good for the homeless dude, apparently. Like, shit.
Good for the homeless dude. Have I told you the homeless story of the guy that I knew died?
What happened to him?
Do you want to hear it, Mystery? I don't know if I'm taking over.
Go ahead, buddy. Nah, dude. I don't mind the stories.
I knew this guy was a Chad. So I don't know if I've told you the story before. And this guy was a Chad. He was, movie star looks, but he was non-NT. He was a degenerate, alcoholic, various issues stemming from his childhood. Just a very, very screwed up person. He got diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. So if anyone knows what that is, that will help you understand how bad his behaviour was. He was continually going into these tantrums. He was emotionally unstable. Very, very strange, twisted creature. And he got into his head that he was a Jedi from Star Wars, and he was doing all this crazy shit, going into these homeless centres. And he met this chick in a homeless centre in the middle of England. And they got talking, and him being a Chad, they walked off together. And they were sitting in quite a prestigious park in I'll tell you where it is. It was in Oxford, which is where the university is. It's a very prestigious area. And she jumped on him, and she started trying to seal the deal. But there was people walking past, and he wasn't that far gone to accept a public display. So he said, "Look, we've got to go somewhere else." And they walked through these woods, and they found an industrial estate. They walked into this industrial estate, cut around the corner, and lo and behold, there was an alleyway. And this alleyway, there was a bin, a whole set of bins that laid up against the wall. They passed the door on the right-hand side, but they didn't pay any attention. He bent her over this bin, and they started making a noise. Now, both of them were wearing the clothes you'd expect from a homeless person. And he was getting into it, and you can imagine they were making a sound, and you can imagine what he looked like. And that door on the right-hand side opened. And two men and one woman walked out, and they stood and watched what was going on.
All right, hold on. I gotta stop. Is Britain just full of cucks? Like, literally, this is sick. I can't imagine coming across two cucks in a row. Like, what the fuck?
And you can imagine what they must have thought when they were looking at what they were looking at. Two clearly homeless people engaging in this activity around the back of their workplace. And this woman, who was probably a very low IQ nerderwell, she turned around and she said, "Leave him alone. He's only getting his end away," and just turned back forwards to allow him to carry on. Now, does that sound degenerate to you?
Hell yes. Damn.
Sophia, would you like to come to Britain?
Yeah, apparently, goddamn, if even homeless people can get it in, like shit, all these incels in here.
Yeah, that's just nasty, bro.
Well, it kind of gives hope, hope to homeless cells, doesn't it? All you've got to do is land up in a homeless centre in Britain, and your chances rise exponentially.
It seems like that kind of failing upward shit that Ronan did.
Can't spell cock without UK.
Okay, well done. Well done.
Yeah, +1 on that, dude. Well done, buddy boy. Well done.
Yeah, they called it Cuck Island, didn't they? Cuck Island.
Let's read this article real quick. Give us some time here. Actually, let me give me a sec. Let me pull it up. It's a sperm count article. Here we go. Then we're gonna do this pineapple video as well. There's 2 scenes from we gotta watch. Let's see. Sperm count down. Urine samples show alarming levels of chemicals. Of course they do. Scientists searching for the cause of the falling sperm counts are getting a clear picture of the role played by chemical pollutants, and it's not a pretty one. Study of urine samples from nearly 100 male volunteers has uncovered alarming levels of endocrine disruptors known to reduce human fertility. Cocktails of chemicals such as bisphonols and dioxins are believed to interfere with hormones and affect sperm quality. Were present at levels up to 100 times those considered safe. Wow. Median exposure to these chemicals was 17 times the levels deemed acceptable. Our mixture risk assessment of chemicals which affect male reproductive health reveals alarming exceedances of acceptable combined exposure, wrote the authors of the study published on Thursday in the Journal of Environmental International. The study measured 9 chemicals, including bisphenol, phthalates, and what? Prem?
It's called whoa, there's some echo going on.
Yeah, Prem join.
Yeah, I was gonna say just call it BPA. That's the short.
Oh yeah, BPA. I remember that fucking. They took it stuff out of bottles, right? It used to be bottles that had BPA in it and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, bottles and plastics, all that shit.
Yeah. Give me a sec. Let me reset the stream. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. 2, 3, 4. Add Prem in here. What's going on, Prem?
It's called biphysimal or biphysimal.
Biphysimal phthalates and paracetamol, what it's called, and urine samples from 98 Danish men, 18 to 30. Additionally, is used to use existing data, mostly from the European Food Standards Agency (EFSA), to estimate their likely exposure to 20 other chemicals. The team then compared the results from acceptable levels of exposure derived from scientific literature. This resulted in a measure of potential impact of each chemical, which the scientists combined to produce an overall risk measure of hazard index for the cocktail of compounds. The study authors, led by Professor Andreas Kortenkamp of Brunel University London, Brunel University London, said that they were astonished by the magnitude of the hazard index in the volunteers studied. They were also surprised to find that BPA was the dominant risk factor, given the recent research had focused on phthalates, which are also used in plastics. Yeah, of course it's plastic. It's always been plastic.
Yeah.
No one gives a fuck about when shit affects men though, so they're never gonna fix this shit. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
BPA followed by dioxins, paracetamol, and phthalates. Removing BPA from the mix did not bring down the combined exposure to acceptable levels, and paracetamol was described as a driver of mixture risk among subjects using the drug. The researchers acknowledged some limitations in their study. For example, they used data from 2009 and 2010. Exposure to BPA may have decreased since, while exposures to other chemicals have increased. Another uncertainty is whether women of reproductive age have the same levels of chemical exposure as men in the study. The research stressed their research may actually underestimate the risk posed by exposure to chemicals cocktails, given the multitude of chemicals humans are exposed to, which were not all measured in the study. Sperm count collapse. Sperm quantity and quality have dramatically declined across Western countries in recent decades. There are research suggesting sperm counts may have been more than halved in the space of 40 years. Oh my god.
Children and men.
Oh my god. Meanwhile, other reproductive health disorders have been on the rise, such as descending testes or non-descending testes and testicular cancer. Scientists around the world have considered a range of other possible causes behind falling sperm counts, including lifestyle factors, tobacco consumption, and air pollution. But recent studies have increasingly zeroed in on the role played by chemicals. Our analysis has the character of prediction, which could be verified in suitably designed epidemiological studies of semen quality. Kortenkamp and his colleagues wrote, pending further studies in populations, the research called for urgent regulatory action such as the ban on BPA from food contact materials and precautionary measures. Too fucking late, dog. You have a whole generation of kids who've been fucking exposed to this shit, dude. They're cucked.
Generations.
We have more than one generation, whole generations of kids. Generation, like at least 2 or 3 generations of people have been exposed to fucking chemicals and shit. So they added the animals studies looking at the impact of different doses of paracetamol on semen quality were missing altogether and are urgently needed. Oh man. Well, children
So
of fucking men, dude.
So on a scale of 1 to over, how fucked up is it?
Pretty fucked, dude. Very fucked.
It never began.
Never fucking began for some people, dude.
Yeah, I was reading on this shit, and it says by even 2060, there might just be.
Thank you.
Like literally, men can't reproduce anymore.
I did the same thing, Alex. I remember. I thought it was by 2050 because I remember that it was a chick. She did the study. Some Asian chick.
Yeah.
She said 95% of men won't be able to produce like viable sperm. I think it was I remember screenshotting it or like seeing it in one of Insolmatic's like streams, like comment section, and I was so shocked. I was like, God damn. I think it was
to me, this shit's nothing new. Like if you did your homework, like you would probably never eat out of plastic shit. I 100% avoid it. It's not just plastic too. Like like your dish soap probably adds, like you really need to rinse your dish as well. Like I'm talking, no, don't just rinse it off. It's like you want to soak it in hot water kind of thing. Like literally get that chemical off the plate or on your utensils. I never drink out of water bottles. It's always like my reusable stainless steel. Try to drink filtered water, and what else is there? Even your shampoo and body wash, like all that shit's you absorb chemicals through your skin too. So
so like everything.
Yeah, paraffin.
At this point, everything.
No, I'm literally serious. Like in this day and age, there's no stopping it. It's like literally
it's
how
literally
much
in everything.
Yeah, it's literally how much can you avoid it, like actively and consciously.
Right, even if you sorry.
Yeah, even my clothes, I wash it with a special detergent that don't contain parabens and that kind of shit, dude.
Now, one thing to keep in the context here is that we all know about the world birth rates and shit, right? About nobody's having children.
Except for Africa, baby. But go on.
But the thing is, that's with working sperm. So we can't imagine how bad shit's going to be when even the sperm doesn't work.
Oh, shit.
Like, is this bad because people don't want to fuck? How bad is it going to be when people can't reproduce?
I think this shit's overlooked, like the decline in sperm viability.
I think they just don't care, to be honest. Like we said earlier, because it's a male problem. So who gives a shit, man?
Yeah.
But they're gonna be full. I mean, they're gonna have to care because they're gonna be forced to care. Because once you start, you can't have kids. It's like our species is gonna. I thought society was gonna collapse, but if the sperm thing is true, our species is gonna collapse. So then there's no point to it, really. So it's fucked anyway.
It's like I said before. It doesn't have to get to the point of actual collapse. All it has to do is get to the point where people think and know it's gonna collapse. Like just the thought that all right, it's over. That's enough to end shit right there. Right? Once people stop believing there's a future.
But that's like in 20, 30 years based on the study, and like people don't give a shit. Like, so I'm already like kind of worried because I think it was 90 or 95% of people men can't reproduce. That's fucking wild.
So, but like think of like, would you really pay Social Security if you don't think there's gonna be like any country at that point anyway? Like, why would you save? Why would you give a shit? Like, there's all sorts of things that are based on everybody thinking there's a tomorrow.
We've got to start building our own inkwell island, so we can get the the white cells to bring over some ethnic voids, and then, so we can
Oh
repopulate.
my word, Jack.
There's already incel
Oh my
islands
word.
called Japan. God damn it.
All right, and we can
Yeah,
bring them
facts.
over, and then we can create a whole generation in this place, and then because we've got all this pool of knowledge about all these different problems that are going to be occurring in the next few generations, we can ride it out, and then the rest of mankind, which will be our enemies, they will just completely deplete, and then we can take over a beaten, dastardly, and barren Earth. What do you reckon?
Incels don't have to move anywhere because just by the nature of time and generations, they're going to be the only men that are left.
Brilliant.
Don't they die out first? Why do I feel like incels die out first? I mean, because you can't reproduce. Like, you're gonna die alone. And these other guys, like, pass on their genes.
Yeah,
we
but
could,
That's what I'm
the
thinking.
proportion's lower and lower. Like, you're going to get to the point where the incels are going to be a majority.
we could do
Oh,
Chadfish.
yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I didn't. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, how does it feel to be the 99%?
Damn, it sucks.
Yeah, man.
Man.
My next major purchase I'm planning on is that, Hyperline Fast body armor.
Iron Man.
Yeah, the
So,
level 4 flexible stuff.
Yeah, level 4 flex, and I'm preparing for the long game, son.
Holy shit.
Last man
Could
standing.
buy armor.
What about taking over Madagascar, and we can all settle there into that island, and then we could do Chad fishing online to bring over the voids. So we can all pretend we're like this race of Giga Chads that have settled in Madagascar, and then when they come over, they're met with us lot, and the possibilities of going back are probably not very good, and that could be our first generation.
No,
And
they
then
would.
we could pull their knowledge.
They would nuke you.
No plastic.
Island full of incels. They would use nuclear war.
The Iron Cell.
Oh my word.
No, saying Jack, because do you know what, Jack? I think you're right. If you had a whole island of inkwells and they were across the whole of the island, the international community, the big alphabet agencies that control the system, they would look over and they would look at the human material there and think, there's no way we couldn't justify testing out our biological weapons on these people. So there would be that opportunity. That would be the problem we'd have to face. But we could actually pretend to the outside world that we're like a Buddhist order or something.
No, I think we should split out, man. They can't get us all if we all split out, man. So that's a good thing. I'm thinking split out. If we're two in a group, we're too easy to bomb.
Yeah.
No.
Y'all
don't
are thinking
wanna
too
get
hard.
bombed.
You don't have to split up. You're already everybody.
Oh my God, already everybody. Yeah, why are we echoing again? Is it just me?
Somebody probably tried to join.
Milf Pyramid again for the 50th time. All right, let's do a little bit of time here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not Pyramid, no. Sorry. Not doing that. Can't do it. Can't do it, dude.
Oh, that's so fucked up.
Can't do it, dude.
Oh man.
This is Goran? Hi, Goran wants to join. Is that really Goran? Can't really tell. Hey, you, Goran?
Yeah, it is him.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
up, buddy?
Oh, nothing. I got an
It is going.
exam.
Is that going again?
well, I have to study
Not
for
for
an
me.
exam, but I don't want to study anymore. I can't take it.
I say I blame you, dude. I got to study for my shit too for the fall. So
Yeah, you're in university too, or college?
no, I'm studying for my CPA,
What's that?
Certified Public Accountant. Yeah, it's like the big cert for accountants.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't miss
Take
those
it.
days of studying for exam. Like, fuck that shit.
I'm so glad I'm done with my college work and
I
officially done with
agree.
that shit. So
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm especially because like I have a very big exam ahead of me, my second governmental exam. It's going to be hell. It's like literally, they can ask you anything from the past 4 years. It's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, but I was listening to talking about like microplastics and stuff. Um, Here's the thing: if it's a cancer regime, so if it can cause cancer, then it's called a stoichiometric poison, which means that there is no minimal concentration. It's literally just like the more you take, the higher the chance that you can get cancer. But with I don't even know how to pronounce it in English, non-stoichiometrical poisons, there's also always a minimal concentration above which they will unleash their effect. If you take concentrations that are lower, then you're safe.
The real question is,
So-
dude, does tactical soap contain these plastics? We all know that
Plastics?
tactical
The
soap.
fucked up thing is, it probably does.
No, I'm sure it does. Like,
Oh my god.
you gotta buy the specialty soaps, like, paraben free and that kind of stuff. They
All that
cost
hippie,
extra, but
Might as well.
you
all
might as
that
well. Yep.
hippie shit you get from fucking Whole Foods. I don't know.
So, anyway, why was I saying this? Well, because I don't know about America, but in Germany, it's actually very strictly regulated. Like products are monitored, and it's they're more stricter to all of this stuff, which is why I'm actually confident that the German products will not harm you. It's what actually harms people is they themselves, their lifestyle. Like a lot of people, like instead of looking after, enjoying a normal diet, and instead of eating a lot of calories and a lot of sugar, yeah, instead of eating a lot of sugar, they will eat a lot of sugar, and this will cause them to develop diabetes type 2, which is basically resistance to insulin. And so they will come to you and get their metformin, but and and continue their health destroying lifestyle instead of just cutting short on sugar. It's really stupid. People don't want to self improve. People don't want to do anything.
I'm gonna
Yeah, that's
add.
true.
I'm gonna add to this, Goran, because the what do you call it? The endocrine disruptors. They basically, for men, act like the female hormone, and it turns estrogenic. The other thing is it's non-fat soluble, so it does end up in your adipose tissue, basically in your fat cells,
So
and
it
it
accumulates.
stays there. Yeah, it stays there and accumulates. And the only way to get rid of it is like
Lactating.
basically
Not only,
Jesus Christ.
Not only. You can
No.
also
With lactating.
So no, he's right. But then the other way to get rid of it is like literally,
Dropping the weight.
lose weight, like break down your
Okay.
fat cells, have it, like break down naturally, and your body can get to the actual chemical and then get it out of your body that way. But then it gets accumulated into your, adipose
but then it
tissue.
unleashes its effect. It's
It
like
could.
it will. Like if you break down your fat tissue, then you will release it.
Right, but it's
But
better
you have to, yes.
it's better to get that shit out of your body in the first place anyway. So,
Yeah.
getting lean and getting healthy is key.
Yeah.
And then the other
And
one,
you can just stay lean. You
No,
don't have
cool.
to. You don't have to get fat again, and then you don't release
yeah,
it again.
and then
That's what I'm
the other
assuming.
thing
Yeah.
about high blood sugar is that cancerous tissue feeds on the glucose in your blood. So like if you do actually develop cancer, and having diabetes and high blood sugar, it's like your body is already set up to help the cancer cells grow. So the best thing staying healthy is just,
It depends. It depends on which
yeah, it
type of
depends on
diabetes.
the.
If we're talking diabetes type 2, then yes, but
Oh yeah, it's always
there
two,
are like
man.
yeah, there are 3 types of diabetes, but with the first type, it won't help because the cancer won't be able to bind the insulin just as any other cell would.
No, we're always talking about type 2, man, because that's usually the
Yeah, that's
preventable
what
one.
yeah, that's what all these
Wait, so
all
are you
these
hold on?
what okay.
What's the third one then? Because to me, it's always the
It's
advanced Alzheimer's.
what? Also, wait, so the type 3 diabetes is during pregnancy. It's the one that pregnant women get tested on.
Oh, okay, yeah, but that's just more of a temporary thing.
Yeah, it's temporary. I don't know if
No,
it
because
can.
I think the new type 3 is basically advanced stage Alzheimer. Like the decades of high blood sugar actually destroys your brain cells.
So, Alzheimer is a neurodegenerative disease, which is basically because there are like these, I don't know, SNC, I don't know. Like there are some proteins that help you to help your neurotransmitter. They basically help you in the signaling. They basically bind towards the we call it vesicle, to the vesicle, and then they get it out of the synapse into the synaptic cleft. And no, I mixed it up. I'm sorry. Or did I?
Because
Fuck.
I
No,
think
I think
there's
I have to.
a high.
I can look it up real quick.
Yeah,
I
but
think it was this, but I
what
don't
I
know
was gonna
if
say is
sugar
like
can.
because if I think there's a new study that the people that end up with Alzheimer's have like a high correlation to being diabetic as well.
Okay. Yeah, but
So I'm saying it now, like type 3 diabetes is basically Alzheimer's.
yeah, I didn't knew that. But then again, I'm not quite sure what the cause of Alzheimer is right now. To like look it up, I think wasn't it like I might be mixing up something.
All I've learned from this stream is basically everything's killing everyone, and
Nah,
anything's
you don't
killing
have
me.
to be. It's not that everything's killing. Like here's the thing.
The
We're
plastics, the
healing.
sugar.
No, we're healing. Basically, we're healing genetic failures, and we're also what is it called? Providing or giving people the
The knowledge.
possibilities to live a bad lifestyle, and sometimes we
Oh.
even like pushing for it.
Yeah, to me, one thing
And
I've never understood is like if you could jump full time, or like just be in shape, why wouldn't you? Like, why wouldn't you want to be like at your best, or like just lean at least, man? You don't have to have abs or like be like super bold. I mean, like if you could, why not just be like lean? Because like more energy, like higher levels of testosterone, like more self confidence. To me, it just doesn't make sense. Like,
it
I
does
just
make
wanted
sense
to add that.
because
Why would you just want to be fat? It's not the buzz, man. It's not nice. Like, nah.
yeah, but they enjoy
Just wanted to
eating.
add that. I mean, I
Yeah.
would prefer to be like in shape. That's
What's
just my
that
opinion. I just don't understand from that.
what's that
It's just something I want to
YouTuber?
say.
I think he's like a
Nick
like
Avocado. Is it that
yeah,
Nick
that's the one.
Avocado? Yeah, I
You
knew you
you
were talking about
you knew
Trolix.
it, dude.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it, Trolix.
No, I don't know how much that guy makes, from the mukbang shit, but he must be making like, pretty dang good money from YouTube ad
Yeah,
revenue.
he makes a lot of money, Trolix. Yeah,
You
and it was
would you
all part
say
of
in
his
the
plan.
millions?
Yeah, I think so because he has like 3 channels that are super big. Like I
Yeah.
watch some of his cringe videos because he's just weird as hell, man. Just to
No,
like
but
see,
I can't watch that
he's
shit, dude. It's
weird.
just too fucking crazy for me.
yeah, but the
It's
thing is
weird
it's like
mystery. It's weird.
yeah, it's like the thing is okay, you found a niche that, gets you millions, but then at the cost of what, right? So it's like you're probably just gonna die before you're 40. but then you'd be a fucking fat cell throughout, and you probably don't even enjoy life at that point, because you can't really enjoy life without good health, really.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, facts. He just does it for the money, and like he's just super weird, man. Like he used to be like a vegan, super thin, and then he just decided to like make these channels, make a lot of money, and ruin his health, ruin his relationship with his partner.
Nah,
He doesn't give a fuck.
He
you
turned
know
his back on the faith. It's terrible.
he's the
By which I mean veganism.
homo snuggler. So
Yeah,
that already alone tells you he's already messed up in the head.
I've just checked his YouTube channel. My gosh.
Yeah, you
Check
should
doing his
you should see the before and after videos. It's like this guy
Oh
used
my
to look.
god, dude, he's
crazy.
thin as fuck.
Yeah, he used to look normal.
Yeah.
Now he's just like a fucking.
Just a fucking land whale, literal fucking land whale, dude.
It's like
Fucking
literally.
It's like an
What fucking
inverse
whole-
mystery.
dude's got a fucking orbit, my dude. Okay, like he's got fucking planets and shit around his ass, dog.
I'm actually going to make
Fucking
a
ham
statement,
planet.
He
statement
has
here.
his own gravitational pull.
Yeah, he's fucking
Yeah.
pulling in people and shit like that, dude. People floating around his ass. Unbelievable how fat he is.
That guy is actually more messed up in the head than somebody who's had a transition and gone from one gender to the other without fault. I mean, some people have to do it maybe, but some people just do it through social media.
Neck and neck, maybe. but
That's
goddamn.
debatable. That's debatable.
Right.
In my
This
opinion, that's
guy, to
debatable.
me, is actually more mentally deranged than somebody who's done that. This guy has actually reached a crescendo of human whatever you want to call it. I can't even give it a name. What that guy done to himself.
Jack,
really like
Jack,
the-
I
funny-
might argue this one. Like he might not be able to see his penis, but he at least knows it belongs.
No, he can't. He can't, Jack. We know he can't. That dude is fat as fuck. And Jack, I wanted to say that this guy planned it. He planned on doing this so he could make a lot of money. Like he's fully aware of what he's doing. It's all like for like show, but to ruin your health.
Didn't Cartman
for
do
some
this shit
money.
in South Park? Or am I tripping? Like,
Oh, he did. Yeah. He
yeah, the
did.
Beefcake 9000 shit. What was that?
Oh yeah. The
Yo,
dude said he
and
was like
then
super buff. He was just super
The
fat. Then.
thing is, right? Like you at that weight, like you can't even get a a boner. It's like because having a boner is all tied to your cardiovascular health. It's like his arteries must be full of junk.
At that point, you just fucking your own stomach anyway.
You fucking lube up a roll, dog, and go for it. That's all you do. You lube up, find a fat roll, lube it up, and go for it. That's all you do. It's fucking disgusting, dog.
Yeah, I mean,
Unbelievable.
I guess that's a cure to incel. I don't know.
Nah, I don't know if it's a cure, dude. It sounds like a fucking curse to me, but
Well, I mean, like ED is probably like one of the worst things for a dude, but then that's kind of like self-induced.
it's self-induced.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck, man.
Nick Avocado. Oh god, Nicado Avocado. Oh my god.
He's probably
I
got so
remember,
many chemicals going through him that he could make himself pregnant.
What?
Yeah.
He's just
Come
fucking
again?
fat, dog. Unbelievably fat. Like, I don't even think like how many calories must he be ingesting every fucking time he eats one of those meals, dude? It can't
All
be
of
like
them,
like
goddammit.
5,000.
It's like all of them.
No,
Oh
no,
my
it's
God.
it's probably easily eight to 10,000.
Oh my sweet baby
More.
Jesus Christ!
More.
How do you even
Don't accept
contain
it
yourself with
anymore.
that shit? You gotta be throwing up. I don't know. I'd be throwing up after that. Like I don't know, dude. But the stomach has to be the size of a cow stomach, so who knows? It's so stretched out and so fucked up at this point. You just can't fucking get it back to normal anymore.
Yeah. What?
Find
Oh,
a
no.
crease and inject the seeds. You basically what you got to do. Yeah, you fucking a fat chick, dude. You just fucking find a roll and go for it.
Yeah, not only that, like the shit that he eats is all, mostly processed carbs, and like his cravings and all that kind of shit's completely out of whack,
And honestly, like, what does it say about our culture that someone like this is able to get popular and like make money like this? Like, what's it say about our culture? Like, doesn't say anything very good about it. But like that, like this is just like degeneracy run rampant, dude.
You can imagine if some
That's true.
Chechen, in Russia, he's just
What,
finished
Russia?
the Chechens in Russia,
Yeah.
and he's just finished like a 2-hour wrestling session with all his boys in the gym, and he comes home and he just looks on the Western social media at his potential enemies, and he clicks onto this guy and watches him for 10 minutes and goes back to his fellow Chechens and tells them there's nothing to worry about. You know,
like, tell me, how are the Americans doing? You watch this video, like, oh, they're doing very bad. Well, they're watching shit like mukbang
videos. You're going to be fighting World War III with, you know.
Yo,
Yeah, like who the fuck are we gonna send to the front lines, dog? It's gonna be your best and brightest and your fucking skinniest people. Not gonna be your fucking fat land whale. You might use it as a cannonball or some shit like that. But you're never gonna fucking use it as a soldier.
Yeah,
probably
use
drop his ass. Probably drop his ass off a plane and probably destroy a building. Probably
use drones. That's all you can do at that point.
Yeah, you just sit on your ass and use drones. Use drone warfare.
The thing is, he's so beast that if he might actually be protected in some ways from projectiles. I'm being serious. You know, there's been cases with monsters.
Yeah, there's already a character that did that. That was Mr. Hart off of Fist of the North Star. He was so
how
fat.
the fuck is his heart still fucking running?
Yeah, so in comparison, right? Like, probably it was a long time ago, but I think the guy was Mr. Kobayashi. He was the Coney Island, hot dog champion, running champion for like 4 years in a row or something. So he's able to eat like 50 hot dogs and bun like in less than 30 minutes or something.
Pause, but go forward.
But yeah, it's like training for that kind of shit. He eats a lot, but then he's basically working out twice a day. And I'm talking
at that point.
Yeah, and he's like not necessarily a bodybuilder type, but he's lifting the heavy weights, burning the calories, and he actually looks lean and cut too. So it's actually kind of a mystery in a sense because this guy just chugs down, like 50 hot dogs, and he's just this lean looking motherfucker. But
it's the same with Matt Stoney. You guys know Matt Stoney. He's like a competitive eater. Like,
yeah,
he eats a lot. He does challenges, but he stays lean.
Yeah, but the Nick Avocado is just like he probably eats there and then just goes to sleep,
It's the I just goes to sleep.
His
heart
eats and then he eats
his
again.
heart is an old Honda engine. Might be. Eating is a good coat, boyos. I mean, is it a good coat? I think I said that before, but it's definitely not it's not a very productive coat, depending on how bad you do it. Kind of like smoking weed, dog. If you're fucking smoking weed every fucking day, you're like fucking awake and baked, dog. You got a problem. But if you're just like smoking it like on the weekend or something like that, you're doing okay. Like,
I mean, at least smoking weed, you might get a chick that like wants to fuck with you because you have weed around. Like you ain't gonna get shit just like having food.
Yeah.
I don't know, dog. In the future, dude, with the inflation getting so bad, you might actually be popular to have food.
See, weed's a funny thing because when some people can smoke it and they can have a good time and it opens up their mind and they get deeper thoughts and all that, and it puts things in perspective for them. But are any guys on this chat? Does anyone here get any mental health effects from smoking it?
Dude, I smoked this shit like 4 times deep. I did not get any fucking happier.
Right.
Which probably surprises nobody here.
I go insane with it.
Paranoia.
I get paranoia.
I get paranoia too, but it's not. I get it like on the opposite, then it goes away at some point because I kind of realize what's going on. So
right. I get really, really bad. The last time I smoked it was in Amsterdam. I think that was in 2008, funny enough, or 2009. And I smoked it on the first day, and I was just chilled and going from coffee shop to coffee shop, having a good time. By the third day, I was convinced that I was being chased by the Dutch intelligence service. I actually believed this, and I was very scared. And I was going through shopping malls and different bars and anywhere I could find. I was just trying to get away from these people. And I don't know how I got home. I actually managed to get my friend to buy a ticket because I was too frightened to go into the tickets office because I thought they were working for the enemy. And I just spent the whole trip back to England convinced that I was being chased, and every person that I saw was working for these intelligence service agencies and shit.
Okay,
So-
hold
And
on.
why did you think that?
Was that weed or weed flavored PCP? Like, you sure that was?
No, it's just the strength of the weed in Amsterdam. I knew before I started smoking it that I could have problems, but I didn't realise how, because
Like
I've got
what?
latent schizophrenia. I've
There
actually
must
got
be a trigger, like to trigger this paranoia. It's not like you just thought like, oh, now the intelligence is going to like spy on me. You have to the thought had to be already be present, or you had to be.
Hold on,
You had
Goran.
to.
There's
Yes.
something you're not considering. There's also the possibility that it did open his mind, and they actually are after him. I'm not saying it's probable. I'm just
That's
saying.
why I'm. Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, why did he? How did he came to the conclusion?
Well, actually, what happened was I was in the famous coffee shop. You know the one the Dam Kring or something, really famous one in Amsterdam. It was frequented by George Clooney for the film Ocean's 11. It's a really famous coffee shop, and and at that time I was just sitting around with me and my friend and these Dutch guys, just coming out with loads of shit. You know, I was just emptying my mind, talking about different books I've read, historical theories, observations about the world. I sounded like a bit of a leftist because I was stoned and I was coming out with a lot of leftist stuff because I thought it sounded good at the table. And that first day, I could feel myself going mad, going insane. I could feel myself that I was moving into this paranoid mindset. But the second day, I got drunk and it kind of leveled off a bit. And I didn't really have many thoughts the second day because I was just wasted and there wasn't really much going on in my head. I had this calm interlude. And then on the third day, because I'm a very excessive person, if I do something, I do it to negation. The third day, I started to have these really strange beliefs that there was this intelligence agency. It was after me. It was actually after me, and every person that I walked past was either a person who didn't know what was going on or a person who was actively working for them. And the funny thing is, when you're at this level of paranoia, every little nuance that you see in a person's behaviour becomes indication that they're actually working for the enemy. And when you're at that state of mind, I can't put into words how scared you are. It was absolutely terrifying. I know it sounds like to you. Why? Yeah, it's that film Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas when a guy, there's a part where Johnny Depp's sitting in his car, and this person comes over to him and he says, "There's no way to describe the terror I felt. You can't see what happened, but it was all happening internally in his mind."
Mhm.
And to tell you how scared I was, I couldn't even go into the ticket office to buy the ticket back to England. I was that terrified. And I went, my friend got the ticket for me. And then I was convinced when I got onto the coach, the people who were working for the coach, driving the coach were intelligence operatives. When I was in the back of the car, I was just putting my head in my hands, just thinking any moment now it's going to happen, you know. And when the next day when I woke up after having a sleep, I got back to London and I was at that point much better. And I was just laughing about it in the cafe in the mornings, just talking about what was going on. And he was like, "You're crazy, you're crazy," and all that kind of stuff, you know.
Holy. And so this
I
went
don't
on
smoke weed.
for 2 days.
Yeah, I had 2 days of intense schizophrenic paranoia. Yeah, Goran, so why did it happen? What was the reason for that? Is it because I've actually got this latent mental illness or something?
No, I don't know. Like, the only thing I know about THC or delta minus THC is that it's psychotropic. I don't know if it can like cause paranoia, but I can look it up.
It does, but I think it's only for certain people because I used to smoke and I never used to get like paranoid. I just be super happy. The only time I ever like got like a really nice high is when I smoked the first time. After that, like I would get high, but I would never like. I would never see things. I would just like the colors would be brighter, sounds would like sound differently, and like when someone touched me, it just felt super weird. But I never like get paranoid like that. I wish I actually did because now I don't smoke anymore. But
No, you
no,
want
I
to
mean because that's an
experience it
experience.
too.
There's some bullshit. I ain't
Yeah.
feel shit no time. I maybe like giggled once. Like
Is
maybe
anyone
I'm
here?
too.
Sorry.
Now
Sorry,
go
Jack.
ahead. Maybe
Jack,
I'm
don't
too
interrupt me,
cynical
mate.
for weed. I don't know. Go
Jack,
ahead, Jack.
I'm sorry for
That's
interrupting.
too cynical for weed.
Is anyone here been for an ecstasy stage in their life?
Do a what? Sorry.
Exorcist.
Ecstasy, taking ecstasy.
Oh no, I haven't.
Oh, yeah, I
No,
did
but
it
I
once. I
know
did it
someone
once.
who did.
I keep on hearing
Yeah,
gay
Jack,
stuff
I did it
happen,
once.
so I never want to.
And Jack, the
Right.
thing is, people like super friendly, super loving, and like super empathetic. They're like, "I love you, man. You're my best friend. I care about you." And it's just like it's super weird. Everybody's like
Yeah.
super happy.
It
Yeah,
actually stopped violence in Britain during the 1990s. There was a massive conflict between the different football hooligan firms in the major cities, and if they come into contact with each other in public spaces, they would just fight. And there was quite a lot of violence in Britain during the 1980s on this basis of football club support rivalry. And they started taking ecstasy in the early 90s and attended raves, and they all started to get along. So it actually created like a dramatic social shift amongst the urban working classes for a certain period of time.
Yeah, it's super like when you
So
take it now, you're super happy. You're like you talk to someone, you're like, "How are you doing? Are you good?" You just open up to them. You feel this need to like just connect with people and to love them. Like my one friend was like he never talks a lot. He was like, "Dude, I love you. You're my best friend." Like it was just going wild, man. But I took a very like a light one. He gave me because he didn't want me to go to like trip too hard. But and you're like you're full of energy. Like you can do anything. You feel invincible. It's a good thing. I mean, I would recommend you try it once. It's a nice experience, man.
I think I'm too black pill because like at this point, happiness like literally disgusts me. It's like, you just social ass away from me, goddamn. Like, fuck.
I want to be edgy.
See, with ecstasy,
The thing is,
when you become Sonic the Hedgehog. No, Shadow the Hedgehog. You're so
I don't
black.
even think I was
that
Red Bull then. I don't even think I was Red Bull when I took it. Maybe I was beginning to be. But like, if I took it now, I think I'd feel like super chill as well.
I've
But
never
I'm
taken
far
it.
more.
Never.
What you say,
Yo,
Jack?
are we still talking about weed?
Yeah, I
Oh, no,
was
we're talking about E now.
asking. Do you want to know the central, the effects that it has on the
Yeah.
central nervous system?
Hold on, before you go on, I gotta tell my story. But I discovered the what do you call it? The Delta 8 Indigo brand gummies, and it has like 750 milligrams. It's like you take one of those, it just knocks the shit out of you. So I take one on one of those extra tough days, and you just want to go to sleep.
And what
It-
happened? Did you
It
just like
just
pass out?
yeah, like it takes about half an hour to kick in, but
Yeah.
it just relaxes you. Everything becomes so chill, and then yeah, man, I fall asleep and sleep like a baby.
Yeah, it's called fentanyl.
No, dude.
No, that's
This is straight up. Let me see. What's it called? Delta 8 gummy indica, 750 milligram.
you can buy this
THC.
shit in the US.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, I much prefer
legal.
indica over sativa though. I can't do sativa. I do indica.
Yeah, and it really helps you relax. So
I think I just prefer the a body high than I do the mental high. Mental highs just get me fucked up real bad, but body highs aren't too bad. Where your body feels really like heavy and stuff like that, and it feels really good. And,
The thing is, you guys, it's sativa and indica, no? Like indica's indoor and out, and sativa's outdoor. You guys have ever heard of it being referred to like that, indoor outdoor? Like when they refer to weed.
Talking about Indo and Indo. I never knew what the fuck that meant. Everybody kept on saying that shit. I'm like,
Oh, you never knew, Jack? It's
No, I never
indica
fucking knew.
is indoor.
I remember I heard that shit on
Sativa's
Friday.
outdoor.
Like, man, this shit is Indo. Look like outdoor. Like, I was like, all right, I'll just learn that when I grow up, and I never did.
I only used to smoke outdoor, And now
Pretty-
I like indoor ones, outdoor most of the time. But the body eye is better than the mental eye. 100% agree with that.
Yeah, it's pretty pricey though. It's like $35 or $36 for like 30 count. So I only use it like maybe once or twice, if that, in a week, if I have to. It's definitely better than melatonin.
I want to try that just to see if it will work on me, because I've heard good things about melatonin, just to see like if I can sleep at any time I want to, because sometimes I have trouble sleeping, so that would be like a great thing to take
Jump
just to
will
see
have
if it
you meet
works.
the elves.
Nah, you think
Yo,
DMT
go,
with that, the machine elves.
yo, Gordon, before you talk about weed again, I just want to say one thing. Have you guys ever eaten it, and how's your experience been with eating it? Because when I ate it, I was dying. I was like tripping out for hours. It was crazy.
Yeah, my life is disgustingly sober. So
Good.
what the fuck you mean? Dude, I'm probably gonna take like
Hey,
half a
CM
pound of
Punk.
mushrooms and hope I just glide out of reality and never come back. Like fuck this shit.
I gotta be careful.
I'll meet the elves, probably fuck a female machine elf with the DMT shit Joe Rogan talks about, and I'll be chill for the next 1,000 years. Like fuck this physical
just-
bullshit.
He just talks about
Oh.
DMT, monkeys, and like meat. That's all he
Hold on,
talks about.
hold
And, like eating.
Like, fun fact.
Wait,
Perfect.
hold on.
Okay.
Because you brought up a good topic here. Have you guys watched the, I think it was like 1 or 2 videos back for the Venta Black Pill, where he talks about women are becoming obsolete?
I think I
In
watched
terms
that
of
video
what?
actually. Yeah, Van to Blackpill. Yeah, he has pretty good content in my opinion.
Put up a link in the chat or something.
We can watch it together, I guess.
Yeah, but he talks about or he critiques the latest Wheat Waffles video about the dating market decline, which he does a good job. But then I have to agree here, man. So I don't know. I mean, I did the doll maxing video, but then he went it further and equated to the VTube or VTuber, and then how actual e-thoughts are getting cucked by algorithms and
What?
yeah, no, it's
Really?
legit. Like
What the
Replica.
fuck?
You never
like
heard of Replica? Talking to Grant.
Wait, I knew about VTubers, but
yeah,
I was
so
almost like, who the fuck is watching this shit?
right, so VTube even is like surpassing actual Stacy e-thoughts on Twitch, and
Holy.
Thank
so
God.
Are you talking
his-
about the? Wait, sorry to interrupt. Can I just ask one question? Are you talking about those like anime YouTubers,
yeah.
like those
Yeah,
virtual
we're
girls?
talking about
Yeah.
the incels with the motion tracking. That's exactly what we're talking about.
My friend showed me a video of this, and I was like, "This is too weird." And he actually showed me like a top 10 video by Watch
Right.
Mojo of like the most popular ones. It's
But
weird.
the point is, it's like women, or I mean, men are designing better women than actual physical women. So
Yeah, that's
So
Watch the
in
video
the-
real quick with.
yeah,
the
in the
video.
future,
Yeah.
women will be obsolete.
Yeah, the 2D revolution will not be televised. Yeah.
Women.
Do you wanna date my avatar? She's a star, and she's hotter than reality by far.
Oh, mystery.
What's that?
So I think I know for a fact, like when he uses some of the classical musics, they're probably copyrighted. So I would
yeah.
suggest muting it during that time.
Oh God. How did he get around that?
No, it's so you can upload shit and still get a copyright claim, but it doesn't necessarily hurt your channel or anything.
Oh yeah. That happened to me. Plenty of times. I
right,
don't really care.
but during live stream, like it might
Take it
literally
down.
take it down. Yeah.
Yeah, you be careful with this.
Take down the live stream. Take down like the literal live stream.
Yeah,
Fuck, man.
normally it doesn't though. Normally it typically just because I've done it before with my with this the music I play sometimes, and then it's copyrighted, and sometimes it just says copyright claim, and then doesn't really matter as much. So
Yeah,
we'll
that's
keep
what
going anyway.
happened to Face. midstream.
Oh yeah, I remember that video. I remember that video.
Hey guys, hope you are all doing well. Recently, Wheat Waffles put out one of the best videos he's ever made, perfectly summarizing the problems in the mating and dating market. However, I think that Wheat could go even further with his analysis. It is not just that modern dating is failing, but that women are becoming unnecessary and obsolete. This is a fairly big claim, so I expect you to have contentions with it. So let me explain. With a bit of philosophy, there are two types of objects: man-made objects, spoons, toilets, doors, etc., and natural objects, trees, animals, people, etc. The main difference between these two is that man-made objects are always made for a purpose, e.g. the purpose of a chair is to be sat on. But for natural objects there is no objective purpose. What is the purpose of a human, or a bear, or a flower? We don't know, because we didn't make it.
Fucking ugly
Oh my
bitch.
word.
I want to stab you to death and play around with your blood.
So what does this have to do with women? You see, women are becoming less needed for what they often offer. They are effectively being replaced, like a product, because women often only offer fixed services, like bearing children and sex, whereas men offer growth. The vast majority of humanity's strides forwards were made by men. Man-made creations are quickly taking over anything that women did, because in reality women were always treated as objects. Think back to the 19th century, where women were bought and sold, effectively just to act as objects. A pen is made to write, a chair is made to be sat on, and a woman are made for sex and to bear children. This was the common idea, and that idea still sticks around to this very day.
Anything you can be, I can be greater. Sooner or later, I'm greater than you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Men don't have this same problem, because the vast majority of the time, men are able to do what women are able to do better than women can. When we look at people who are trying to be the best, even when we look at female-dominated fields, the top people in makeup are James Charles and Jeffree Star. When we look at
Damn.
when it comes to education, the top highest paid professors are all men. It is simply a fact of life that men are on top in nearly all fields. These fields can be thought of as man-made objects. They have the same characteristics. If this is the case, and we can agree that women are also for the large part in this category, then what is stopping men from becoming or creating better versions of women? When I say this, I'm not talking about people being trans or turning gay or anything like that. So first let's dive into the women created by man.
If you haven't seen one, this is called a VTuber. It's, for the most part, someone with motion tracking software who operates under the guise of an anime person. Many of them adopt mannerisms to better fit the backstory they made for their character. For example, this one likes referencing carrots because she's a rabbit, or this one who pretends to be bad at basic math because it's cute. There's all sorts of characters and backstories, and nearly all of the most well-known ones are either Japanese or English-speaking women. I have to give this definition because I've shown exactly 3 people this in real life and have gotten, quote, "What the fuck is that? Is this real? And do people actually watch this?" in response. All of them laughed. Yet almost every single one of the top 15 highest earning super chats on YouTube are owned by VTubers. Who could have predicted the dark secret lurking behind the scenes?
I love the fart, dude.
I
It's so
told you,
funny.
motherfucker.
Yeah, I knew it, dude. I knew it. It's always. I even called this months ago. I said, like, look, all you gotta do to make money nowadays is basically do a VTube thing, where it's like you just basically some fat incel behind the webcam, dude. All you gotta do. Not hard.
Yeah, mystery. When are you going to do your own VTube?
I have to do a
videos?
VTube at some point, dude. I gotta do a VTube.
Yeah, let's do this all together.
I mean, there really is no reason not to do it, because like if simps are willing to give up their money for free, I mean, fuck it, dude. Like,
Yes.
Gotta adapt, mystery. Gotta adapt.
you gotta adapt to
Look,
the times, dog.
Let's just create a big society where we offer VTube videos, like high quality hentai, high quality adults picked for incels, and make a subscription box.
Yeah, let's call it Pornhub. That's been done for like the past fucking 30 years. Fuck you talking
No, we call it. We don't call it. Okay,
Yeah,
no, but like,
question mark.
is there such a service that is like only targeted towards like 2D?
Yeah, there's it's been
Probably.
done. Yeah,
You think so?
Or someone's working on it right now.
I know so.
Fine. I'll do it myself.
Me every night.
Some of the most popular channels on Twitch and YouTube. It is estimated that they made upwards of $5.7 million and occupying the majority of the highest earning YouTube streamers. So where did most of this viewership come from? Well, that is simple. It came from the guys who would normally watch female streamers. For the most part, you aren't going to be watching these women for their gameplay. You are going to be watching these.
How did she lose that, dog?
That shit was so trash it actually turned me off.
My God.
God damn.
I'm sorry.
Burn
You
at
like
the
completely
stake.
fucking missed. Like you didn't even try. Like you just fucked up. I don't know.
That's some
Keep
stormtrooper aim for that shit.
Or personalities. In some cases, and a lot of the time these are women behind the screen. However, a fair amount of the time it isn't.
Now, reality can be
Deepfakes. Oh my word.
Deepfaking is where you are able to mimic a video of someone, down to how they look, and they sound, and pretty much any feature about them. Here is an example.
I am not Morgan Freeman. I would like to welcome you to the era of synthetic reality. Now, what do you see?
Or if you don't want to go that far, you could just put on a female voice naturally.
Whoa, that's a cool little outfit. Hey, no. Hey, none of that. Hey, stop that. Hey, good job. So, you're a man? That's even crazier. What is going on?
What's up? How are you? I'm doing amazing. How are you?
Hold on, you gotta pause. Wait, you gotta pause. Hold on.
Pause.
Dude saw that, but he didn't leave though.
Hey,
I'm just saying.
That's kind of gay.
Like, oh my God, you're doing it. Yeah, click off later. Like,
He's confused. Like, even I'm confused. What the fuck's happening?
Wait, why did he make the female voice? He stayed
No.
and still made a female voice.
Hold on, I've seen that Omegle video tuber or whatever. There's plenty of guys that fucking nope the fuck out when they realize it's a dude. So he probably just only picked the one that, you know, imitated Foyd voice. But it does highlight the point that, you know, dudes are confused in that regards.
In the hands of average people, and at that point all you would really need to do is set up a realistic and cute sounding voice, and then that's it. Well done. You are now more desirable than most of the women on Twitch and YouTube, and you don't even have a vagina.
No one could consider me sexy. That is a crazy, crazy thing. You are the sexiest creature on this planet.
This goes deeper, much, much deeper. Obviously, this stimulation that you will get from a VTuber is nice, but sometimes you will want a little bit more than that. Enter Project Melody.
There is a new cam girl on the scene. A cam girl that is offering something a little bit different. Project Melody has arrived on Chatterbait, and she is a 3D rendered, fully motion captured and voiced anime waifu. And even though it looks like it's all completely 3D generated and it's just a video, it's not. It is a real person wearing a motion capture suit, doing all the movements and also doing the voice in real time. Project Melody immediately took to the #1 spot on Chatterbait with almost quadruple the viewers of the person in second place.
How?
Well, Chatterbait, now it's at 20k tokens and 15k people. Good job, cartoon, beating all us real people on Chatterbait. Yes.
man
Hold
has
on.
simped so far.
Man,
he
she's
went
salty.
right back into base territory.
Pause right there, dude. I think Goran's getting a black pill moment.
Yeah, like what the fuck is happening? How? No, I
I'm
really
s-
can't understand. I'm like looking at this 3D render and I'm going like
No, he does a good job like later on kind of explaining, because I think one of the key points I took away is like there comes a point when you're done simping. It's like you just can't simp for the trash average Stacy or Becky. It's like you're expecting better, and then you know men tend to create the shit that they want. So
You mean
his
like-
point was his point was that we're eventually gonna make a better woman fitted for men than the current woman of actual, you know, IRL.
This is transcendental simping.
yeah, wait, but So it's because men don't want to simp for women because they know that they are using them. So they
Yeah.
let themselves
This-
be used by men.
No, not necessarily women, right? Like just think of anything in general. Like let's say you your favorite food is burger or whatever, and then you go to this restaurant for years, like they made it the way you wanted it perfectly, and then maybe the quality declined, and you're just like, fuck it, why would I ever go out to a restaurant to get a burger when I can spend like the 2.5 hour labor to make my perfect burger and enjoy it.
Yeah,
Like
but how is a 3D render that is this low quality more perfect than a real woman?
All right, hold on.
no, it's not just the 3D or virtual VTuber. It's like it's leading up to Snugglebots with AI.
Wait, hold on. For context, Goran.
Okay, so it's the emotional
Yeah.
component that
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
looking for, not the. Okay, because I was like.
Because men crave like intimacy, like men just want to be loved. So like
Yes,
maybe they just get that same feeling from this.
It's not even men. It's human.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, humans. I mean, women
Yeah,
are
I
allowed
get
just
what
for
you're saying. Like
existing,
people
so.
dodge. Like it's a human thing. Like everybody wants that. It's not just this sex or that sex. But more importantly, Goran, just for the context of the discussion, are you a virgin or not?
No.
Okay, you would not understand how desperate these motherfuckers are then.
Okay, like yeah, but I mean like okay, I think I knew that people are looking for also for intimacy, but I guess when I'm thinking of like erotic stuff, I'm mostly thinking of like
Picturing a real woman.
physical attraction. Yeah, of like
No,
I
but
could never jerk off
hold on.
to.
But Goran, check this out too. Like, I don't know if you've watched Her. I still need to watch it myself. Also, Deus Ex.
Oh, a movie Drolix didn't watch for once. My God.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I know about that movie.
But
I know about it.
the other good one was Deus Ex, and what was I getting at? It's like it's not necessarily about the physical. It's like it's that connection, the emotional, like mental thing. And like the physical stuff is already here. Like the next best thing is, the rubber dolls or whatever, or doll
Wait, you talking
matching.
about Deus Ex or Blade Runner? Blade
No.
Runner 2049, I think.
I think it
both
was
could be used.
The one with Joy.
No, not Deus Ex. I'm confusing the title. It's like Ex Machina. That's the
Oh
one.
yeah.
Oh, I know about that. Yeah.
I think I've heard about it.
Yeah. Ex Machina is the title. So yeah, Deus Ex was I was thinking of the video game for a second.
Yeah, I was also like going like, wasn't there like a video
But-
game franchise? With the
Yeah,
same-
yeah. But see, the point is, it's like even the internet was rapidly developed for snuggles. Like even right now, AI is rapidly being developed to fulfill that void for the average lonely dude. An AI comparable to fill that void. So everything tech driven.
Yeah, now we know what Drolix is working on.
Oh my word. No, but and basically like like dealing with a modern woman, you lose in any like either way you lose. So like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can just
you
like
lose.
you in this way you kind of win. Maybe that's what they're thinking because like I know like when I think about modern woman, I'm just like either way I lose. But yeah, maybe that's also like just to add to the point.
Yeah, I guess like I think I can kind of understand it. I'm not sure. Like, let me explain. So, I like Metroid, the gaming franchise, and wait. So, and there's like the protagonist is Samus Aran, and she's a woman, and I think I have like a close bond in the sense that I've like played a lot of these games, and they're very very nostalgic to me. I associate them with fond memories from my childhood, and so maybe because like you're like I could like understand then that you like a concept, like an idea, maybe like something like Samus Aran. And I'm specifically talking about Samus Aran because I could also be talking about Lara Croft. but because Samus Aran is very over-sexualized character in the fan base. So I think I can understand. It's just the question: could I fap to Samus Aran?
You do not understand the raw determination these motherfuckers have. Like they will, dude.
Yeah, like I could like I think like part of me, like I think like I could like love like this aspect of the character because I have like a connection, like a bond to it. I think I can like I
No,
like
I get what you're saying, dude.
in a way that
no,
it's
you
maybe
literally answered. Hey,
person.
Goran, you answered your question yourself. Like,
your own question.
Yeah, I was like, yes, I was like, I was trying to like tell you what I like think about this, so that you can tell me if this is what is happening or not.
yeah, like I think most dudes have their, digital one-nightitis, I should call it. You know what I mean? And for you, it's Samus. So there you go.
No, don't misunderstand me. I'm I was thinking about Samus Aran not only because not because I have like some feelings, but because oh god, no, like
who's computer fan is on?
Who is that? Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, I guess it's me. I'm sorry.
Hear this
Yeah, I'll
background.
mute
Like, what the
myself.
fuck's up with that shit?
Is it me?
Goran, how much Samus porn are you downloading? Like, sounds like
Yeah, dude, fucking hard drive going to overdrive. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
No. It's I was thinking
VR,
about
man. VR, I think. VR had the
but I
fucking
don't have time.
I think it is
VR,
me.
dude.
I think
you
it
got
is.
the fucking
Yeah,
you
but-
downloading the fucking weird fucking porn, my dude. Computer fucking just going crazy right now. It's like can't handle it, dog. It's like not gonna make it.
this man has overclocked Alienware just downloading porn 24/7. It's crazy.
He's downloading the entire fucking goddamn internet right now with all the internet porn. He just to conserve it all.
The fucking
Every
Library of
man.
Congress of hentai in this man's computer.
A man's gotta do what he. A man's gotta provide for himself.
Apparently
Let's keep
so.
going with this video.
The machine
No,
has
okay.
come along, and it can do your job much better than you can. You are being replaced. I agree. I'm so pissed by this. Like, put me on the front page. Give me a change. I think that's supposed to say chance. I'm way better than a cartoon. The market says otherwise. I still have no number tags, and you're letting a cartoon on the front page, Chatterbait. I have given yakking 5 years of my life, and this is how models get repaid.
She acts like she's like doing something of value, like creating something on the market somewhere. Like all you're doing is shaking your ass on a fucking cam and getting paid. Like, come on.
For real, this bit.
I have given 5 years of my life to this company. It's like, yeah, and you didn't do fuck all.
They acting like they cured AIDS and shit. Like, no, you just like a disposable thought. Get out of here.
There is a new account on Chatterbait with a hentai girl streaming. I've never seen so much engagement in the chat. 15,000 people in the room. Every second, 3 new messages. Made 10k tokens too. Incels don't even want to jerk off to real women. They want cartoon women.
Even if that was true, like, what's that say about the real women then? Like, think about that for a second. Like, you're being replaced by a fucking literal fucking digital cartoon.
Like,
They don't even
I
want to
know-
watch it. They don't even want to watch you fucking like watch you shake your ass on cam anymore. Like,
You gotta think about, dude. You gotta think about how deep this shit is. They're mad that they're getting rejected by the men they don't want.
Yeah, that's even true. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, but then
It's
if
just
they wouldn't
ego, man.
reject
It's
them,
ego.
yeah, but then if they wouldn't reject them, then maybe this wouldn't be, because I know a guy
Yeah.
who is he's an incel, and he's gone to the point that he like seriously thinks that 2D is superior to 3D. And no, I'm not talking about myself.
Why
So-
you
No,
speaking like this man?
depends on the
is
context.
clear?
In some cases, it's like
Is he wrong, though?
someone in my chat. Someone in my chat said, what did someone say here? Someone 2D doesn't complain, dude.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true, but
cartoons
but
do not
literally,
complain.
Like even like, yeah, but even like on a physical attractiveness level, he like he's like he really.
Well, think
thinks
about it
that
though. Like
2D
you
is
can
better than
literally
3D.
draw or make your fantasy happen. It's not real, obviously, but you can make it like
Yes, but
you can just
it's
draw it and make it and look at it. And it's like, wow, that's way more appealing than looking at some Floyd, like some random Floyd, like wow, like you can just draw
yeah.
it and make it happen.
That,
Like
that's why I think that
Hold
things
on.
like connection to your waifu, is important. Like
Look, at the end of
you
the
know
day,
the character from a show. It's like you already probably what is it called? You already bonded with her in the show, and then you start to I don't know
look, at the end of the day, these hoes are losing money, and that's all I care about. Like, all right.
yeah,
Yeah,
Lone Hiker said got it right here. They want their underlings. They want their orbiters that keep paying them, the pay pigs keep paying them. It's like, well, like what if I find an alternative to your goods? Why the hell would I keep paying you?
but then I can't help but feel like this is it's not a step forward, it's a step backward. Like
It might even be a step backward for society, just on a societal
Yes,
level. Like,
yes.
yeah, but in reality, on an individual level, they don't give a fuck about society. I mean, most people don't. Like, the reality is that and the women don't care about society either. They're just complaining about their money, and the men don't care about society either because they've been rejected. So they've been rejected by society. So why the fuck should you care about society to begin with? Like, I get it. Like, you can't have a productive society where everybody's jerking off to fucking hentai, but like the reality is that society left you fucking behind, y'all. Like, it wasn't like the other way around.
Yeah.
Hey, Mystery.
What's up?
So I'm gonna post this in the private chat, but these are some of the base comments, including a based escort cell on the topic of doll maxing, which literally relates to this, like your
Nice.
digital one-nightus. So I don't know if you want to read it. And then this was like another recent base comment.
I'll read them after the video. Let me keep going.
Yeah,
No.
I'll post another one.
This isn't insulting to incels. It is insulting to the cam girls.
I hate this meme.
Once again, an example of women being beaten outright by an animation made by a man and with a female voice. The biggest reason that this is happening isn't just because men are better than women at most things, even being a woman. It's happening because women simply don't understand men. Look at makeup, for example. Some makeup is good, yes, but for the large part, women go to extents where they look better without the makeup than they did with the makeup. It's the same for excessive tans, all types of eyelash extensions. I've never heard a man say that he likes a woman's eyelash extensions. If you ask a woman why this is the case, the most common response would be that they don't do it for you, they do it for themselves. This obviously isn't true, and the fact that they try to impress men, and often do it so badly, is a perfect example of how women just don't understand men. When we look into social relations, the same sentiment is brought up. Most men have predominantly male friend groups, and most women have predominantly female friend groups. Why is that? Because women understand women better, and men understand men better. When it comes to physical contact, once again, men have got that covered too. There have been various revolutions in the world of sex toys. Now there are robot dolls that are pretty much able to mimic every characteristic of a woman, and this technology is only going to improve. It's already better than a real woman, no nagging or arguments, just smooth sailing, just like Blade Runner.
Here we go. This is the ultimate fantasy, my dude.
Voila.
Get your fucking gruel for the night. Your wife who kisses you,
I missed you, baby sweet.
and it feels real to you, but you know it's not.
Honey,
real.
it's beautiful.
But it
Yeah,
doesn't
same
matter.
for a regular wife. So what's your point?
It was a day.
It was a day.
Would you read to me? It'll make you feel better.
You might have to mute this one.
Yeah, I might have to.
Yeah, because I think this is one of the copyrighted songs.
Give me a sec.
Wait, let me just unmute myself and get closer to the PC, so you,
I can hear that nice.
yeah, now you don't have to unmute anything.
Does your PC run on JP8? What the hell does that sound?
He's old as fuck, man. He's like, I think he's also like full of dust, and I don't have the
Gordon, is it yours or
motivation to
mine?
clean him.
Gordon, is it yours or mine?
Now, and the reasoning
No, it's
behind
mine.
it doesn't really matter too much
Oh.
right now. What matters is that with decreased testosterone, there is also decreased sex drive. You might say, oh, men are so much more horny now. Look at all the simps that are around. And although I admit there are a lot of simps, you have to remember that the amount of stimuli has increased, and how easy it is to get this stimuli has also increased. Simping has increased, yes, but that is because now there are more women to simp for, and even with that taken into account, the simps will leave the real women, eventually, and go to the man-made women. Why? Because we make them better. This is not the only factor that makes women undesirable, however. As we all know, women are hypergamous and only want the top of the top. What does this mean? Well, to put it simply, even if you want to be with a woman, the likelihood is that it isn't going to happen unless you have a lot of knowledge in the field and somewhat good looks.
Oh, I forgot. You're broken.
Oh yeah, pause right quick. Now,
What's up, buddy?
In my opinion, you know when it's truly fucking over? When Chad leaves. When Chad leaves for artificial women, it's officially a wrap. Like, it's
true. You're not wrong
not-
there, because that's the
not
only men they
past-
even want
yeah.
anyways, as it is. So yeah, if
do
Chad
not
fucking
pass
just
go,
jumped,
do not collect
Yeah.
$200, just quit.
I have
I just
to
wanna-
agree there. That's the nail in the coffin.
Bro, that's
Yeah, and I
that's
just
not the
wanna-
nail in the coffin. That's the concrete on the grave, dog. It's
I just wanted to add. Now, I don't understand why women use like all these like someone like a black woman uses hair extensions, or an average or like a normal chick just puts on these eyelashes, or they wear these fake nails. Like you're a chick, just exists. You're attractive, though enough as the way you are, man. Like artificially making yourself look so like, kind of fake. It's not appealing. Like just be comfortable in your own skin. Like you're gonna find someone. I never really understood that. Like just wanted to add that because of the point earlier in the video.
Play with you anymore.
My God, would he know?
I never saw Toy Story 3.
Herbivore men are men who are pretty much not interested in dating or socializing. They works jobs, yes, but normally fairly low level. This problem is predominantly in Japan and can be thought of a lower level hikikomori. If you don't know what a hikikomori is, it's pretty much just someone who isn't in employment, education, or training, kind of like a shut-in. However, this problem was predicted in something called the Rat Utopia experiment.
Now that a foundation for understanding the herbivore man has been set, an analysis of the famous Mouse Utopia experiment will be utilized to draw parallels and further expand on the recent changes in male gender norms within Japanese society. 20th century behavioral researcher John B. Calhoun, in attempts to draw conclusions regarding dense human society, utilized mice in his famous Mouse Utopia experiment. He prefaces the subsequent article titled Death Squared, the explosive growth and demise of a mouse population by stating that, although the focus of the study is mice, his ultimate focus is that of man. In creating a utopia for the mice, Calhoun removes factors, i.e. resource scarcity, inclement weather, disease, and predators found naturally in ecosystems that could potentially result in mortality. Furthermore, the nature of the utopian apparatus, Universe 25, was maintained inside a lab and tall enough that immigration of mice was an impossibility. The experiment was sectioned into 4 phases, indicating the state of population growth. Phase A, titled the striving phase, was just that. The initial period on 9 July 1968, where 4 male and 4 female mice colonized Universe 25. From here, the mice adjusted to their new surroundings, and following this, the first offspring were born on day 104. Phase B, titled the resource exploitation phase, was the time of the most rapid increase in population density. The population doubled following 55-day increments until it reached a total of 620 and began to slow down. At this time, doubling of the population would occur every 145 days. Phase C, titled the stagnation phase, was when things began to get interesting regarding the tendencies of these mice, and ostensibly that of man. This phase began on day 315 and puts into perspective what can happen when there aren't enough spaces in the social dominance hierarchy. As this was a utopia.
That's like the exact point I actually made in my Mouse Utopia analysis video. I said this wasn't enough like social roles to go around. Like, kind of where they came to the same conclusion. Kind of
Yeah,
cool.
more than enough physical space, not enough social space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to keep going because it's pretty lengthy. Like probably.
You don't have to keep
10.
going. Yeah. Let me read these comments real quick. Yeah.
But no, like if you don't know what the Calhoun Mouse Utopia experiment is, you should probably look into that on your own.
You should definitely look it up real quick because it's really good.
But yeah, whatever.
Oh, let's see. Let me read these comments real quick. So, I used to not understand doll maxing, but I'll admit, which one of these is base escort cell?
The first one's base escort
So
cell.
this is from base escort cell. I used to not understand doll maxing, but I'll admit, after getting a torso doll a few weeks ago rather, or so ago, just as a starter doll to try it out a while back, I'm really liking it. I noticed when I'm exhausted and I just want to get a nut off, it's really convenient to just grab the doll, opposed to calling the escort, especially in my area, has been plenty dry in terms of escorts lately or recently. Comment number 2. I remember watching this in maybe 2011 or something when I was just a kid and thinking how disgusting these old men were. I didn't have any empathy for the situation. I thought love would be karmic and you just get what you put in. Now I'm becoming them slowly, at least. Now I understand. Damn.
Yeah, I remember the video where he spoke about like when he got his toy the first time, and like after he used it, like this chick was looking at him and he didn't like, he just felt a sense of like he was relaxed. He said he felt just super relaxed, not like anxious when she was looking at him, or like this weird where he said they usually look at him with like a somewhat like a look of contempt, if I'm remembering correctly. And then he was just like, he just felt relaxed, he didn't care, and he just enjoyed his like, I think he was shopping for something, just enjoyed his trip at the mall. So I was like, okay, makes sense from that perspective.
This man has permanent post-nuclearity.
Permanent post-nuclearity. That's pretty good. Let me watch the video, bro. I think this chick here, she rejects like 55 guys in like a row or something like that. Let me
Mystery. Doesn't she reject? Okay, I don't want to spoil the video because I saw one part that was insane. I think maybe you guys saw it. That she rejects what is it, a nuclear physicist or something?
Yeah, she rejects a bunch of guys in like a row though. Apparently, this is what Blackpool J sent me this video. I'm trying to look at certain parts of this video.
Oh my word!
One at 5350. This is the part at 5350.
I'm still like at the doll part.
The V's,
I'm still like
models.
thinking, holy fuck.
Here we go.
No, what's that?
Hey, good evening, ladies. How you doing?
Pineapple, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. You want to pineapple me for real, or you want to give me like 2 minutes?
Pineapples.
Okay.
Damn. Oh, you say pineapple just to go away? Wow.
Brutal. Didn't get a chance.
Are you here? No? Okay. I have Michael Taylor. Hi, Michael.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Pineapples.
Let me tell you.
Damn. Just curbed.
Like, maybe she's even like getting.
Like he came from 2000.
This guy here is loading.
Early 2000s. Malcolm, are you here? No. Okay.
Satan,
so that means hold on, pause.
Hey, hold on.
That means they took it easy on dude. Like, damn.
Yo, before you go on, like I'm just saying, this is nothing new. It's just like Tinder IRL video version.
Yeah, basically same shit, same concepts anyway.
Yeah,
left swipe. I think she's even being more pickier because she's like when she's
on stream.
On stream, yes. Yeah, because she doesn't want to sell herself out too low, and because when she refuses a guy, she dominates him and she gets like self affirmation that she's like this.
An ego boost, you say?
Value, yeah, she get an ego boost basically, and I think that's also why she's like being this way.
Let's keep going here.
Doug, what's up?
Dang.
Oh,
damn, she didn't even say shit.
Guys, if you don't want to talk, don't come to the room. I'm getting mad. Don't come to the room or don't come back if you already talked. Thank you. It's still some people trying to get in the room, and if you guys keep on flooding it, nobody can add it. Hi, Janara. The fuck? I'm getting upset.
He's kind of cute too.
Maybe I'll come back. Rachel, are you here?
Yo.
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 How you doing, Jalea? That's your name?
Yep, that's my name. I'm good. How are you?
She curved like how many dudes in a row before she got the one guy? She curved like what, 6?
I think like
7?
6. Yeah.
5, 6.
Jesus.
Well, no, technically like 3 because the other 4.
Oh, the guys
guys
didn't really
didn't.
show up. Yeah, they didn't really
Yeah.
count. So.
About to cook some shit.
What you about to cook? You can cook.
Yeah, I love that. I'm about to cook.
Look at all these simps.
Hey, shrimp. Are you Jamaican?
Trinidad.
Ah, nice. How are
Ray,
you?
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Melly.
Ray, what are you doing? What are you willing to do for your woman?
He said there's a part at
Oh my word.
11 minutes. I need to
Bro, you
look
gotta
at
be
apparently.
Chad just to have platonic shit nowadays. That's fucked up.
Let me see where I can
I
find
feel like
this
it was
11.
Thug Max.
The
Don't say the nigga
11-minute mark to the point where like she rejects like 55 guys in a row or some shit like that. I think it's 11 minutes. Let me go there real quick. Give me a sec. 10:57 is good enough for me. All right, we're there.
That's really shocking.
Pineapple. Okay. Sorry. I have Muba. Hi, Muba.
Hey, Melly. Hey, Jalea.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, what's up? I'm trying to learn how to dance, bro.
You trying to learn how to dance better?
Yeah. There's this dance, I don't know. It's like the gritty, but it's not the gritty. It's I don't know the name, man. I just forgot off the top of my head.
Oh, pineapples.
You didn't
Wow.
want to teach him?
I didn't want to teach him, and he was also missing some teeth. I can't get with that.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay. All right. Let's.
Kuma, they never
who else
never
I have?
are.
Calvin. Hi,
Hello.
Calvin.
How y'all doing?
Pineapples.
Knew that was gonna happen.
I knew it.
So that one can
Why
be mine, guys.
pineapple?
Guaranteed.
Why
it's
pineapple? What does pineapple
That one's
mean?
Pineapple.
It means
What's up,
skip.
Sean?
Oh wow.
It seems
Yeah,
Bro, that dude look like the
what
soldier
does
off
it
of
mean?
TF2. What the hell?
No,
It's not
Hi.
bad right now.
how you guys doing? This is actually a bit nerve wracking because I didn't think I was actually gonna get picked up. I'm watching the game and I'm like, oh shit, hi. Yeah.
What game are you watching?
Celtics, Boston.
Mm,
Yeah.
what are they playing?
They're playing the Bucks.
Who you got? Boston.
I guess I gotta go with the Bucks because I'm from Brooklyn. It's the closest thing to us, so I just said fuck it. My team is out, so
Who's your team?
Brooklyn, of course. They got swept though.
Oh yeah, because you just say you're from Brooklyn. Yeah.
All right, so I had a question. You said you like tall folks. I'm not tall. I'm like 5'7", 5'8". Like, do I still have a chance?
So yeah,
Pineapple.
you're-
Pineapple.
we can keep you in the game. We can have a conversation.
Okay. So ask some questions. What questions do you have for me?
How old are you?
I'm 31, so I fit.
Oh my god.
That. I was like, damn, am I old now?
Honestly, I don't even think it's the fact of like being old. I just feel like sometimes like there's
Dollar Tree LL Cool J.
they be going through like a weird transition.
Oh man, that was good.
Yo.
That was good.
Oh
What a treat.
no.
Yeah, that's good. That is
Yo,
really good.
why the fuck? Oh,
Probably the base
shit.
comment of the day
Oh,
right there.
man.
That dude's getting pineapple, man. Without a doubt.
So I feel like that's like right on the cusp. So yeah, what do you do for work?
I give opportunities to kids in New York City to get into higher education. So I work for Carson School of Design. I've been in art my whole life. Like I've always been an art kid. I'm a designer. I create things, been creative, and been wanting to help kids. I always been that way. So
Oh, that's nice. What are your long-term goals in life?
long-term goals in life. So I guess I would like to. So I've been in art schools, like I said. The art school is a part of a system called ACAD, which is like art and design. It's like HBCUs. So I would like to bring the art school system to HBCUs and develop like art programs for Black kids because I was just
Wait,
tired
you do
of
Black?
art from white people's perspective, and that shit was whack, and I hated every bit of it.
That's dope. Okay,
What
so
do you do? What do you do? You asking all the questions. What do
what
you?
do I do?
Yeah.
Professional dancer, and I own a dance studio.
Oh, so you have some creative things in you.
I am. I'm a
Professional dancer?
Oh,
Question mark.
same. I also like.
Cool.
Yeah,
She
big
don't do
question
shit.
mark right there. What do you mean by professional dance? I think she was a cheerleader or something like that.
The Tina Turner
Is
song
that what they
comes to
call?
mind.
Is that what they call like pole dancing now? Professional
So
dancing.
looks height.
Damn.
Looks height. I don't know, dude. What is it? Looks height.
Maybe race height.
No, man. It
Yeah, maybe
depends.
race height.
That's
Let's
height.
say he's light skinned. So
That's height.
This is great. This is absolutely great. Cheers, Mystery.
I like to write poetry on the side too. I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, maybe I should write her a poem, but I was like, that's too extra.
You should write me a poem. Listen,
He's so fucking blue pill.
A poem about, and then maybe you
Call
could
it Master of the Simp.
do a creative routine to it.
King Simp, I say.
King Simp by Shakespeare,
Well, it was
Mr.
nice
Sean
talking to
Slaughter.
you. I'm gonna keep you in the queue, and then we're gonna move on to the next guy.
All right.
Let's see what we
Fucking
get here.
stompy
How many
yard
pineapples?
looking ass
How many
dude.
pineapples in the air we're gonna get in a row?
He
We're
was
gonna get?
cool, but I don't think
What?
This is
not?
great.
I just don't think he's my type. Like maybe 50.
How could you tell from like a small conversation about like talking about fuck all nothing?
Because she could feel the vibes. What's wrong
Oh,
with
she
you?
can feel the vibe through the fucking screen, dog. Like yeah.
Because his personality. He's
personality.
5'7". It's his
He helps
personality,
kids
man.
in
It's
New York
personality.
City, for God's sake. You know what I mean? We couldn't be any better a person.
But is he 6 foot though? Unfortunately not.
5 foot. He's 5 foot. What? 5'8"? What
I
do you
knew
say?
he was
7.
pineappled.
5
I
foot
knew he was
7.
pineappled.
5'7".
As soon as I saw him.
Did she say he was the average height?
No, I don't think they mentioned that.
I forgot what she
I don't
said
think-
he was. She said something about his height. I couldn't remember what she said though. Whatever. I will keep going.
Physically,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. I thought you said you had no type. Like you date everyone. Not
Oh my god. Do you believe her? Oh, do you believe her? Come on, dog. Fuck off.
Ronan would have got,
She just
Ronan
noticed
would
it,
have got
man.
shot. God damn.
You believed her? You didn't have a type.
That type
no.
is
No,
She's
like,
fucking
about
nuts,
6
dog.
foot
She's
and
looking for a
taller.
specific type of man, dude.
I've got no type, but he's got to be 6'5" with a 12-inch BBC.
Yeah.
yeah, but
He's
like,
got to be a millionaire. He's got to be a
Millionaire,
millionaire.
multi-millionaire, NBA player. Yeah.
I think like this falls into like the paradox of women being black pilled, but then believing in blue pill shit. And I think someone said, and I agree with this, that basically they are black pilled, but they believe that things that concern them don't concern others. So if
They're
they
black
like,
people, but they virtue signal so fucking often. They fucking lie their fucking asses off. They just virtue signal every
Just
day.
in
They
nature.
virtue
and
signal so
they
often, dude.
believe that there are women that actually prefer like
Oh yeah,
short men.
I know
and
women who prefer short men. Yeah, bull fucking shit you do. Like yeah, whatever, dude. When push comes to shove, they're picking the fucking 6 foot fucking 5 fucking tall fucking dude. Not picking the fucking 5 foot fucking 8 fucking dude. Let's be real here.
Yeah, here's the saying.
Yeah.
Surely someone does X.
Yeah. And that's that they believe in it. And when they're even like saying like short men, I think they're like thinking of like giga chads that are like, or not giga chads, but chads who are like just short.
They think 5'10" is short or 5'11". That's what they consider short. You know how these chicks are.
Which is insane.
That's
Like
what
that's
they
like
consider
literally
short.
fucking
Yeah.
insane.
Well, it's because you
It's
have
the
to have
meme
above.
gender.
You have to have above average height to have average height.
All right.
Like
I'm gonna ask
when do you say
Oh my word.
like 5'12" would be 6 foot? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. 12 inches is 1 foot.
Okay, so 5'10" would be 2.
5'10"
Three.
is midget. 5'10".
Yeah,
Oh my
5'10".
word.
Like look. I have the chart already ready to go. Look, I have the chart. Let me pull the chart real quick.
Yeah,
Okay,
show
good.
it,
Can I ask you
please.
gentlemen one question? One question.
Go ahead, buddy.
All right. Do you think if a Giga Tyrone went on there, or a Giga Chad, and they did them two women, they asked him what he did for a living. He said, "Well, I'm not working at the moment. I just come out of jail." And they said, "What'd you get out of jail for?" And he said, "Well, I beat my my grandmother to death with a hammer. But I got 5 years. I only got 5 years because they said it was manslaughter because I was high on drugs at the time." Do you think they would still choose him?
They'd probably kick him off and say pineapple, and then try to contact that motherfucker after the show.
Yep, they would virtue signal. They would virtue signal as hard as they
yeah.
could. Do I have the chart? What the fuck's the chart after the height chart? I don't think I have it anymore.
But I think it depends how good looking the guy is as well, because you
Or she
never
would
know.
be just
Giga
like-
Tyrone.
Yo,
Giga Tyrone.
Goran 5'10" is about 177, just for reference.
Oh, okay, I am.
Yo, this isn't
I thought
like
you were gonna
a chart.
jack-
This is the perfect
177.
meme for the day. This is the perfect meme for the day. Actually, we all saw this movie already. Right here, Top Keck, dude.
Oh my word!
Y'all saw that movie. I ain't see shit.
Well, I'm sorry, but
Jack,
I can't find the chart with the height on it, but the height chart's real. It might be on my Discord actually somewhere. Where I posted
Jack, I
it.
thought
Oh
you
wait,
question,
hey, Mystery, are you talking about the meme height chart?
Yeah, the meme height chart. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe, let me look for it. I might
I
have
think it's in
it.
Discord. I can pull it up.
Hey, VR, what you about to say?
I thought Jack was gonna be like, he's a Giga Tyrone or Giga Chad, but then the girl asks him how tall is he, and then he says like 5'7", 5'8", and that's kind of a killer because I remember I think it was on this stream that we were talking about Taylor Lautner, or maybe a different stream where the girl said, "Oh, I saw how tall he was, and it just killed it for me." So even then, height's like a kind of major issue because height's a looks multiplier. I thought Jack was going to ask that question, but he just flipped it the other way. So
No. If I tell you what, if a Giga Tyrone or a Giga Chad went on and spoke to them two women, and he said he just come out of jail for beating his grandma.
No, I know. The thing is that, like they said earlier, they would just virtue signal, but they would still contact him later.
One thing that gave him something to hook onto, they would extend the conversation, and then they would offer themselves to him. If he said, "I regret it," they'd go, "Oh, you're so caring. I didn't. Everyone makes mistakes." And then
You're so compassionate.
You're so compassionate for your grandmother. You beat to death with a hammer.
Jack should be like, "I can change him. People can learn. They deserve second chances."
Be like,
man, that's crazy. What did she do?
Oh yeah, what did he do?
Yeah. They like say like, "Oh, but you were like abused by your grandmother or something."
Yeah, here we have.
Or you're like a hard friend.
This is the real height chart now, guys. This is what's going on now. Here we have. Look. 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". Consider suicide. Okay, you're over. It's over, dude. You're literally king of the manlets at 6'4", 6'3", dude. It's over. Okay.
Fuck.
Current cutoff for manlet status. Even girls this tall now, unless you have pretty face, you're fucked. Okay, look, 6'7", 6'6", 6'5", you're fucked, dude. Okay, look, you're over. It's over, dude. 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", 6'11". Fucking seriously, this is the perfect male height, period. Fresh, new, and wet pussy everywhere you go. Perfect, dude. Perfect male height. 6'8", 6'9", took the layout, dude. Perfect height. 7 foot, doable if you've been training from a child, at least 20, 30 pounds, 10% body fat. It's possible, dude. It's possible. 7'1", 7'2", 7'3", 7'4", 7'5". Getting too tall here, bruh. Unless you play basketball, no one will find you attractive. People will see you as lanky and awkward, dude. It's true. But yeah, dude, down here, dog, you're king of the manlets, dog. King of the fucking manlets, dude.
Just gotta get a time machine and get into the future, then you'll be all
I'm
right.
curious though, what you gonna say next?
I mean, okay, I would say I just don't think he's that fine. Maybe I should say that.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the black pill looks pill here. Here we go again.
I still say it was his personality. I still say it was his personality, guys.
She can see that it was looks, but I know you're memeing here. Okay, here we go.
Like, I'm not personally sexually attracted to him.
Okay, got you. All right, I have Abdiel. Hello.
What's good, Jalea? How you doing? How you doing, Melly?
What's up?
Pineapple.
How are you?
Good. What y'all up to tonight?
Well, we're here talking to
Chilling?
guys. Yes.
Okay, this is my first time on here. I've seen you before on with Taekwondo.
Okay.
That's where I know you from, but how you doing, Jalea?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
What you got going on? How old are you?
Jalia.
25.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
23. You're from Atlanta?
Yeah, well, I'm from Augusta, but I live in Atlanta.
From where?
Augusta, but I live in Atlanta.
Okay. I've been to Atlanta once. I went to Stone Mountain. You know where that's at?
Yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah.
Where do you
Where
live
are
now?
you located?
I'm in Florida,
What part?
Orlando.
Orlando. What do you do for?
I'm a chef.
Your show.
Look at the simping in the comments.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
I mean, come on. Look, this dude here act like he won't get some dog.
Look at the picture.
Look at this dude. Look at this dude,
20
man.
bucks.
$20 fucking to this chick.
Oh god.
Elder
Yeah,
State.
What a
I
waste of
do
money.
con-
Man,
Y'all
you
notice
fucking
that the
over.
most simping happens for the regular ass chicks, though.
It's true.
Isn't that even true on
She's
OnlyFans? That
true.
the like top ones are like the girl next door types.
Yeah, because she's attainable, Jack. Like I can get her if I give her more money. You know that type of mentality.
She was attainable in the '90s. You can't even get fat bitches now.
That's true. That's true in the West. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Ooh, so you
I'll be
can make-
cooking up. I've been a bartender before, so I can make you some drinks too.
Oh, okay. So I feel like you got the vibes.
What do you mean?
Like vibes. You got a good time.
Yo,
Yeah.
mystery,
What's up,
mystery.
buddy?
Pause for a second. I got Lord Bogdanoff on the line. He wants to join.
Does he?
Lord Bogdanoff? Holy.
Lord.
All right, well, let him join.
The
Fuck
Lord
it,
The crypto king.
the Lord himself. If it's really him, I'll let him in. Just
That's the
tell him
crypto
to
king,
join
guys.
the
Swear to
stream.
God, drugs. I better not see no stomach on this
If
motherfucker.
it's Belly Man, I swear to God, dude.
Yo, I'm
No
talking to him on Discord right now.
If it's Belly Man, I swear, Drolix.
Belly
the
man
myth-
is thorough. Goddamn it.
No, the myth, the legend himself. I'm talking to him right now.
My Lord Bogdanoff wants to join. Okay, fine, let him in. Yeah, I'll let him in.
Oh
Send
wait,
him the link. The link's in the top of the Discord, not top, the top of the what's it called? The top of the top chat.
oh he says he can't join through StreamYard.
I don't know how he's gonna get on here then. That's unfortunate.
Maybe not the time.
Yeah, no. Yeah, like I think if you host the live chat next time through Discord, so you could make the the what do you call it, the chat or the VC private, and then people could just join it through there.
Yeah, I could do that. The problem is having a Discord where people actually want to join up and talk on there. It's the problem, I guess. But I'll try.
Yeah, but that
Next time.
also keeps the trolls out because
Yeah, it does.
You'll be
No more-
verified on VC or Discord.
Or
No
maybe
more
we could
Belly
just
Man and
have
shit like that.
maybe we could just have one-on-one with them another day, and then that wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I can maybe try
Yeah.
that. Who knows? We'll keep going.
You know, I'm used to chilling at the bar, making drinks, getting to know people.
Adiel, how many girlfriends you got?
Trying to get me in trouble, Melly?
No, I'm asking.
Hey, that's like giving out my social security number.
No, it's not the same.
So it sounded like you got some hoes. That's what it sounded like since you dodged the question.
Hey, I plead the fifth.
You plead the fifth.
Spanish Dr. Umar
Oldest.
at McDonald's.
Rican.
Oh, yo, man,
What are
people just
you?
trying to like I said, look at all the cock blocking and shit like that. People trying to like, look, he look like this, he look like that. People trying to stop him, like they can get in there and get to talk to her, dude. Like people just mad. I don't know, dude. People be trying to hardcore to stop.
Is this guy
Hardcore
Tyrone?
talk. What's that?
Hell
This
no.
guy Tyrone.
Black.
Black. Straight up black.
I'm straight up black. Is that hard to believe?
Nah, I would have guessed you were like Jamaican or something.
Oh, no. I'm black.
You a family woman?
I am. I love family.
Yeah.
Bitch lying.
Yep.
I
Are
heard
you
you
a
were.
family?
Yeah, for sure. I enjoy spending quality time with the family. Like you said, just unwinding, watching movies. Honestly, I like to just go out. Nature is more of like what I like to do. But every here and there, I'll pop out and go out to clubs and shit. But mainly, I'm more of like a outdoor type of guy. You feel me?
Yeah, I feel that.
Man, hold on. Hey,
Where to say you heard something?
Oh, Lord
Seem like-
Bogdanoff joined. Is this really him? Did he join, Jolix, or what?
Yeah, I'm talking to him now. He says he's gonna try to join.
He
via
did. He
StreamYard.
joined. He joined here. I see him down at the bottom here.
Oh, okay,
Let's add him
cool.
in. If it's really him, is it you?
Hang on 1 second. Trying to.
Okay, well, it's not Billy Guy, so I know it's not.
I don't know. We
no,
still
it's not
got
him.
Steve.
Fuckers are not working with my goddamn AirPods. Hang on.
When you get it fixed, let me know. I'll let you back in. Just leave me a private chat message. I'll let you back in. Give me a sec. I'll remove you real quick and let you back in. Family woman. My God.
Yeah, man, we got the connections. Lord Bog himself.
I told you
That's
it's
how
the
you
install
grow.
you in.
That's how you grow a
Dump it.
community.
Dump it. Dump
Right.
it. Dump it again.
Dump it. Yeah.
Dump it again.
Oh, wait, dump it again.
Bring,
Do you reckon this dude here reads red pill content?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think he does. He's doing the whole looks maxim thing, and he was asked a question about how many girlfriends he has, and he refused to answer it. That's a classic Rolo Tomasi.
Hold on, you talking about Abdiel?
Yeah.
Shit, that's a regular black dude. Like shit, they all got the. It seems like everybody got the same swag and way they go about when they talk to women now.
Yeah, same shit.
He looks Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that.
I thought he was Arab.
Yeah, I did too. Like, what the fuck?
Like I see guys
I was like,
him,
it's Abdullah.
That you were about to say something.
I'm like, this Chaldean motherfucker trying to get on. Okay.
I don't remember saying that.
Colin Kaepernick. Yo.
All right, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you
we
fine,
get
dude.
Okay,
How you
cool,
doing?
Cool. Living
Lord,
the dream, buddy.
my lord, how are you doing?
Living the dream, obviously.
Living the dream.
Just got off
Nice.
from wage cooking. So while I'm on, is there questions that want to be asked? Like somebody said something about wanting to ask me questions or some shit.
Yeah,
Also,
that you're
also,
farmer
by the
cell.
way, should I not cuss? Does it matter?
Now you can cuff all you want to hear, dude. I don't give a fuck. I don't.
This a
I
free
don't.
speech
This is a
server.
Because I
free
mean,
speech.
sometimes you got people that are fucking streaming on YouTube or some shit and trying to maximize their
Monetize.
shekel. They're trying to
Yeah.
maximize their shekel acquisition, which means they pussy out from saying virtually anything. It's,
Lord Bogdanoff.
This is the free
Yes,
speech
sir.
area. My
Yeah,
dude.
if there's any kids listening, it's already over for them. So
Yeah, you're right. Not over. Never began for them.
This is a true free speech area.
Base. Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's free speech.
So yeah, I got a question for you.
All right.
I think you're a farmer cell, or you work in the medical field.
That is correct. I do work in the medical field.
Okay, but not pharmacy, or do you want to?
Well, I mean, I'm not really trying to like dig deep into it, but I mean, is there a specific question or just that? I mean, I work in the medical field.
Oh, okay.
I'm just a huge fan, Lord Bogdanoff. I'm just a fan. Love
Oh
your
yeah,
content.
what's your
Just want to say that.
what's your favorite video of mine?
Probably the Itch one, the one about Itch. We talk about
one
Will
about
Smith.
who? Oh,
Hitch,
the
the Hitch
Hitch,
movie. We always do
yeah,
like the
Hitch.
Blackpool versions of movies. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that 500 Days of Summer analysis. So
Yeah,
fucking black
I
pill.
feel like that was, I don't want to say that was peak, but I mean, as far as like movie analysis go, I feel like so many people have basically like came back and said, yeah, when I kind of watched the movie from like a normie perspective, it didn't really make sense. And you can kind of tell, like the presentation wasn't really black pill per se. It's almost like they wanted to have the dual sort of POV. On the one hand, you had Tom, then you had Summer, and they didn't necessarily want to vilify Summer, despite what she was doing was like, pretty black pilled. But I mean, at the same time, now some people might say that some of my suggestions there kind of was a little more red pilled than black pilled. But I mean, if you think about it, the optimal strategy that Tom could have adopted throughout the entire thing was just to, get whatever he could out of Summer, not try to put a title on it, not try to double down, not overplay his hand, and just get what he gets. And I mean, honestly, I'm not saying it would have necessarily worked out in the long term, but I mean, he would have overall been happier. But it is his fault for sort of like trying to, it's almost like he was trying to turn a hoe into a housewife, in a manner of speaking, a Floyd that didn't want to basically be held down by one dude. She wanted to be held down by multiple dudes at a time. So, it never began for him in that.
Yeah,
in
I
that
got a quick question. So I don't know if you watched the latest. I think it was Love Island UK or something, and then there
Chad
was this,
Island.
yeah, and and then this like latest Foy that was on there was like licking Chad's toe on like the first episode. and it turns out she's like a famous politician's
Michael
daughter or
Owen's
something.
daughter. Michael
Yeah.
Owen's daughter is a legendary football player, soccer player. His
Oh,
daughter was
okay.
licking another man's feet on Chad Island. The comments they
Bro.
were roasting him. Just wanted to add that.
Like
brutal.
So yeah, I
Imagine-
was wondering if you're gonna cover that.
Well, I mean, so
It's
the
not
thing
part
is
of the
with
league,
Chad Island, I first off I have to be able to find it where I can download it so I can use it as a backdrop for a video. The other thing is, you know, I mean, I'll get around and catch a watch. Most of the time on Chad Island, though, I usually only cover literally the first episode of each season because that's kind of when everybody comes out and you see all the stuff. I don't necessarily want to get hung up watching multiple episodes of Love Island because it just gets insanely dull over time. And I'm not trying to watch it with a sort of rapt attention to follow specific storylines. And because there's so many people and it ebbs and it flows and all this other BS, it's not as easy to cover as like say Love is Blind. And that's one of the unfortunate things because I mean I thought that Love is Blind season 2, like I was hoping that it was basically going to be a dumpster fire on the same caliber as season 1. But the problem was, as I said, you know, in my video, they normalized everybody's ages. They normalized everybody's attractiveness. They almost basically more or less invalidated the black pill because it's basically normie dating simulator 2022. And it's like, okay, well, there's nothing compelling about that. So, and it's funny because it's like you got normies out here that are like, oh, I actually like season 2 better than season 1. And I'm like, but why? Everything that made season 1 so black-pilled and brutal is not even present in season 2.
Yeah, but that's why they are normies. Because they like what represents them the most.
Well, I mean, that's true, but at the same time, like, I mean, I don't think that Floyds want to watch normies dating either because, I mean, it's like, how compelling do they find it? Now, granted, it's like most of the people I'd say are like high-tier normies. I mean, there was nobody that was truly subhuman on the show. But, you know, like I said, it's not harder and harder to find black pills, but it's definitely interesting. There's definitely a sort of like shifting meta. And I wonder if it's going to be at some point where somebody will just straight up just come up with something that's like legitimately black pilled, but like, so one of the reasons why you don't get legitimately black pilled movies anymore, like for instance, Last American Virgin, because I remember, let me see how to go through this. So,
That
and
was
I'm
brutal. That
pretty
movie was
sure
brutal.
it was 2006, but there's a movie, Will Smith, I Am Legend. I'm pretty sure it's a remake of a like 1974, perhaps, like movie that had Charlton Heston in it. It's called Gemini Man, and basically he's the last person left, and he's trying to find a cure, etc., etc. But what had happened in I Am Legend in the end is that, and it is based on a book, and I'm pretty sure it's based on the book Gemini Man. But in the movie at the end, and you know, I'm not going to say anything about spoilers because, like, if you haven't watched the movie from 2006, you're just not going to. But in the end, Will Smith basically grabs a grenade and winds up blowing up a tunnel, sort of, to save a Floyd and her kid. Basically a single mom, which is kind of hilarious. Will Smith blowing up. But it wasn't really. But if you actually come to think of it, like he's literally like basically sacrificing himself for a single mom. But in any event, and basically he sacrificed himself. Now in the book's ending was a lot more black pilled, but more not really black pilled from a dating perspective, but more of like black pilled from a just a black pill in general, because what happens in the book is all this time Will Smith has basically been looking at these creatures as zombies that are not capable of actually thinking anything, etc. And if I'm not mistaken, in the books, he winds up more or less finding out that they have some kind of rudimentary intelligence, they're able to communicate, and because he's trying to turn them back into humans and they identify as zombies or whatever, essentially he's the bad guy. So in the ending of the book, they wind up more or less like killing him because they're like, hey, he's killed so many of us. And it sort of like has like a morally turpid sort of ending where it's like, okay, well, this entire time he thought he was a good guy standing up for humans, but if you flip the perspective and look at it from the perspective of these zombies, he's just killing them. And the reason why they didn't have that, obviously, in a blockbuster movie at the time, is because apparently with test audiences love a good blue pill ending, right? Everything comes around, you know, apparently it's supposed to be cathartic or something like that. Now, me personally, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, the ending, like, and consider the following, like, if Last American Virgin did not have a black pill ending in the manner that it did, and the normie wound up with the Stacy, it wouldn't have been a compelling movie. It would have just, I mean, aside from that black pill perspective and the black pill elements of the movie, it's a very normie level, just kind of like, okay, we got an 80s sex comedy that is, you know, indistinguishable from any other 80s sex comedy, except for the fact that it has extremely black pill ending. And there's a lot of people in the comments and stuff on that video, for instance, that say, hey, I watched this back, you know, back when, and I wasn't really black pilled. And yeah, the ending's kind of unfortunate, but it's like now that you kind of like walk through the black pills that exist, it's exceptionally brutal, especially from a black pill perspective.
Yeah, that movie is super brutal. I heard about it from your analysis of the movie, and I was shocked.
What the hell
That
happened?
ending was the
Hey, have
ending is
you not
wild.
seen the Last American Virgin or the video? If you haven't, I'll just do a quick recap. So it's came out in the 80s or something like that, and basically it's three guys that are friends. You got a chubby normie or chubby low tier normie, a dude that's like a regular normie, and then you basically got a Chad that looks like a cross between Kiefer Sutherland and Patrick Swayze. Right, he's like a quintessential 80s Chad. So this new girl moves to town, and this normie kind of likes her. He basically cold approaches a couple of times. She's not really interested. He invites her to a party. Now he's over here doing all this bullshit. He lets the air out of the tires of her bike, and then just rolls past in his car, kind of like, "Hey, do you want to ride?" to force them to interact. And then after he drops her off at school, he asks, "Hey, do you want to come to a party?" And she's like, "No, I already have plans." Well, later on at the party, he sees her dancing with this Chad that he's friends with, and then, you know, it kind of, you know, keeps on going. She winds up, Chad, you know, busts her cherry out on the football field. She winds up getting pregnant, and then the normie takes her to get an abortion, and then after that, you know, I guess he thinks that they're going to be together or some shit, and then literally the last scene of the movie, he goes to a party where he has like a bracelet or something that he's going to give her, and I guess he thought they were dating, and he basically walks into her kissing Chad again. And then he just kind of like looks, they both look at him, and then he just gets in his car and drives off. And it's absolutely fucking brutal. It's absolutely fucking brutal because this dude has essentially been simping for this Stacy like the entire movie. He, instead of going on a ski trip, like he takes that money, basically gives her money to get Chad's kid yeeted out of her. And at the end of the day, it's like Chad's jawline cannot be defeated by simping.
Yeah.
Why did our elders not pass down this
Yeah,
information?
man. That movie was
He uses
fucking
all his
brutal as
savings
hell.
to pay for the operation.
And it's like if
He
you
uses all his
watch, and
savings.
then it's like kind of like if you're not black pilled, it's just kind of like, oh man, that's, you know, hey, that's kind of fucked up. But if you're black pilled, it's almost like you really understand that, you know, she was never attracted to the normie. She's not going to be attracted to the normie, and normies can't bridge the gap between their face and what they'd like to attract by basically simping. And I've had conversations about this before where essentially males in the dating market, especially normies, have a tendency to sort of like take up the mantle of a good guy or a nice guy like you're fucking Batman. But the problem is that, you know, Floyds typically understand that they're doing so because they're not able to take up the mantle of being an asshole or being their authentic self, because then they wouldn't be accepted. So
Yeah.
there's no sort of like, now it's like, take for instance, Batman's crime fighting and his morality and stuff like that is uh, commendable, because he wouldn't face any more, like, based upon like the way the story's set up, he wouldn't face any more consequences if he was being nefarious. But even despite the fact that the only real person that's keeping Batman in check is his own morality, he still typically does the right thing, or only bends the rules as much as possible for essentially the greater good, which is why somebody that's like Joker, who doesn't really have an MO per se other than to just try to cause chaos and undermine Batman's overwhelming morality, is such a great sort of like antagonist. But the thing is that when you have males that essentially take up the mantle of the nice guy or the good guy and basically like, hey, I'll send for you. And I remember mentioning this on the Take Me Out video, guys juggling balls, and it's the only, it's not the only time that Night Dude's going to be playing with his balls, but he's on Take Me Out and he says, hey, I'm like an actor, I'm in drama or something like that, so I could be your Romeo, I could be whatever whatever you want me to be. And the thing is basically assimilating into, like, pseudo assimilating into the role that a female thinks that she wants is not going to build any degree of attraction, because you're not authentically yourself. Now, of course, there is the black pill that you're not really allowed to authentically be yourself. Now, take for instance this, on the dating site Hinge, right? You can, or basically most of the dating
Your audio was
sites,
cut
you
off.
can state your political. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
your audio was cut off. Can you
Oh, okay.
Restart from
Everything before Hinge.
Well, okay, so anyway, back to what I was saying. So whenever you're on a dating site, they ask you to state your political beliefs, and I remember seeing an article where basically you had some liberal foids that were bitching and saying, hey, anytime you see a male on the site and he states his political views as being, quote, moderate, unquote, that means he's just a fucking conservative, but he's, I guess he's trying to reap all that liberal pussy. And the problem is that, now I have never seen a profile that specifically says, hey, if you're a leftist, if you're out here talking about, your gender pronouns, if you, had sex with Biden, then swipe left. But I constantly see the opposite, where it's like, oh, if you're a Trump supporter, swipe left. If you're into this, if you don't think all cops are bitches, if you don't think that we need to collapse the patriarchy and capitalism and all this other stuff. And it's like, okay, that's fine. And trust me, there's enough soy boy leftists, beta cucks, that will blow smoke up these Floyd's asses, even if they do happen to be this pseudo-liberal Floyd that seems to occupy the dating market in 2022. But as a male, you're not allowed to be authentically yourself unless you happen to be a Chad, which is why, I brought up the interview where Henry Chadville says that what he's looking for is, a traditional conservative wife, somebody that wants to cook, clean, and he didn't necessarily say it explicitly, but sort of like somebody that's sort of like out of the spotlight and doesn't want to be in the spotlight, right? Because he doesn't want somebody basically like clout chasing, oh, I'm Henry Chadville's girlfriend. Well, Henry Chadville is an absolute Chad. So there's so many Floyds in the comments that are basically like, hey, if my husband was Henry Chadville, I'd be more than happy to, basically Wanda Maximoff Max and, 1950s housewife. But if an average male was to say that, obviously he'd be accused of being supporting the patriarchy. Sexist, misogynistic. Oh, you're not allowing women to
Trump supporter.
Yeah, all the isms. You would get all the isms.
All the isms. Now, I mean, obviously, I am fairly certain most of us have seen that Chad fishing experiment where the guy basically said he used to be a child molester or something, but he's reformed, whatever the heck that means. And I think we can all agree that, if Floyd's are not avoiding a dating profile that's a child molester, all of a sudden this, whether they're Trump fans or not, would become irrelevant. If she sees his face and all of a sudden she's a believer. But most males are not high tier enough to most males are not high tier enough to get that sort of preferential treatment. And the irony is that the ones that are like, oh, hey, it's almost like, hey, do feminists actually exist, or do women that are not submissive actually exist? Because all the women that I've encountered are basically just let me do my own thing. They've been cool. They acquiesce to whatever I say. And what they don't understand is that there's a double standard there, where it's like, if you're not at the top of the dating pool, you're not allowed to just authentically be yourself. You either have to assimilate into the role of something else, or you have to be effective enough at hiding what your authentic personality happens to be.
Basically, that's a female role. I mean, from the males, like you standing around trying to adapt yourself to the other partner, hoping to be accepted. That's basically a female.
Being submissive. Yeah,
but that's
basically.
but that's them being authentic, their authentic self.
Well,
a man's
that's
not
interesting
supposed to be.
because now I know that Kevin Samuels is to some degree a cope, but I did find it interesting how Kevin Samuels would basically draw the line where it's like, look, if a Floyd comes on the show and he asks, hey, do you feel like you're submissive and cooperative, and she says for the right man she would be, he cuts it off and like, hey, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
It's supposed
Basically,
to be naturally submissive.
right. And the thing about it is that the other issue is that I feel contributes to a lot of why Chad just drops Floyd's like hot potatoes sometimes, is that obviously when the woman actually first meets Chad, right, she's going to be operating at peak capacity trying to rope in said Chad. The problem is that she can only, if the personality that she's projecting to Chad is not her authentic personality, over time the facade that she's presenting is going to fade away, and she can only maintain it for so long. So at some point or another, and the thing about it is that a lot of women don't understand that the pliability that they're accustomed to from essentially average males just does not exist for Chad. So a lot of Floyds are like thinking to themselves, like, okay, I got to be on my best behavior. I got to rope them in. I got to wear makeup every date. I got to look good. But at some point, I'm going to start cracking out the Crocs and the fucking, hoodie and the sweatshirts and sweatpants. And I'm going to start dressing down a little bit. And I'm going to start slowly sort of like introducing these other elements that are more realistic to my authentic personality and hey, Chad's basically is basically willing to sort of like start becoming more and more pliable because he's put X amount of time in. But of course, right, Chad's not used to being pliable. Once again, it's like Chad would be like, hey, I didn't actually know that there were women that aren't submissive or aren't cooperative, because that's what he's used to doing. So Chad has no reason to, once the Floyd starts actually presenting her legitimate, authentic personality, there's no reason for Chad to continue on. He's just going to run to the next wet hole.
I don't think that being submissive to average men and then being picky and dominant to others is them hiding their personality. It's actually them showing their personality in their fullest.
Well,
I don't think...
Okay, so here's the question, right? Because and I've had conversations with femoids before about this very topic. And essentially what they say is that, give me 1 second, I'm switching to Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I've talked to Floyds about...
I guess the Wi-Fi switch didn't work. Chaos called it conditional femininity.
You know, I
they'll
have
be
no
feminine to the
problems.
right guy if certain conditions are
Yeah,
met. Getting her to
right.
act feminine is like an Xbox achievement. Yeah,
And
bullshit.
the thing is that, okay, so if the question that you have to ask yourself is, if she's dating a normie, you know, she's out here with this feminist rhetoric, she's dressing down, she's not doing anything, she's not trying to pull out any stops, she's just, you know, being lazy. And then all of a sudden around Chad, there's like this giga glow up and she's pulling all these stops and she's doing her hair and she's doing her makeup and she's basically bending to Chad's will. The question is, which one of those is her authentic personality and which one is she just putting on for?
Okay,
Because
this is a great question. Wait,
go ahead.
Okay, we know on the Black Pill that it in fact never even began. Why? Because there is no such thing as free will. This is why this question suggests that there's a possibility that things could be there's a possibility that things could be a different way, but that's not the case. So that this means that this is their authentic personality, to be a bitch to incels.
To be deceptive, I guess. Really.
Yes, that's what I mean. Everything, you know, they couldn't be any other. They couldn't behave in any other way, because this is reality. There's no such thing as free will.
There's a term for this exact kind of woman over in the black manosphere. It's called a chameleon.
Yeah. Chameleon.
Like basically the masculine acting chick that all of a sudden, when she finds the right sort of Chad, all of a sudden finds her femininity and finds a way to disguise how she actually usually acts, at least. Until
most women like this then.
But I mean,
Yeah,
at some point or
most women
another,
like chameleons.
the curtain's going to fall off of that, because, you know, most of these boys aren't used to LARPing long term. Now, the other thing about it too is that if we're looking at this sort of like, you know, what sort of value a boy is getting from Chad, she might actually. It's almost like perhaps she views her cooperation and her, you know, femininity and basically her exhibiting traits that are attractive coming from a woman. The price of that is a jawline, it's height, it's XYZ. So essentially, if you meet the looks level that essentially pays the price, you're going to get what you want out of her, and she's fine making that choice. But when she essentially sees it in a different light, where perhaps she's in control of the situation, it's another story entirely, which is part of the reason why the concept of like building attraction through essentially your actions is never going to be successful. Like your what is the word? You're genetically stopgapped by your attractiveness.
Loaded. You basically mean like building attraction through pro-quantity.
Well, okay,
you know,
so I'll put it to you this way. So back in like, I would say, now I don't know whether to attribute this to a specific pill or just at large, but I remember back in like 2010, right, just as Facebook was kind of getting off the ground and stuff, at some point or another, I came across basically like the early version of like the black pill, where there was a certain degree of sentiment, especially among essentially the Zoomers at the time, or people, you know, roughly around our age, that they were sort of like, women say, one of the things that they would say is women say that they want males that respect them, that are nice, that are, you know, all these positive attributes, and then they wind up dating guys that are assholes. And because they didn't identify the critical looks portion of that, essentially they're like, well, I could in theory just start being more of an asshole myself, start losing these positive character traits that these voids claim to want but don't actually pursue.
Yeah,
And
we've all heard this.
What they failed to realize, like I said, with the actual link of looks, is that Chad is not desired because he happens to be an asshole. Because he is desired for his looks, he has the ability to be an asshole.
I would disagree.
Well, no,
I
listen,
disagree,
that's a force multiplier. Because I'll put it to you this way, and once again, it's sort of like a situation where having positive character attributes, having personality, having social skills, all of these things where only helps really elevate you above people that are equilateral in looks. For instance, a normie with, you know, high tier social skills is going to mug a normie with mid tier social skills, but a normie with high social skills is not going to mug a Chad with even dog shit social skills. I mean, essentially, it's like, okay, you start
but
off by
being an asshole. Wait. But being an asshole doesn't mean that you don't have social skills. Just means that you're antisocial in your behavior.
Well,
Or
no,
that,
but
and this can be
point
this can be pretty interesting to women, because antisocial behavior usually demonstrates itself in dominance.
I think.
Well, so the thing
and
is,
exploiting others.
if you're saying that, if you're looking at the concept of being antisocial, as in, for instance, like nonconformity and or
Yes.
having a strong personality that you do not temper to essentially pander to people. For instance, there's this guy at work that essentially everybody likes. He's like a fucking golden retriever, right? Like nobody dislikes the dude. And I would witness. Now, I feel like he just authentically has a, you know, nice, amiable sort of personality. You know, he says, "Hey, good morning. How you doing? You know, how's your weekend, etc." And it's not like he's really laying it on thick. He's just a nice person, and that just happens to be. Now, if you take somebody else who kind of just walks in, doesn't really interact with people, doesn't pander, doesn't compliment somebody on new hair or something that they have, he's obviously going to be more well liked. But the problem is that how much actual social credit that he actually derives from that is still going to be stopgap by his face. So if you got a Chad that is antisocial, walks into work like fucking Patrick Bateman, doesn't say anything to anybody, listens to music on the way in, and then you have somebody who's asking people how they're doing and, you know, talking to them about their damn mom and their grandma and their baby shower and shit, he's still not going to mug the Chad that walks in, you know, bumping hip to beat square.
Of course. Now, I wasn't stating that that an incel would be, or a sub 5 male would be able to mock Chad with his personality. I was just saying that an antisocial Chad that that exhibits not autism but confidence and basically a dominant personality can be more attractive to women than a good boy Chad.
So I agree with that statement to some extent. I
Hear me?
feel
Hell
that.
no. Sorry.
What'd you say?
Sorry, talk to the chat. Sorry.
Oh, okay, cool. I feel like it's one of those things where, yes, an actual dominant personality on a Chad, mind you, has to be on a Chad, but a dominant personality is going to be seen as more attractive than necessarily like golden retriever. But I was talking about his overall likability, just at baseline, not necessarily how many of those Floyds wanted to jump his bones. So
okay, so we're talking like
we're just talking about overall likability. What I'm saying is that
okay, yes, totally, yes.
Because due to the halo effect, of course, you know, how different actions are perceived is going to be based upon how somebody interprets your looks. So there's a certain amount of leash that you have to be on. Now, a perfect example of this is I was on Normiegram and I saw a meme that was like, it said something like, I felt more pressure to find Jack Harlow attractive than I ever did to do drugs in high school. And what's funny is that Jack Harlow is, now granted he has height and he's like 6'3", and I mean he's kind of like one of those like high tier normies with like curly hair, kind of, you know, has a sort of eclectic appearance that makes him slightly more interesting than somebody at his same looks level. But what's interesting about it is that there seems to be a high degree of polarity because he happens to be juxtaposed sort of in that weird in-between range where like some people find him to be attractive, obviously, and a good portion of it also happens to be how attractive those people happen to be, because obviously a high-tier normie to like Chad Light, or high-tier normie to like 6 to 7 is going to be seen as more attractive by a low tier Becky than, for instance, like a high tier Becky to like Stacey Light. But the interesting thing is that the Foyds that don't find him to be attractive are basically saying, hey, he's a little bit too cocky. Now, it's like you listen to his songs, like one of his lyrics was like, hey, I didn't peak in high school, I'm still blowing up. And it's like if you see pictures of him in high school, he looked like kind of like low tier normie to like normie. And then it's like, okay, you know, he gets a little bit money, gets a slightly better haircut, maybe does some light looks maxing, skin maxing, etc., and kind of more or less improves his appearance by a small margin. Now, once again, like I said, he has height, and we don't know when he hit his growth spurt. So him appearing the way that he does at 5'10" and him appearing how he does at 6'3" is two different goddamn things. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there's a high degree of polarity, and it's almost like the Foyds that don't find him to be attractive are like, look, he's too goddamn cocky. You can literally go to fucking McDonald's or KFC or 7-Eleven, and there's, you know, 5 of these Jack Harlows just sitting outside checking a cup asking for quarters. And then you got the other ones that are like, oh, no, he's kind of cute. Like, you know, he just kind of got that swag. Now, the crux of whether Foyds deem him to be too cocky is all dependent upon what they actually deem his looks level to be. And it's almost like, and, you know, I've said this before, where
and
it's almost like if you're at any given time, a Foyd has a general subjective view of how attractive they deem you to be. And as long as your behavior does not exceed what her subjective, you know, kind of feeling about your attractiveness is, you're golden. I mean, you can be as cocky as you want to be. You can be antisocial. But if you are a 6 and you're acting like a 7, she's going to instantly be turned off and be like, hey, this dude needs to act more like a 6, you know, because he needs to act his face. Like, he needs to act more like a 6 because he can't be having this cocky, big dick energy if he, you know, in fact, does not have that.
Okay, I think this is a bit nuanced because talking about what you're talking about, that would be how somebody interprets their social station or how they interpret their, you know, status.
Right.
Like what me and maybe Gordon talking about, I would say it's literally counter-social behavior. And one example of counter-social behavior would be criminality. Like literally somebody who goes in and out of jail, like how would that be interpreted? Because from my experience, it seems like that alone
just like
basically talking about lambs,
finish?
but no, go ahead.
I thought it's like histrophilia. Is that how you pronounce it? Histrophilia or something like that?
Yeah, that sort of thing. But
Jack Harlow looks like the average Kentucky dude that works at the local gas station.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, it's funny because it's like there's like a video. I mean, there's like a picture of him, I guess, for like the KFC promo.
Chick-fil-A or something. McDonald's.
No, it's KFC. I think McDonald's may have had I don't know. They're always doing the same bullshit. Basically, whoever's the trendiest Zoomer, the same type of motherfucker to go on Kids' Choice Awards or some shit. And it's like nobody's fucking going to McDonald's and saying, other than fucking Zoomers. Essentially, all of this sort of like tie-in promotion bullshit at McDonald's is just to get Zoomers to go to McDonald's and or make some sort of social media splash. And it's kind of fucking stupid because I can understand if it was like, okay, we have you know, X person inspired something. You know, we got a bug inspired meal. It's just a one big ass black pill, and that's it. You just get a black pill. You have to eat it all in one sitting. And if you don't, you just get served another black pill until you finish one in one sitting, and then you get sent off into the dating market as a sub-8 male. What they do with the fucking, you know, these tie-ins is just, hey, we just kind of juxtapose together menu items, and it doesn't actually have to be representative of what that person actually even likes. It's literally just an actual promotion, which is bullshit. But, you know, on Normiegram, they pick up all the free extra clout because somebody's like, oh, I got the Jack Harlow meal KFC. But anyway,
yeah, I'm sorry, I can't talk.
Tell me,
I
Lord,
can't
Lord, tell me.
contribute anything to this talk because
Tell me, Lord Bogdanoff, you have to tell me, what do you think of Oofy Doofy theory?
Oh, God.
So I personally,
no.
oh God, yeah, it's funny because I saw the chat and they're like, you won't talk about, yes, I will talk about Oofy Doofy theory. So, I have a general idea of what I think Oofy Doofy theory is, but
Yeah, first thing first, like define what is Oofy Doofy to you? Like, what does
all
Oofy
right,
Doofy
so
mean to you?
for
Yeah.
me, it's like to me, Oofy Doofy theory is sort of like, hey, the quintessential Oofy Doofy theory is obviously sort of like the Kevin James character, right? He's not particularly attractive. He's not particularly suave. He doesn't really have anything going for him, but it's sort of like, hey, it's just like, his King of Queens character, where he's just sort of like, he's reliable. At the end of the day, everything works out. He's par for the course. You could do better, you could do worse, but he's just is what he happens to be. And the problem that I have with this idea that a male that is subpar in attractiveness and also doesn't really have any sort of edge to him, and all he really has going for him is that he's a good old boy, is that that's hasn't actually been in any way, shape, or form actually proven. I feel like it's a normie cope to sort of be like, hey, well, some Freud will sort of like want this, but a sort of black-pilled show like Sex Life will just completely fucking invalidate that, because are you telling me that if Cooper was, instead of Cooper being, I don't know, 8 out of 10, 7 out of 10 Chad, instead he was like 5 or 6 out of 10, like if he was lower tier, a little bit more bubbly, a little bit more blubbery, just sort of like a lower tier male, that she would be more attracted to him. And the problem is that I feel like Oofy Doofy is really a cope for males that are sort of like beta buxing, where the crux of why these single moms, these boys that are in their 30s post-wall, like the reason why these women are flocking to these sorts of males is because they have the shekels, they have the foundation, and honestly, if she wants to step out and kind of still be banging Chad on the side, she can. And it's sort of like, hey, at some right, and she has all the power indeed.
Yeah.
And it's kind of interesting, and that's part of the reason why I felt like Sex Life was so black-pilled, because she essentially said, hey, I chose Cooper because because I was basically emotionally ran down and also physically ran down, it's just a train of males in and out. And if a Floyd actually becomes emotionally run down by Chad, the problem is that it's not like she's like finding safe harbor in an Oofy Doofy male. Now, for instance, consider, if you will, when you have a trout that's been swimming upstream for X amount of time, and he finds a little shallow area, like a little inlet that doesn't have a current, he's happy to be in that current. Now, he realizes he still has to struggle upstream, but there's an organic reason why he's struggling upstream. He's following his instinct. But imagine if you, with a Floyd, right, she's not going to look at that inlet as, hey, this is safety from the current. I don't have to work as hard. I actually enjoy this period of respite, right? She's looking at that as, okay, well, but I'm not as stimulated as I would be swimming upstream. And it's really counterintuitive. But the problem is that the sort of like concept of safe harbor with an Oofy Doofy male is always a cope. Because the thing about it is, I
would like to differ.
To consider this really quickly. Here's the question: why is it if a Void was if Oofy Doofy was not a phase, why is it that any time a Void breaks things off with a beta male, her first move after doing so is to just go out and get her back blown out by a bunch of Chads? Why do you have these Voids that are like, oh, my girlfriend's 35 and she got divorced and she's on Tinder getting her back blown out by 18-year-old Chads? Why am I not doing the same thing? Because if she actually liked the Oofy Doofy male, wouldn't it be realistic for her to matriculate to another Oofy Doofy male once that situation ends?
Yeah, that's something I always talk about. I always talk about like the problem with Oofy Doofy theorists is that they don't really look at the nature of the other relationship at all. They just like look at like, oh, he has a woman and it's like, well, it's working out, like, but it's not. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes, like.
Oh, they're paired up. They obviously have a decent relationship. That sort of shit.
Yeah.
No, but they also.
I was gonna say that upstream analogy is pretty based.
Yes, and the thing is that you got to ask yourself, okay, if this Void was truly, it's almost like, these Oofy Doofy males are like, well, the Void is, they kind of want to look at it and consider the stream analogy, right? take for instance a typical house cat, right? Especially the fat motherfuckers and one around here. People say they're chonkers, but they're really
Garfield.
just fat diabetes, fucking Garfield maxing motherfuckers. Now, if the cat gets outside of the house, right, he couldn't actually eat enough to support himself. He can't hunt in the wild. He couldn't survive in the wild. And the human knows that, the cat doesn't. And Oofy Doofy males want to look at it as, okay, at some point or another, the cat gets hungry and wants to come back because it knows where food is at. But the thing is that it's not like that at all, because the foy is never actually truly domesticated. And the problem is that the food that's present in this case, or basically a male with just some shekels who's willing to absolve a void of her past transgressions, is always going to be there.
Yes.
So consider if the cat ran away, and instead of, it taking him, 2 or 3 days to get hungry and be like, well, I got to go back where I know the food is. Imagine if the cat walks outside, there's a fucking buffet outside, he's hanging out with other cats, he has shelter, he has everything that he needs on the outside. There would be no reason for him to come back. And desperation cannot be misconstrued as attraction. It just simply cannot.
But there are some rare cases where Void can actually overcome her instincts, overcome her inner inner slut, and actually think like a man and go for principles, or go for ideals over physical attraction. This can happen, but this has to be not a Void, but a real woman, a female human who's capable of taming his inner beast. Or her
Doesn't the
inner beast.
fact she have to overcome some shit in the first place?
Yes.
If she has to literally basically be denying what she really wants to fucking be with you, then there's something wrong.
Yeah, isn't this just like a roundabout way of talking about the same thing about the chameleons and shit? Oh, she has to overcome her overcome her actual self to be somebody that's actually functional. Like, this is just the same kind of function in a different place.
Yeah, but then again, I think we all have phases or situations, or we have all experienced situations where we had to overcome ourselves, and we.
Well, I mean, but we're males. We're males. We're not females.
Yes,
females don't
that's
look
what
at it
I
the same
mean.
way.
That's what I mean. But there are women who can. I'm pretty sure that there are women that can do this. I'm not saying that they're in the majority. They're in the absolute minority, and especially in our modern society where things like these are not beneficial at all. Like, why would a woman had to be super empathetic and to even consider such a choice? It just doesn't make any sense at all to go for something like this, because in the end you'll lose emotionally and physically, materially. There's nothing to gain. You're basically sacrificing yourself to settle for less. Because you think that this is the right thing to do. Because you have empathy. Because you're not wanting to be a slut.
Well, listen, I think that the sort of Void that would have that degree of introspection is never actually going to actually be on the CC. It's almost like she would avoid that sort of situation from the get-go.
Yeah, that's true. But
the real black pill of that is that sort of Void
is in Afghanistan.
Or beyond that, she's probably already been taken up by the market somewhere.
Yeah.
Probably those girls get picked off really early on. The men can identify with them pretty early on and pick them off. So
But that's actually a good point, that a woman like that wouldn't be on the CC, and we were talking about women on the CC, so this wouldn't apply. That's a good point. I'm always trying to see it from different perspectives, but when you do stuff like this, you can easily miss the point, and basically go astray.
She's married. Yeah, she's married. Only 1 in 8 male line could make it to adulthood. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
What I've seen in the dating market is that anytime that you see a Floyd that has value, right? Whether it be her attractiveness or even if you had a average Becky that has is somewhat sort of like based, right? She's not going to be floating around on the dating market for long because most males have the intelligence to say, okay, the vast majority of like a male is capable of recognizing value, and if he's capable of attracting said value, he's not going to roll the dice again.
Pass
I
up
put it
on
to you
it.
this way.
Yo,
I
yo,
feel
hold
like
on a second. 1 second. We got a
Okay.
prime example, Dusty Jones. Like he found his, one nighters, wife him up real soon, moving on.
Yeah, true.
I
I'm
mean,
still thinking.
I still, I'm against like getting married in 2020 beyond, but if you found the one, you found the one.
Yeah, especially so soon. Like he's like
No, but
how
actually,
long do they know each other?
but that's the point, right? Like to me, it doesn't make sense. Like you could date someone for fucking 3 years, 5 years, or 6 months. Like you will know by 6 months if this is the person or not.
Are you sure? I
Yeah,
don't know.
no,
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
at the
To be honest, I
year,
haven't had.
at the year at the most, but like to me, these datings that go on for like years, it seems like just fucking failed marriages to begin with.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think like 3 years or 2 years is actually a good time.
No, but
Like
have you
a good
seen
time
some of
period.
these fucking Reddit posts? Like Foids are like, "Oh, I've been with my boyfriend for like 5 years. Like, when is he gonna pop the question?" I'm like, bruh, if he hasn't already, or if you
Then he
weren't
will never.
discussing it, yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I wasn't like talking about
Well,
like
so here's
5
what I
years.
was
I was like talking
Well,
about
so
2
the
to
thing is,
3 or
okay,
something like this.
this is what I would say about that. The fact that they've been dating for 5 years is not necessarily indicative of the fact that the Floyd herself has value. It just means that it's a reasonable juxtaposition. I would typically say now, some people may disagree with this, but I would typically say, look, if a Floyd's dating a dude that kind of hits the high points that she wants out of a male, and he mogs about 85% of males or 80% of males that might actually approach her, she is typically going to be fine with that. It's almost like, if a Floyd has some degree of like, and how do I put this? Like, if a Floyd's dating a dude that's like 5 out of 6, and then some fucking 5 out of 10, and some 6 out of 10 pulls up on her, it's like she's gonna be like, okay, she's not necessarily just going to blatantly monkey branch and say, hey, he's slightly higher in value, I'm just going to drop it and move on to somebody else. But if it's like 8 out of 10, that's a completely different situation. I would say in most cases, if a Floyd manages to attract a male for a long-term relationship and he mogs about 80 to 85% of males that approach her, she's typically just fine with that. But once again, the fact that they've been dating for 5 months, for 5 years, is not necessarily indicative of her value. It's just, hey, she has a certain degree of staying power. He mogs most of the males that she can attract, or he either money mogs or like looks mogs. And essentially, she's like, hey, I'm fine with this. Like, I want to actually lock this situation down. The problem is that in most cases, I would say if the male's not particularly interested in actually locking the Floyd down in a manner of speaking by getting married, it's typically because he either has too many options or he's getting everything that he wants out of a relationship and has no reason to advance it any further. It's just like me. Take, for instance, I play Call of Duty, right? I don't fucking prestige ever. If I build myself up to level 55, I'm not going to fucking prestige, because all prestiging does is reset you to level 1. You get a little bit of a fucking badge that means nothing except all the other try-hard cupcakes on Call of Duty. I want to have the Claymores fucking unlocked. I want to have the high-tier guns unlocked. I want to have Ninja Pro and whatever else perks that I actually want to use unlocked. Why the fuck am I going to prestige?
For the badge.
To walk the journey
Especially
again.
for a fucking cosmetic badge. That's bullshit.
Don't play TF2.
Fucking nets just began for TF2 cells.
You don't have a hat, bro? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
As KS would say, if a guy is with her for 5 years and hasn't proposed, he doesn't take her seriously. Yeah, he really doesn't. He's using her for a pump and not pump and dump, but effectively just like a long-term peace leave, you know.
I mean,
but once again, I mean, it's sort of like a situation where it's like if he's getting all the value that he wants out of the relationship, there's no reason for him to do that. I mean, it's just like this. There's the motherfucker that apparently it's like they had a fucking video interview of him as he proceeded to eat his 30,000th Big Mac, and apparently he sort of like got on the news because it's like, hey, this guy fucking goes every lunch religiously to McDonald's, gets a Big Mac. Now, if this motherfucker likes Big Mac so much that he's going to McDonald's every single day on lunch to just get a Big Mac, and he's on his 30,000th one, there's no reason for him to go to another fucking restaurant or it's change that. He doesn't have to change up the formula because he's getting everything he wants out of that Big Mac for lunch. He doesn't have to do anything else. Why would he?
Yeah, diabetes type 2 guaranteed.
Look, man, I love a good Big Mac, my dude.
You said bacon,
like when I was a child,
my dude,
if we went
2
to the
all
McDonald's,
beef patties. Come on, man.
Yeah,
okay,
so
but
I
listen,
used to vomit
for the
if I-
same price that you pay for a
if I ate
Baconator, you
these.
could go to fucking Five Guys and get a better, objectively
I
better
agree.
burger.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Five
Yeah,
Guys is way better
Five
than-
Five Guys.
Five
will
Guys
trump,
mods Wendy's to a fucking black hole and back, and it's like it's only mildly more expensive.
You took the words right out of my
Yeah.
mouth.
Five Guys is the Chad of burger joints. There's
Dude,
no.
and then the amount of fries they give you, holy shit.
I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like a regular fries is so It's just
Even their
it's
a
just
little
fucking
fries, like
gigamons.
unbelievably fucking based.
They didn't give you fries in the
fill it
thing.
with
They
the
just
tub. Exactly like they give
Yeah,
you fries
they
in a
just
cup
dumped
and
the
then you
shit
just
in the
drop a
bag,
bunch
like-
in the bag. And it's
Fuck,
like
this is
peanut
getting pretty
oil
American.
max, like just actually fucking cut out the potatoes. Like I mean, it's insanely based.
Gordon,
Yeah,
you have to go
and,
to America, my dude.
Hold on. And
The
you
real
you
burger.
can't forget the free peanuts, man.
Well, I mean, you can't go wrong with the free peanuts. I mean, you just sitting there and they're crunching on peanut. I mean, Five Guys honestly just fucking mogs the shit out of anything. I mean, it literally just mogs. And the thing about it is, when Five Guys came out, right, it was almost like the concept of like essentially getting a burger that fast from a place that's like, and it's interesting because there's like a couple of restaurants that sort of like have like this fast food niche, but like more closer to restaurant quality. I mean, you got kind of like in Burgerland, you have something called Panera Bread, which is, I don't know, they're fucking expensive and like their food tastes good, but their portion sizes are ass. So it's kind of like, okay, yeah, I can spend $11, get a chicken salad sandwich that's good, but it's not really a high amount of food for the price. But Five Guys is like the perfect sort of like in between where it's like, yes, you have to pay a few shekels for it, but you're not going to walk out of Five Guys and be like, damn, I'm still hungry. You're just not.
Yeah, it's definitely bang for your buck.
Five Guys is what God intended when He made the burger. That is just.
Dude, Pyramid's been trying to get on here for fucking all night, dude. Oh my god.
Well, it's not his night, goddammit.
So speaking of,
It's
y'all had
non-fucking
said
stop.
something about some Homo erectus that may have been LARPing as somebody else, and you were like, when I first came on, you're like, it better not be somebody. Who are y'all
Belly
talking
guy.
about?
Belly guy.
There's a guy named Belly Guy. We call him Belly Guy. He's like some like guy who like will come on troll incel streams or not incel streams, like Black Pill streams, and he'll like show his belly and stuff like that. It's really weird. I don't know why he does it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself, like, does he have nothing better to do? And not to mention the fact, if he's a fat cell, I mean, it's not like he's out here getting laid. One of the
Yeah.
things that pisses me off so much is I can understand if the amount of, ire and vitriol towards Black Pill, incel, whatever it is that you have, was actually from Chads and people that actually mogged. So it's like, yeah, well, of course you mogged everybody, so of course you're going to shit on incels.
Nah,
But,
man. This is what I can stand.
It is interesting because it's sort of like,
If I shit on them,
when
then
you have
I'm not
normies
them.
that are shitting on it, it's like you'll have normies. Like for instance, I remember that there was some Homo erectus called like The Real Jake or something, and he made a video about wrestling otaku at the same time that I did, or slightly before. And this is Homo erectus. He's on Twitch. He's wearing some fucking corn outfit. He has purple hair. He looks like the quintessential beta cuck Gigasberg. And it's like, okay, so you're making fun of wrestling otaku, but you're also fat. It's not like you're out here slaying vagina. So, like, kind of like, what gives? What gives is shitting on wrestling otaku when you yourself, it's like impressive, very nice. Let's see Paul Allen's leg count. Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Is how
self-assure themselves.
You're talking about the
They're not
incel
part of
tears
the-
phenomenon.
Like this,
Yeah.
and it's funny because it's like at any point you actually like turn the camera like inward and ask yourself, what is your dating experience like? And now granted, it's like these incel tier types that have nothing better to do, like what's his name, fucking Brazilian Smegma has nothing better to do than fuck around on goddamn Christmas Day, racking up karma, you know, basically screenshotting .is or .co, and he has nothing better to do. But it's like, okay, but are you out here pounding strange? Like, how are you discounting what's being said in the black pill sphere or the incel sphere when you yourself are getting nothing yourself? So, oh well, hey, I might be it kind of causes the phenomenon of I may not be a virgin, I may be a virgin, but I'm not an incel. That's why
they don't want to be part. They don't want to swoosh in with this group, and that's why they hate them.
I would guess it's
that's what caused the title of that one video that I made to be "Virgin equals true, inkwell equals false." Is this?
Yes.
I would guess that all the self-hatred is a method of disassociation. Like, okay, I hate this part of myself, therefore that part is not part of myself. I don't know.
Yeah. They're basically, because it doesn't make any sense to hate something that you're part of, they are hating it so that they don't see themselves as part of it.
Well, I mean, and the thing about it is, it's interesting.
Just think about the star. No, wait. Just think about the star people. You know, the people that hate the star people the most are the star people themselves. They hate
Well, you know, it's
themselves so
interesting
much.
because it's almost like, so there's a certain degree of social proof that is paid out to people who essentially like support the hive mind. So in this case, the hive mind is anti-black pill, anti-incel. You know, incels are just guys, blah blah, can't get laid, etc., etc. And I think that that's what kind of what causes some of this phenomenon, like this Reddit phenomenon, where you'll have normies and like low tier guys that are like essentially like white knighting for Foids and saying, oh well, the black pill is bullshit because XYZ. Oh, I'm 5'2", but I frequently get, you know, attention from Foids. Like, it's not about that. It's like, yeah, sure you do. But the interesting thing about it is it's almost like there's a certain amount of cognitive dissonance that exists where they're like, hey, if I sort of like straw man incels and black pillars into being males that can't get laid because they have this rhetoric, then I can basically say, hey, I don't identify as part of that crowd. Now, is that going to actually get you laid? Well, no, of course not. But it's sort of like the same sort of like problem where it's like you have, once again, these males that are not getting anything in the dating market whatsoever, but they're like, oh, well, at least I'm not an incel. And it's like, well, what would you term yourself to be? What do you actually think that an incel is?
Okay, though you do have to keep in mind that the term incel gets fucked up because a lot of women use it as a catch-all for a dude I don't like. So even though it might technically just means a man that hasn't gotten any action despite trying over a period of 6 months, it gets conflated and all that shit because women will sexual shame you for literally anything. Like, oh, you don't like voting for Biden? You're some because of an incel.
Really, even some
then
men use the incel as just a catch-all insult. Really, sometimes like you're an incel or something like that. You see a lot of leftists do this stuff as well, or lefties do this stuff, and they use incel as like a catch-all insult. You must be an incel because you don't like women, or you think women are too this or too that. It's like, well, yeah, like, yeah.
Oh, this dude's an incel. He only fucks thin women. Like some crazy shit like that pops up.
Incel is the new fascist. Yeah, very true.
Yeah,
it's worse than fascist because it tags into the instinct for women to sexual shame. So it's going to be used even more recklessly than anything else. just because it taps into
Well,
that.
yeah, I mean, and that's part of the issue too, is because it's almost like women sort of like see it as the problem is women are so used to essentially males being open to basically anything that's almost like any male that's at their looks range or within their looks range would be open to sleeping with them hypothetically. Therefore, it almost gives women sort of like the ultimate trump card, where it's like any male that they would essentially. And that's why it's interesting, once again, if we circle back to the Jack Harlow thing, because you'll have Foyds that are like, oh, Jack Harlow really isn't that attractive. Well, here's the thing. Jack Harlow is giga status max, right? He's fucking playing on the radio. He has millions of shekels. You don't have access to him anyway. And it's very illogical for you to be stating your opinion as if it has some degree of gravitas when you couldn't pull Jack Harlow even if you wanted to. So if Jack Harlow is such a normie, and the problem is when they're talking about Jack Harlow, right, they're just talking about his attractiveness. They're not talking about his money. They're not. I mean, some Foyds might know his height, some might not, but they're not talking about his money. They're not talking about his status. They're not talking about his class. They're just talking about his attractiveness. So yeah, I'm like, well, what, kind of like what's going on with that,
Yeah, I think like Foyds just like to make up all these stupid terms like toxic masculinity, emotional labor, like fucking all BS words.
They survive in the vagueness because they can redefine what's vague at any given moment for whatever they need to. Look, a lot of dudes see information as something to learn or something to clarify shit. A lot of women just see it as another territory to either take over or do combat in. It's like somebody trying to use the scientific method against somebody who's versed in sophistry. It's like learning isn't the point.
Plenty of people on the right throw incel around as a pejorative. The incel is the ultimate exploited proletariat because his labor is appropriated by both the capitalist and the giant gun-centric state. I don't know, dude. I see incel thrown around far more on the left by lefties and righties.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would definitely say it's thrown around more by lefties, and the reason why is because lefties essentially, the left. So the thing about it is, okay, don't get me wrong, the right side of the political spectrum definitely sort of like dials into a certain degree of hive-mindedness. For instance, objectively speaking, right, the difference between a white person committing a crime and a person of color or a goddamn Mexican committing a crime is completely irrelevant. But if you're watching Fox News, for instance, and a Mexican or Latino, whatever the fuck, doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be PC, but if there's a difference in how it would be presented if a Mexican shot somebody versus a white. However, the thing about the left is that the left actually doubles down into the hive mind because the left is more based upon just the general consensus and, basically the hive mind. It's almost like they're rewarded with social stature by continuing to forward the interests of the group itself. It's almost like being in a club where instead of paying a certain price, you just have to, fucking walk around, pick up trash at the clubhouse or some shit, and it's like, hey, you're in. And it's interesting because the left is very, like at the end of the day, it's almost like you have no judge, you just have a jury. But the problem is the jury is a bunch of pink-haired feminists. And for instance, it was very interesting because I remember
Your
right
audio
after the
your audio got cut off.
So, for instance, I remember when the entire Rittenhouse trial had just ended. I was at some shitty Italian restaurant with some Foyd, and she was basically saying, "Hey, I hope that that Rittenhouse basically gets some mob justice." Like she's hoping that a bunch of leftists basically surround him, throw a noose over a tree and string him up like it's fucking Django Unchained. And I'm like, okay, hang on 1 second. What if we just flipped the script a little bit and we had an entire crowd of white people stringing up some Negro because they didn't agree with something that they did. Would you also support that? No, but oh well, Kyle Rittenhouse is white, so he's wrong. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, and the thing about it is that is what I found very interesting about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is that according to the law, he's innocent of the crimes that were stated according to the law and anybody who actually understands the law. And the only real question of whether he was going to be convicted or found guilty of anything was, can the jury, can the prosecution, pardon me, is it the prosecution, can the prosecution spin a compelling enough can the
Narrative.
prosecution, yes, exactly. It's compelling enough of a narrative to find them guilty. Now, one of the things, for instance, I remember watching an episode of Law and Order SVU where basically from a legal perspective, the man would have been found innocent. But of course, he's a white male, so of course he's wrong. Of course he's a rapist, whatever. And essentially, at the time, it was like, I don't know, people who follows, fucking SVU, Peter Stone was the district attorney or whatever, and he was basically telling Mariska Hargitay, who, by the way, I would eat straight turd out of her booty because she's quite hot. Anyway.
Okay, Amber Heard Maxine.
Well, if you're not Amber Heard Maxine in 2022, what are you doing? Like, if you're telling me that you would not eat her ass after Taco Bell, you're gay.
Oh my god.
But anyway, false dichotomy.exe.
Fucking face right there, dude.
There is no ifs, ands, or but fucks. You either are all in or you're gay. There's no other. I'm going to pull the leftist move here. I'm going to create two paths. You're either on one side or you're on the other. You're either willing to eat actual shit out of her ass or you're gay. Choose your fighter. I'll let that question hang heavy in the air. But as I was saying, at some point or another, Peter Stone says, listen, from a legal perspective, the man's innocent. However, I want him to do some hard time. And by hard time, I mean in Rikers biting the pillow while, Jerome and Tyrone going dry. But anyway, of course, as a male, it's like, that's funny. But if you said avoid, you go into prison, you're going to get passed around like, communion on Easter service, that's not kosher. But anyway, I'm being tangential. He says essentially, hey, if you want to win this court case, you have to sway the jury by sheer virtue of emotions, rhetoric, narrative, but you can't say, according to the law, this man is guilty. So, of course, what happens? He sits there and grandstands and bullshits and says all this stuff and poses and hip thrusts like he's fucking Elvis. And at the end of the thing, the jury finds the man guilty despite the fact that according to the actual law, he's innocent. But the whole point that I was trying to make is that it's interesting that a leftist would say, I hope that he finds that, that mob justice essentially sacks Kyle Rittenhouse, because in their mind, right, the hive mind is not wrong. It's almost like you're always deferring to just the hive mind in general, and whether there's high-functioning individuals, low-functioning individuals is irrelevant. It's just, hey, it's almost like a weird sort of democracy where every person is progressively more leftist than the person behind them in the queue, and it's a very, very, very slippery slope.
They just vibing, bro.
I did
just
see
going
that
with the flow.
I did see that kind of thing in common with Me Too. Let's see, COVID and due process. Due process just doesn't mean shit. Law is law, but we need to do X, like that sort of thing.
Well, the problem is that the law is only relevant if it's actually supporting the direction that they want to go in. It's sort of like the law is only relevant when it's supporting their specific narrative. So obviously the concept of mob justice, a bunch of homo erectus just grabbing Kyle Rittenhouse, and stringing him up from the highest oak in Kenosha is not actually legal. But it's almost like, hey, if an entire mob of people support this, isn't this, true neutral? No, it's not. But And the thing about it is that now if you were to say, okay, technically from a Democratic perspective, you drop a Jew in a Hitler rally, and they sit there and be like, hey, isn't this a book? Why don't we just go ahead and burn them right here? Right? That's the same fucking concept. But when you say, oh, well, it's Nazi Germany, it's 1939, you know, blah, 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 all of a sudden it's another story. So it's like what you have is a lack of consistency from a contextual perspective. It's more of like, what is the hive mind thinking at any given time?
Or what is the hive mind being controlled to think?
Well, I mean, and that's the thing too, is that one of the things that I absolutely hate about the left is they have a real tendency to sort of like peddle these talking points that they get from, you know, fucking CNN or MSNBC or some other leftist bullshit. Sorry, but come on with the sort shit. That's anyway. So they peddle these same talking points in a manner of speaking that are basically memes. But when you have somebody like Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro that basically peddles right-wing talking points, all of a sudden, oh, that dude's just a retarded pundit. He's not actually to be taken seriously.
Yeah, but the talking points, I've seen a lot of well, black pillars or people who watch black pill content use common talking points, and they just repeat them, and they get a shit ton of likes. And then when you're like, when you're like going out and typing something actually black pilled in response to, I think I was like responding to some guy who was claiming he was a Chad and that he still couldn't get foids. Then I just typed, well, you need to learn game. Then if you're Chad but can't get a foid, then this means that you're a mental cell. You're autistic. Learn game, learn social skills. And then this guy just typed out, answered my comment with cope. I was like, what are you even talking about? Like,
that's not a fucking Chad then.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is that
there are Chads. If you're like super autistic,
even dude,
nah,
Goran,
man.
I gotta show you this fucking video. There's this like autistic dude, right? He couldn't tie his shoes. I'm not even sure he could speak.
Brutal.
There, I forgot where it was, but there were chicks.
Sure he can speak. Yeah,
I'm dead serious. There were chicks in the comments talking about, oh, he's cute. Oh, I'd take care of him and all that. Chad don't need shit.
Yes, but
Well, I mean-
wait. So there are 2 points.
He couldn't even speak. Brutal. He didn't unlock the speech perk in Skyrim. Brutal.
No, but really, if you're like but if you're like, or at least it is in my social circle, if you're like super autistic, and
Oh, you got a social
if you
circle?
don't
What a
get
Chad
out-
Marger. Wow, he got
if you
the
don't
social
go out, then you can't get any pussy if you don't go out. If you don't participate in the game, then you can't win the game. And that's what I was getting at. And I do believe that if you're like super autistic, then it's over for Chad.
Well, I mean, part
Even
of the
for
problem
Chad.
part of the problem that I have with this whole concept of like sort of like participating in social anything is that the amount of results that you have has no correlation whatsoever with your effort. It's more mediated by things that you have no actual control over. And it's sort of like the same sort of concept that causes motherfuckers to be neat. Now, the thing about it is most people that are neat, right? And I'll define that in case, you know, people don't know what neat is. It's like I think it's not in employment, education or training. Basically, some homie erectors just sitting around milking, you know, sucking on the government titty.
Sweet.
These motherfuckers are never working any actually decent tier jobs where it's like they can afford some decent coats. They're actually raking in some shekels. They're sort of like, and I've found Zoomers to very unironically be, a lot of them are neat. There's this one Zoomer I know, and it's like, he's like, yeah, I worked at, you know, Little Caesars for 2 months and then I quit. Then I worked at Walmart. Then I worked at fucking, you know, I don't know, Taco Bell or some shit. and what's consistent between all these jobs is that there's no actual progression upwards. It's lateral movement because he gets bored and he's like, okay, I'm just going to move on to another job. And if he's able to just kind of sit around and play PlayStation all day and not actually contribute to the contribute in any way, it's sort of like, well, hey, I find this to be, I'm going to sit there, log in, get my r/anti-work mod ship, and just kind of go to town. And it's like, okay, but you're never actually getting anything out of the working market to begin with, other than fucking making minimum wage. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the problem with participating in a social circle, especially as a normie or sub 8 male, is that the amount of sort of like results that Chad could get out of social circle maxing is so much higher than what a normie would get. And the thing about it is, it doesn't matter how much effort Stephen Hawking puts in, right? He's never going to clutch gold in the 100-meter dash. It just doesn't fucking matter. Like, and that's part of the problem is it's like, it's kind of difficult to sort of like overcome that black pill as a normie to say, hey, I'm going to put in all this effort, even though the effort is not one-to-one pegged with what it is that you have as a result. So when you encounter people like that are basically like Meeks, where it's like, just keep grinding, like just stay on your dreams, like anything could happen, like everything's possible. It's like, okay, motherfucker, you got a fucking mugshot taken of yourself. Before you think that you're attractive, you get a billionaire's daughter to marry you, and you get a modeling contract. Are you telling me that prior to you getting locked up for whatever nefarious crime that you committed, that was your dream? Like, this is just complete bullshit.
Never
True
get up.
shit, dude.
Anything's possible.
Never get up, dude. Anything's possible. All right, well, I'm gonna end the stream pretty soon, so let's do some fucking last words, my dude. All right, well, take your last. Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lord.
Oh, go ahead. What was the question?
No, I was gonna do. I always do this thing called last words at the end of the stream, where I basically tell each participant to say some last words for the stream, and then we end the stream pretty soon. So let me so Lord Bogdanoff, if you can go first. Last words, my dude.
All right, so my last word is this. I think that I find it interesting sometimes that some people sort of like are like, hey, Bog, you're a normie. Why are you black pilled? If you have any success in the dating market, like, why are you black pilled? And the truth of the matter is that, honestly, the black pill benefits almost everybody, regardless of what your standing happens to be. If we were to black pill the average normie and tell them, hey, this bullshit about the past is in the past, going for single moms, beta buxing, and all this other stuff was to actually spread across the dating market, it would actually make things better for most males, to be honest, because the vast majority of males are actually not in fact Chad. And the thing is, blue pill really only benefits Chad because Chad's living the blue pill lifestyle. If Chad is blue pilled, his reality is not being challenged. So the thing that I would say is this: is honestly, it doesn't matter whether you're a true cell, whether you're a Chad, or whether you're a normie, right? The black pill is the ultimate truth. It's how things happen to be, and what you're looking at with the black pill is the vast majority of situations, or the statistical mean, I guess, I don't know, mean, median, mode, blah blah blah, whatever. But you're looking at what's happening in the vast majority of situations. And if something's true more often than it's not, if you roll the dice on it being true, you're going to be correct more often than you are not. And there's worse things in life to be than correct more than 50% of the time. Consider the following, that even the best gamblers or the best sports bettors in the world are rarely right more than 55% of the time. But it's that 5% over the 50% that makes you money.
There you go. All right, but thanks for coming on, my dude. See you next time. All right, Gorn, my dude, last words.
Do I have to? I haven't thought of anything. Okay. I wanted to go last, but I'll just go. Okay. So, if you don't want to be part of the hive mind, you have to call back to situations where you would be in a state of calmness and try to relive it, or basically try to relive the situation where you felt like you were where you were like out of your usual autopilot. Try to relive it, to relive it, and then you might get out of the matrix, so to speak, of the hive mind. Thank you for having me. It was a nice talk.
Thanks
Bye.
for coming on, my dude. See you next time. All right, Jack Nickelback, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, I just had a thought. If the dating market and all this polyandry is a return to women, return to like prehistoric, basically return to their natural way of dating and mating, I think maybe the black pill is men's return to their natural distrust of women.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yep.
Because we honestly, like, I'm surprised that we ever trusted them to begin with. I
Yeah,
don't know why you would why we left the fucking you know.
I think it's a European
yeah.
idea of the lady, because like I'm not gonna take up everybody's time, but just think about it though. Like the further you get back in like texts and commentaries about man and all that shit, you don't see the blue pill or the red pill. You see the black pill talked about all the fucking time. All this like super depressing shit, like you never trust the women, like Muhammad saying, I went to hell, I saw most all that sort of shit.
Yeah, good point. Definitely a good
All right.
point. All right, Jack Nickelback, thanks for coming on, my dude.
See ya.
Always a pleasure. Up, I wanted to come back on. Drolix, my dude. Last words.
Yeah, it was a great stream. Timing wise, it worked out. We got Lord Bog himself on stream, so
Yeah,
this
thanks
is
for
good.
arranging that for me, dude.
Yeah. Like, we should move on to Discord instead of StreamYard. Maybe it'll keep out all the trolls, but yeah, and then hopefully we can get like base escort, so maybe even
I think
Pluto.
he's already confirmed for the 100 streams. So he already said he would come on. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a good stream. Keep stacking your bread. Get the fuck out when you can.
All right, my dude. Thanks for coming on, my dude.
Take care.
Peace out. All right, then there was one. My God, this was one hell of a stream, dude. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let's see. Let's do a poll. Did you enjoy tonight's stream? Ask your community. See what we got going on. StreamYard may be best since everyone can access it. Yeah, that's my main reason why I keep StreamYard up is because of people can access it because I have the link. You can just throw the link up there and people can just join. So, but a lot of people don't like StreamYard that much, so it's kind of a pain. People don't like it that much, so Discord is a little bit more secure. But yeah, it was a good stream today. Yeah, it was a good stream, dude. The future is grim. This was one of the best streams in my opinion. Yeah, dude, I hear you. Ban Pyramid, so yeah, I didn't let Pyramid on once, so I did a good job today. He's still sitting in the queue. Like, dude, I can't let you in, dude. Like, I mean, maybe next time, I do. Maybe next time, but not tonight. Not tonight. I don't have the patience tonight. Oh my God, I don't have the patience, my dude. Not tonight. Had to kick you out. Oh my God, pretty good numbers today. 91% saying yes, 9% saying no. Good shit. SNC episode 100. Heard that. Good shit, dude. Mystery. Do you still beat your meat even on weeks when you get dates? When you go on dates? My God, why would you ask that question? Depends. Depends on how amped up I am, I guess, right? Yeah, kind of how it works. Everyone who didn't is blue pill, great gay hive mind. Oh, but incredible. Got to give props to Pyramid for some stubbornness to join. Yeah, he was really stubborn to get in here, but it was what it was. I had to fucking put my foot down at least once in my whole life. Put my foot down at least once. All right. Let's see. Mystery. Get Lord Bog on the 100 stream. I can probably get him on with Drolix's help, probably. Spurg Wick. I've got a friend who is married but still beats his meat. I never understood why. Probably because he's in a dead bedroom, probably. More likely. Stubbornness or Spurgness. It might be the Spurg, dude. Might be the Spurg. I mean, the autism medication didn't kick in too well, probably, so who knows. Pyramid listens to Meeks. Ned never give up. Yeah, he did. I'll give him credit. He didn't give up, dude. He kept going and going and going and going and going, dude. Spurg tenacity. Yeah, dude. In the poll, we got 92 saying yes, 8% saying no. Good shit, dude. Mystery, can you get Oreo Man to the 100 stream? I don't know. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a call to arms for you guys. This is gonna be a call to arms. If you know anybody that's based, you want to have on the 100 stream, just reach out to them. Like, just send them an email, send them a text, not text, but send them an email asking them like, hey, like, if you want to come on the stream, or if you're in any other major Incel discords, send the word out. I'll have anyone on, but hey, you got to get the guest out there. If you have any clips you want to see, send me the clips in my email. If you have any clips you want to see, or send them on Discord. If you have any memes you guys want to see again, post the memes again, and I'll post them in my I'll save them all in my folder, and I'll play them again, obviously. So yeah, if you can contact people that you know in the Incel sphere, go ahead and contact them. Mystery needs you to join the Incel army. Yeah, join something, dude. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you want to see people on the stream, you only have 4 weeks left, or about 5 weeks left, really, depending on if I stream on the 4th. Probably won't stream on the 4th of July, but depending on how this thing goes, it could be either a stream where I'm just getting drunk and high, or it could be a stream where we have a bunch of base people on, we have a bunch of conversations going. So yeah, if you know anybody, if you know Oreo Man, if you know anybody else, spread the word out there. It should be on the might have a date here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to stream on the 4th of July though. It's going to be a problem. So it's probably going to be on the week of the 16th. So 17th, something like that. Get high and let everyone on. Why not both? I timestamp Pyramids and Moccasin Shop comments on the old stream. Pyramids needs the entire segment on episode 100 from his bizarre ideas. Facing LMS and seeing Moody for 100th episode. Yeah, dude, it could be pretty cool. Either way, like I said, just spread the word. If you want people on the stream, you gotta work for this shit, dude. So if you know people's emails, send me the emails and I'll email them. If you want me to, if you don't want to do it yourself, I can email them myself. But I gotta have the contact information to do it. So send me the emails and send me the memes and the clips, and I'll play them on the 100 stream, and we'll have a nice time on that stream for sure. So either way, my dudes, it's been one hell of a stream. It was a 5-hour stream once again. Hope you guys enjoyed it. All right, my dudes. I will see you guys next weekend for another SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion episode 97. We're almost there, boyos. Almost episode 100. The big 100. Big one. Goose egg. We're almost there. All right, my dudes. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will see you guys on the flip side. Peace out.